The following is a special presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Louisville's Churchill Downs, a shrine to thoroughbred racing since 1875, but this is a special morning. The Breeders' Cup World Championships return. A season-ending celebration for the fortunate few, but shared by all. It's less a party than a proving ground for greatness. Championship qualities revealed, recognized by all, including champions from other realms who share a passion for thoroughbreds.
Well, in any sport, to be a champion, the difference is always hard.
Here comes Gorilla with a photo. The one quality all champions share is desire.
The higher the stakes, the harder they drive.
And here he is! True heart can't be seen, only sensed by the way champions carry themselves, with pride.
Greatness can't be defined, but you know it when you see it.
Hold your breath, or it will be taken away. By 8 rides, 8 champions, each crossing the line into history. Beneath these timeless spires, the world's greatest have gathered as the sport of kings awaits answers. Is victory a birthright for a horse with a royal bloodline? Or will greatness be conferred on a commoner, fueled by the stuff of dreams? This much is certain. Within each winner on racing's richest day will beat the heart of a champion. 8 races, $20 million. The Breeders' Cup World Championships. The Breeders' Cup is presented on ESPN HD by Olivia. It is a balmy day at Churchill Downs after a somewhat gloomy week for the richest day in American racing. This global sport comes together so that plenty of fans, perhaps 80,000, who may wager as much as $125 million in these 8 great races. Inside the jockey's room, a place of tension, even for the world's most talented. Their job description, pretty simple: bring out the best in the best. But the best laid plans often unravel. The stars of the Classic include Invasor, the invader from Uruguay. The American hope, Lava Man from California, all aiming for the big favorite, Bernardini. Can he live up to the hype? Offer further confirmation of greatness, perhaps his last race in a brief but superb career. The cast of characters will change about every 40 minutes with some common threads. Future promise revealed in the Juvenile Fillies and the Bessemer Trust Juvenile. Great field in the Filly and Mare Turf. Gorilla will challenge the males in the mile. The distaff field is just ridiculous, all building to the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic powered by Dodge. Already a lucky day for those of us at ESPN, bringing you the Breeders' Cup for the first time. Chris Fowler, Jerry Bailey, and Randy Moss. Guys, I think for pageantry, it's not the Kentucky Derby, but you talk about horsepower, sheer star power on this track, the global impact, the global interest. Nothing beats the Breeders' Cup. And look at the vantage point we got right here. You've been aboard 15 winners. This is old hat for you, including 5 Breeders' Cup Classics. So give me the significance of what today means.
Well, today is about reputation and legacy. Can it be established or tarnished here today? For the owners of these horses, millions of dollars in breeding hangs in the balance on a win or a loss. For the trainers, their job is essentially done. All they can do now is sit back and see if all those early morning hours at the barn come to fruition. And for jockeys, a win on Breeders' Cup Day can put them on that very short list that owners and trainers go to when they're searching for a jockey for their champion. More than one career has been made here on Breeders' Cup Day.
You've been through it all. You've been on the beaten favorite plenty of times, too.
All in.
On your long resume, the only jockey to lose on the great Bernardini in his first race. How did you manage it?
You knew that was going to come up.
Great storyline, though, the favorite in the Classic.
Yeah, loads
of good storylines today, even more than Corso and Herb Street and Jockey Silks. But that's the big one. The classic, the blue-blooded Bernardini against the blue-collar Lava Man. If, as expected, this will be the last race for Bernardini. It's his only chance to prove he belongs in the ranks of the all-time greats. He's owned by the Rudal of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed, an equestrian himself. Doesn't make many trips to the U.S., but he's here today. His personal 747 got here this morning at 7 a.m. It's a big day for the most powerful racing stable in America. Trainer Todd Fletcher has a record 17 horses running today. Many trainers would kill to have just one, and we'll be following the Fletcher story. One of the European stars again is Ouija Board. She won the Filly and Mare Turf 2 years ago, was second last year. She's only the second Breeders' Cup horse ever to make the trip across the pond 3 straight years. And of course today, with all the full fields and the great horses, ranks #1 in the hearts of our friends, the horse players around the country. Yeah, but you got to be pretty intrepid if you think you can figure out some of these cards, beginning with the Juvenile Fillies in just a few minutes. We've got all vantage points, lots of opinions and perspectives, beginning with Kenny Mayne and Hank Goldberg.
Chris, Hank says nothing now. We'll have a lot more later. He'll give gaming advice all day long, and assorted handicappers will join us. Think of it as a wealth-building seminar.
I'm Janine Edwards, and I'll be covering all the bases this afternoon, from all the last-minute pre-race news in the paddock and owners' boxes to catching up with the happy winners out front here in the winner's circle.
I'm Nick Luck, and I'll be reporting here in the paddock at Churchill Downs on the 16 European invaders to have descended on Kentucky.
I'm Patty Cooksey, and as a former jockey, I'll be bringing you all the action from down here right on the racetrack.
I'm Joe Tessitore, where every owner wants to be, in the winner's circle, claiming one of these.
I'm Trevor Denman, and I'll be calling the races this afternoon. I've been calling races for 35 years on 3 different continents, but this will be my first time calling the Breeders' Cup, and I can tell you I've never been so excited. I'm looking forward to a great afternoon's racing. Chris?
We all are. Just hearing your voice makes me feel warmer, Trevor, the great voice of Del Mar and Santa Anita. We've got 8 collisions of the cream of the crop here. The Breeders' Cup has established itself as the definitive season-ending championship in the sport. You can feel it in the charged air around Churchill Downs all week. You can see it today in the effort of great animals being pushed to the limits. You'll hear it in the voice of the race caller. And as Randy Moss reminds us, all of this traced back to the idea of one man almost a quarter-century ago.
They start as yearlings, running toward greatness. And that greatness is the Breeders' Cup World Championships. It's only been around for a little over 2 decades, but the championships have guided and propelled horse racing toward its destiny. And that's exactly what Breeders' Cup founder John Gaines had in mind.
In a very long view, I think it wouldn't be outrageous to say that the Breeders' Cup was the most important innovation in horse racing in the 20th century.
He saw an event that would actually define our sport. An event our sport really needed at the end of the year to tell people, this is the day you need to see our very best that we have to offer. Genius.
And the genius of Gaines's idea proved itself the very first year, 1984, Hollywood Park.
When we come to the head of the stretch, Slow Gold ran up on the outside of me with a head of steam, and I really expected him to just go right on by me, but Wild again didn't want to hear about it.
Gate Dancer on the outside. What a finish. Wild again. Gate Dancer. Slow Gold in between them. Those 3 in a dramatic finish. And here's the wire. Wild again does it.
I don't believe I've ever been on a horse that tried any harder than he did. Just absolutely determined not to let them horses by him.
4 years later, an undefeated season was on the line for Personal Ensign.
In no time, till really the last jump, did I ever think he had a chance to win.
Here comes Personal Ensign, unleashing a furious run on the outside. A dramatic finish, and here is the wire. And it is Personal Ensign there with winning colors in a photo. She certainly proved herself a champion this afternoon.
That is the culmination of our year. That is our World Series. That is what all breeders and owners of horses want to come to with their best shot.
The magnificent cigar elevated Breeders' Cup mystique in '95. He was the sport's superstar.
Jerry Bailey turns him loose.
The perfect setup because he had been 9 for 9 over the course of the year. It stamped him as the top horse in the world.
In 2001, the Breeders' Cup came to New York, the first international sporting event in the city following September 11. Tiz Now made history, winning the Classic for the second straight year. Football has its Super Bowl, basketball the NBA championship, and baseball offers the Fall Classic. Now, American Thoroughbred Racing takes its place in that fellowship.
The Breeders' Cup Day is our defining moment in the thoroughbred industry. It's the day that everybody in our sport and everybody that watches our sport can say, this is the best. That's the best horse in that category, and he just proved it.
And in just a few minutes now, 1 2-year-old filly will become the next to join the pantheon of Breeders' Cup World Champions. The full field of 14 for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in the paddock right now. We'll try to analyze this inscrutable field in just a few minutes here. Many ways to appreciate the Breeders' Cup on all sorts of platforms. ESPN News will have race previews. ESPN.com gives you the opportunity to vote for the winner of each race. It's not going to influence the outcome, however. ESPN 360, BreedersCup.com, uninterrupted webcast, current odds, cameras in the paddock and trackside. When we're all done, Sports Center at the Breeders' Cup, 90 more minutes of highlights. The Juvenile Fillies are up first. Todd Pletcher begins his busy day trying to get it started on a high note with Octave or Cotton Blossom. That's just ahead. Two-year-olds, the #1 horse has really been hammered, a 4-to-1 morning line, but Dreaming of Anna, ridden by Renee Douglas, who looks for his first Breeders' Cup win, the clear favorite.
And she's getting hammered because not only she got tons of early speed and she's undefeated, she beat boys in her last start in Canada, but her last two have been on the grass, and that's one of the big questions, the switch back to dirt, plus all the other early speed in the race.
The #2 horse is Sutra. We expect her to come from off the pace, been winning ugly lately.
And now an additional owner, not just Jack Hodge, but in a very late change, Stoner Side Farm. Sutra won the Frazette, and yeah, it was the slowest 1-mile time ever for that stakes at Belmont Park, not getting much respect.
The 3 is cash included, California based with Corey Nakatani aboard.
She's won her last 2 races from the 11 post, and today she's got the 3, so that's a good switch in her favor. That last one was in the Oak League Stakes. She beat Point Assey, who was the leader on the West Coast. Big credentials coming in here.
Has a win at this distance. New York-based Octave is the #4 horse, one of the Pletcher trainees.
Yeah, every one of her races has been better than the previous race, which means she's really improving, a positive. She's also won here at Churchill Downs, which is very important, but she's never been over 7 furlongs.
Back to California for the #5. She's included with Victor Espinosa.
She is trained by leukemia survivor Chris Posh. She's coming off a bad effort at Keeneland, but remember, that track has a brand new synthetic surface, and a lot of times horses aren't handling it, and they're running much better here at Churchill.
#6, Bel Air Beauty, not raced on dirt yet. Polytrack factor as well, but is trained pretty well here.
Yes, and owner Bruce Lunsford and trainer Frank Brothers had one of the favorites last year in the Juvenile on this day, First Samurai. Now they come in with a horse that's, well, she was 47-1 when she won the Alcibiades.
The other Pletcher horse, Cotton Blossom, again with an excuse on Polytrack the last time.
Yeah, she's bred to go 2 turns, but the first time she did it at Keeneland, like you say, in the Polytrack, she was pretty disappointing, but let's forgive her for that one because it might have just been the surface.
Velasquez has won this twice. And the #8, Lily Carson, got in the field late. Cornelia Velasquez aboard.
She's been on the lead in both of her races, and her trainer, Ralph Nix, is kind of concerned about her leaving the gate like her hair's on fire. He wants her to be a little more subtle today, but it's a big question mark for her.
The #9 is Ad Rhythm, outside of Florida for the first time for this Florida bred.
You can question perhaps some of the competitions she's been running against in lesser stakes races at Calder. You can't question her dominance, though. 6 3/4, 8.5, and 4 3/4 length wins in her last 3 starts.
The #10, Her Majesty, first time on dirt, first time Lasix, adding blinkers. Other than that, nothing to report.
Pulling out all the stops for Her Majesty. She's only run twice. She's extremely well bred. She was a $650,000 purchase last year, and she was 3rd in the Alcibiades. She comes from off the pace.
Satsulagi, by far the most experienced horse here, kind of the European version of a claimer, though.
Right, she came from England. She ran her first race on an all-weather track, similar to Polly. Her last 8 races have been on the grass, but she's never been around 2 turns. She's never raced in the States. A lot of question marks.
Expect the #12, Appealing Zophie, to be near the front.
Yeah, she was really impressive winning this spin-away at Saratoga on the lead, as you say, but she couldn't carry her speed at Keeneland in the Alcibiades. Was it the track, or she can't go this far? A lot of questions for her as well.
The 13 is Quick Little Miss, and Mel Studi would be the oldest Breeders' Cup winner at 79 as a trainer.
She's become kind of a wise guy horse. By that I mean that some of the real professional type handicappers are liking her. She was third in the Oak Leaf at Santa Anita against a speed favoring Racetrack, and she had a great workout.
Gatorize is a long shot, never placed in a stakes race. The only filly in the field that can say that.
The post position draw is not usually kind to her either. She drew 12 of 14 in the Alcibiades. She ran 5th from way back. Far outside post really hurts today with the short run into the first turn here.
As you mentioned, there's already been active work at the windows and changes from the morning line, and Dreaming of Anna was 8-5 a few minutes ago, now 2-1. What do you make of that?
Well, she started the day, of course, as the 4-1 second choice in the program, so obviously she is getting a ton of support here, and as expected, though, the top two, Dreaming of Anna and Cash Included.
Catalano, the trainer, says don't worry about the rail, no problem. She's plenty fast enough. The Cash Included, a strong rival for Dreaming of Anna.
Yeah, I really liked her because she overcame the bad post, as I said earlier. She's coming into this race really good, and she knocked off the top filly on the West Coast, Point Ashley.
I like her because she's got some tactical speed. There's going to be a lot of speed in this race, and I think she's got the ability to sit just off the pace. She better be able to, because they may be cooking early.
The dam was totally unraced, and she's the first foal. That would be a big splash for Cash Included if she can get this score. Let's see how this race of 1 mile and 16 will unfold here at Churchill Downs.
And just like the Juvenile, which is coming up next, this distance, as you can see from the graphic, gives the horses not much time to get position before that first turn comes up. So the outside post positions in these races are a significant disadvantage.
An advantage for Dreaming of Anna because she has speed from an inside post. The only question mark is, does she have to go too fast?
Let's go to Janine Edwards now, the beginning of a very busy day for Todd Fletcher. Janine?
That's right, Chris. Todd Fletcher stands to gain the most today, yet he also has the most to lose. Fletcher is saddling a record number of Breeders' Cup starters this afternoon. He will put the saddle on 17 runners, and it is the culmination of a record-breaking season for the 39-year-old horseman. Honestly, Fletcher could go 0 for 17 this afternoon, yet he is still a trainer who has accomplished more this year than any trainer in the history of the sport. He set a new single-season earnings record just last month. He set a new stakes wins record with 93. Earlier today, he had tied the graded stakes win record. It looked like he was going to topple that earlier today, but it didn't happen. And, of course, that new record of Breeders' Cup starters. But quantity doesn't always equate to success, as Fletcher's record in the Breeders' Cup right now is less than 10%, just 2 wins from 24 starters. A little bit earlier, I caught up with Todd to find out just what goes on behind the scenes at the Fletcher stable as they get ready to compete with 17 runners.
Well, most of our work was done pretty early this morning. We had all the horses out and walked by 6 o'clock, put back away. And then it's just a matter of getting everybody together, getting here on time. We'll have about 45 people bringing the horses over. And, we've gone over all the equipment and everything's laid out. We got a spreadsheet with all the times. And so it should run pretty smoothly.
A lot of organization involved, I'm sure. You have doubled your number of Breeders' Cup starters over last year. What's that an indication of? Is it a shift in objective or goals? Is it quality difference? Is it luck? What do you attribute it to?
Well, the main difference is we're just fortunate to have a lot of nice horses this year, and we've been able to maintain them, keep them healthy. And once we got to kind of the summer months and we knew that we had some potential Breeders' Cup starters, we tried to lay out a schedule that got them here today.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
0 for 17 will not make Mr. Fletcher happy. What a head-spinning challenge to saddle 3 horses in 4 different races right here. And there is the number 4 Octave, one of the hopes in this race. Let's go to people who think they know what they're talking about in terms of handicapping this race. A couple floors up to Kenny Mayne.
Chris, we got a lot of new horse race viewers today. Let's quickly corrupt them and teach them some of the neat ways to gamble. Of course, there's win, place, and show. But as we look at our little panel here, there's also some more exciting wagering. You can do an exact order 1 and 2, trifecta 1, 2, 3, superfecta 1, 2, 3, 4. Big tent picture today. We'll also explain Highlight's Spectacular 7 scoring system later. Hank Goldberg, you know him. Jay Pribman for the Daily Racing Form. 24 horses tried to get in this race. 14 will go. Does that mean a lot of owners and trainers thought it was wide open? I'd say so.
I think it does, but I don't agree with them. I think this is a very narrow race between the top 2 contenders in here, and it looks like the betting public actually agrees as well, because Dreaming of Anna and Cash Included right now are the 2 top choices, and I think deservedly so.
Dreaming of Anna beat Boys, as Randy mentioned earlier, up in Canada. That was on turf at 1 mile, though. Does that bother you now switching back to dirt and from the rail?
It would bother me that she's moving back to dirt if she hadn't won on dirt already, but she has. Her first race at Arlington was on dirt. She won that. Then she ran on grass her last 2 starts. And in her most recent race, she beat the boys in that race at Canada. So she's had a very eclectic career so far. The rail doesn't bother me at all. It's the shortest way around. I think she'll get a great
You're going to think we're trying to freeze you out of the show. Last time I didn't get to talk at all. Do you like this one as well?
Well, these are tough races, these juveniles, because they're 2-year-olds. They haven't run more than 2 or 3 times, so they're a little less predictable, some of them. Jay likes a horse here, or the filly here, who has coming from running on grass to running on dirt, although her maiden race was on dirt. So there's a lot of unpredictability here and going on 2 turns, and you don't know how they're going to react to being around a lot of horses for the first time. I'm going for a horse called Cash Included, who took to the distance for the first time at a race at Santa Anita and won by 4 lengths. You saw that race.
Yeah, she ran a very good race, and to me, she is the second best horse in the race. It's very close between her and Dreaming of Anna, but I just slightly prefer Dreaming of Anna in here.
Fine, I won't do any analysis. I like Dreaming of Anna, the 1. I don't like 2 to 1, but it does make a pick 3 nice. Chris?
So Hank is puzzled, and Jay thinks it's easy pickings here. The Juvenile Fillies, the first race. Well, coming up, we'll see if Mr. Pletcher can be victorious, if he can beat the 2 favorites we've talked about here. Octave and Cotton Blossom are his runners. Dreaming of Anna on the rail is the favorite. Cash Included, drawing plenty of cash right now. Here at Churchill Downs, the duel of 2 Lucas 2-year-olds back in '94 there. Flanders sadly came up lame after the race and retired. ABC, primetime college football. Most of you will see Oklahoma and Texas A&M from Kyle Field. UCLA and California rivals in the Pac-10 for those of you on the West Coast. And ACC rivals Virginia Tech and Miami. Regional coverage at 8 o'clock Eastern time on ABC. Time now, almost, for the race that's produced the 2-year-old champion filly, all 22 years of its existence. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly, 1.16 miles. Some say this is easy pick. It's totally predictable. They're Dreaming of Anna, the favorite, Randy. Right?
Yeah, I mean, she's certainly done nothing wrong so far. She's owned by Frank Calabrese, incidentally. Happy birthday to him. It's his 78th birthday today. The horse named after his late sister, Ann Anderson. And the one thing that troubles me, though, Jerry, is her post position. I mean, she breaks out of the gate. You look back at her earlier races, like a quarter horse. She's so fast, but there's 2 other speed horses on the outside where they could mix it up early.
Well, I talked to Renee Douglas about that the other morning, in fact, with Wayne Catalano, the trainer, and Renee said that I don't mind going into the first turn head-and-head because I think if the pace gets too fast, that I can ease her back a length or so and then adjust down the backside, moving around into a better position. So I think he's going to let her run and then make the decision on the fly.
Tricky race for Renee Douglas, who does not have a Breeders' Cup win. There is, again, number 4, Octave, one of Fletcher's horses. Got kind of careless. She's shown signs of immaturity in her races, like many of them have.
At this age and with fillies, I mean, she's running around 2 turns for the first time here, but that shouldn't be a concern given her pedigree and her running style. And, you know, even though certainly these horses, the next horses of Fletcher's aren't going to know how these horses ran and on down the line, but trainers really believe in starting the day with some momentum, you know, and with 17 horses on the card today, Todd does not want to kick off with a couple of real disappointing efforts.
Especially with a rough history in the Breeders' Cup, right?
Exactly, and Octave broke her maiden right here at this very track, so that's a plus.
And there you look at Cotton Blossom. You know, Todd is not just 2 for 24 in the Breeders' Cup. He's 0 for 21 in the Triple Crown. So on the sport's 2 biggest platforms, he hasn't dominated, although most people believe that that's going to be a short-lived thing.
John Velasquez, by the way, has a mount in all 8 Breeders' Cup races. Janine Edwards is with an owner who has a painful past memory at the Breeders' Cup, Janine.
That's right, Chris. It was 5 years ago when Vernon Heath's homebred filly, Exogenous, was stepping onto the track for the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and she did rear up and fall over and hit her head. She did not make the race. Sadly, she died a few days later. What's it like for you to be back here to the Breeders' Cup with another talented filly?
Well, you know, it's kind of sweet dreams, if you will. I mean, it was one of the most emotional moments of my life when we were ready to walk down on the track and see Exogenous, and she'd won Grade 1 winners and Grade 1 races, and we thought we were going to win that race that day, and we were far in the back, and then someone yelled, "The gray is down." And, well, there was another gray in there, and I was hoping it was the other gray, but it was us. So it just sank us. But, you know, I'm thrilled to be back here today in 2006, have a really nice filly, and there's a lot of nice fillies in this race. She's really done well. I don't know what she's going to do against this class, but we have high hopes, and I think she'll run a good race.
Thank you, sir. And Ad Rhythm, guys, does seem to be improving with added distance.
Janine, as for European horses, if you see Her Majesty getting some support here?
A lot of support at 7-1 with young jockey Julian Leperoux, who's been sensational this year, making his Breeders' Cup debut in this race. And, you know, that's significant sometimes with these lightly raced horses when they get a ton of support at the betting window. Starting next to her will be Satulagi. Europeans don't fare well. Do you give any chance to that kind of Euro claimer? Jerry? Not really?
I don't. Not really. I'm watching this filly. She's reluctant to go in, and horses are kind of claustrophobic anyway, so this is a spot they really don't want to go into. So you see the assistant starters locking their hands and just giving her a little nudge. She still doesn't want to go in. Not really uncommon, but not a good sign either.
About the European that Jerry so definitely sidestepped there. Satulagi has a habit of breaking slowly from the starting gate, even in Europe. And a lot of them come to the United States and break even more slowly. So
Jerry, you're going to take us inside the starting gate in the feature coming up, but this is turning into a nightmare here for Leperoux.
Well, what they're going to probably end up doing, or a possibility, is they're going to blindfold her, so and maybe spin her a couple times so that she doesn't know where she is, disorient her a little bit. She definitely is a little reluctant.
And when you look at her running lines, in the first race it says she hopped a bit at the start, which indicates she was a little antsy in there. Second start, fractious in the gate. So she's had some gate problems before.
Let's go to Patty Cooksey. This filly adding blinkers for the first time, adding Lasix for the first time, Patty.
Well, yeah, this filly has blinkers on, but really there's not much of a cup. It looks like what we call cheater blinkers, where actually she won't be able to see the rider, maybe raising his whip to hit her. But she's really being stubborn, and she's almost sitting down, and they have a lot of crew here trying to get her in there. They've opened the front doors, and hopefully with her seeing some open air out there, she'll go in a little better.
It often does the trick, Jerry, if you can open the front of the gate.
It does. It gives them the feeling that, hey, I'm not going to be trapped in here. I can probably even run through here if I have to. But once they get her halfway in, they'll shut the back and then shut the front at the same time.
The only problem is she weighs more than all those guys combined. So
she is 8-1, by the way. She's gotten some support, but her supporters are being concerned at this point.
And there's really not anything a jockey can do here. They might even take the jockey off to give her the feeling that, hey, maybe they're just fooling me, because in the morning they will load them without a jockey occasionally, and it's called schooling them.
And how about
the other way they're waiting?
And what about the other guys standing in the gate right now? If their horses are a little bit antsy, or maybe even they'll get flat-footed waiting so long in the starting gate. It's, you know more about that than we would.
Well, the jockeys are in there thinking, get her in there, please. I don't want to be in here any longer, because they won't go to sleep, but they will relax. And on a speed horse that you want to break well, you definitely don't want to have them too relaxed, because they won't break as sharp as they normally do.
When they finally get out, watch for Dreaming of Anna, Lily Carson, the 8, and the 12, Appealing Zophie, to be the horses that should be rushing up there toward the early lead.
There goes the blindfold on. Now, what they'll do,
the last resort.
It is, and it doesn't hurt the horses at all. What they'll do is they'll probably spin her around, disorient her, so she doesn't know, hey, am I going in the gate? There's Patrick Biancone, her trainer.
Looking concerned.
And you know what? He's probably feeling bad, because he's more than likely taken her in the morning and schooled her because she's had some issues. He's done his job, more than likely. He's a very good trainer.
And I guarantee you, though, he's also embarrassed right now.
Sure.
There
she goes.
Only her third race. And a cheer from the crowd as Her Majesty is almost in there.
And we have co-favorites now, by the way. Dreaming of Anna and Cash Included, both right now on the board at 5-2. So that we'll see if the two-horse race materializes.
Just about in the Earthlink starting gate, which has been featured a lot more than we thought. The first of our 8 races. Again, Appealing Zophie will be the last to load on the outside.
This is the place the gate is where aren't in very long, but it's our least favorite place, Chris.
And let's go to Trevor Denman for the call of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Trevor?
One left to load now in the $2 million Juvenile Fillies. And it is Gatorize coming up, goes in, gates closed, they're all set. And away they go. From the inside gate, Dreaming of Anna got a beautiful start and kicks off for the lead. Here comes Appealing Zophie on the outside, and between those two we have Cotton Blossom, the pace not particularly fast early on. We come back to Octave getting a good position right in behind the leading group. Cotton Blossom on the outside of her. Lily Carson has to go about 4 wide. She's included in the red colors in the vanguard as well. Now here's Cash Included racing in 7th in the white colors, gives them 4-length start. Quick Little Misses up a little closer today in the pink colors. Alongside of that comes Ballet Beauty, and down at the rail we have Sutra in the blue colours, who's now 7 lengths off the leaders. Ad Rhythm and Her Majesty racing towards the rear. On the outside of that comes Gatorize, and Satulagi is the trailer, giving them 10-length start. They make their way to the half-mile pole now, and Dreaming of Anna has got a dream run out here. She's not been pressured on the lead. She has it by a length now. There goes She's Included up to put some pressure on her. Appealing Zophie in the white on the outside. Tucked in at the rail is Octave. Now Octave going to have to find some room. She's in with a big shot in the blue collars though. Cotton Blossom racing back in 5th. Cash Included not doing enough. She's 8 off them. They come into the top of the lane now, and Dreaming of Anna's asked to kick for home, and she does so willingly, but Octave in the blue colours down at the rail is looming the danger. Appealing Zophie in the white cap hanging tough, and Cotton Blossom on the grandstand side. 4 of them line up as they pass the 300. Now it's Dreaming of Anna and Octave, but Octave is catching her stride for stride down the centre. Dreaming of Anna digs deep. She calls on all her class. Octave can't get to her, and Dreaming of Anna and Renee Douglas have taken the Breeders' Cup Juvenile a length and 3/4. Octave a game second. Cotton Blossom finished up 3rd, and Appealing Zophie was 4th.
So Todd Fletcher runs 2-3 in the first race of the Breeders' Cup, but the big prize goes to Dreaming of Anna, whose trainer Wayne Catalano said the rail will be no problem at all tactically, and Renee Douglas his first Breeders' Cup win.
And how about the Dreaming of Anna's strength in her previous 3 races has always been her break from the starting gate. She gets out of that thing like a shot, and she did it again today. I thought there'd be more competition for the early lead, Jerry, but there really wasn't.
Well, she stood in the gate longer than any other horse and still broke well. Got to her normal position. The surface, I guess, was not a problem because she had plenty of left to hold off Octave. And usually when a horse doesn't handle the surface very well, it tires him out. It's like running through quicksand. But she was fresh as a daisy at the 8th hole.
And how about that for a 78th birthday present for owner Frank Calabrese, a $2 million purse. There's Wayne Catalano, former jockey. There you go.
And so much for the no fillies ever won this race from turf to dirt. That's taken care of now.
And in the old days, people would make a big deal out of the fact that this filly hadn't run in 7 weeks. You know, nowadays, horses are trained so much more differently than they used to be that we didn't even mention it. It's not even a factor anymore. She's clearly the champion 2-year-old filly of 2006.
Renee Douglas.
Yes.
How does it feel to win your first Breeders' Cup race?
I think I'm still dreaming.
Thank you.
I think I'm still sleeping, so.
Was there ever any doubt in your mind as you went around the track?
I tell you what, this filly is the best filly I've ever ridden before. I say it early, and I always say it. But this filly is very special, and I always have confidence on her. I was a little concerned about the post. You know, not about the quality of horses, just the post. Because a lot of horses, you don't have to be the best horse to win the races. And
Renee, thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day. Patty Cooksey?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. I'm here with the second place finisher, Garrett Gomez. Garrett, your filly ran a big race. Was there anything in the race that happened?
No, you know what? I had a really good trip. I mean, she's just a little bitty filly. She's a little keen early on, first time going 2 turns. You know, I had a dream trip all the way from the half-mile pole on. I got a dream trip through up on the inside when I turned for home and slid to the outside just a little bit. I thought I was a winner when I got her out, and the other filly kicked into another gear, and my filly flattened out first time going 2 turns. She ran a heck of a race.
So you'll take the second place finish?
We got to, you know, but she's a nice filly, and I look for big things down the road for her. So.
Thank you, Garrett. All right, guys.
All right, gang, thank you. So Octave holding off her stablemate, Cotton Blossom, who took 3rd. What a happy birthday for owner Frank Calabrese. The filly named for his sister, Dreaming of Anna, winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and certainly the 2-year-old filly champion.
This week on Countdown, Romo gets Terrell Owens.
Dreaming of Anna takes the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Calabrese, the owner, had a sister, Anna Anderson, lost her 16 years ago to cancer, honored her by naming this horse Dreaming of Anna, and what a way to celebrate his 78th birthday is Dreaming of Anna. Trainer Wayne Catalano. This global meet, score 1 for Chicago in the Century 21 Winner's Circle. To Janine.
I'm here with trainer Wayne Catalano. What told you that this filly was more than just a one-turn wonder?
Oh, she trained like she'd go all day. I was not worried about the distance at all. She trained in the morning. She worked very fast. She finished up her work. She galloped out strong. I had no problem with the distance at all.
I hear that you have just recently, you and your owner, Mr. Calabrese, have recently just turned down a significant amount of money for this filly. Tell me about that.
Mr. Calabrese turned down a lot of money. He said, Wayne, I want to take you to the big dance. He said,
big future.
I told you I'd do it. Here we are.
And how much money was that?
It's a lot of money. I'm not really sure, but it was a lot.
Okay, I think, guys, what we heard was that it was in the millions. They didn't want to sell, and now they have their first Breeders' Cup winner.
That was a smart move right there. Sometimes the sales you don't make pay off.
The reason Calabrese said he didn't want to sell is that he calls this filly his insurance policy for his grandchildren when she retires and becomes a broodmare.
And sentimentally named, too. You'll see Dreamy Havana's full brother, Lewis Michael, in the Sprint later on. He will, unlike his sister, will not be one of the favorites. Dreamy Havana paying $720. Octave makes it a 50-80 exacta. And Fletcher's other horse makes it almost a $600 trifecta.
After her last race in Canada, Renee Douglas said Dreaming Havana gave him goosebumps, and now I guess we see why. We should listen a little more closely when jockeys say things like that, I think.
Cash included, the co-favorite at post time, finishes 5th. Dreaming Havana, just precocious or a big future, you think, as a 3-year-old?
Well, I think she's got a big future because of her pedigree. She's bred to run long, and she can run, obviously, on either grass or dirt. Her dam is a half-sister to a former mile-and-a-half turf horse called Kitten's Joy. So, I mean, she can go either direction well.
See the lengths behind. We're within 4 lengths. And then it spaces out rather rapidly. The beautiful Breeders' Cup trophy, the first at 8 to be handed out today to Joe Tessitore.
It is a very emotional winner's circle down here. Happy birthday, and of course, memories of a lost one. And here to hand out the first of our 8 Breeders' Cup Championship trophies here in the Juvenile Fillies, Bob Leakites from UPS. You're used to handling some big packages. This is a big one. But first, let's hear from Greg Avioli, president of the Breeders' Cup.
Well, thank you, Joe. What a tremendous first race on the card. We're very excited to be back at Churchill Downs for a record 6th time. We have a great afternoon of racing and are particularly interested in the classic race coming up. It's one of the best fields we've ever had.
Bob, you have the honors.
Thank you, Joe. Frank, on appreciation of the 20,000 UPSs that work here in the airline in Louisville, Kentucky, and our 200,000 plus employees worldwide, want to congratulate you on winning this race.
Mr. Calabrese, I can only imagine the emotion that you're going through right now. You named this horse after your sister who you lost, and you were just telling me moments ago that there are many similarities.
You get it. Come on. You get it. Come on. No, go ahead.
I know it's very difficult, but obviously the emotion rings true. Wayne?
It's a wonderful feeling. I thank Mr. Calabrese for giving me the opportunity. He got offered a lot of money. He said, Wayne, I'm not going to take the money. I'm going to take you to the big dance. We always talked about coming here. Here we are. Happy birthday, Frank. Thank you.
Happy birthday indeed, and a wonderful fitting tribute to your sister. Chris?
We've talked a lot about money, and sure, money is a component here, but you can see what it means to end up in the winner's circle. Money is just a small part of it. Emotions, the first of 8 emotional occasions in the winner's circle. Here's the first of the excitement that will unfold here at Churchill Downs. It'll all build to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Lavaman, Invasor from Uruguay, and Bernardini in perhaps his last horse. Coming up, we'll meet Kieran McLaughlin, living his life with multiple sclerosis, impacting his career as a trainer, and Tom Albertrani, the trainer of Bernardini, talks about his global adventures in horse racing.
A lot more drama on ABC, ESPN, and ESPN2 next summer and fall, and the trainers so far that I've talked to are supporting it.
All right, let's look at the next race. It's the 4th race here at Churchill Downs today. It's the Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and drawing the rail here is the #1 Street Scent, a live long shot, the partially retired Carl Masker train.
And there is Carl right there leading the horse. Of course, Carl's best known as the trainer of Unbridled, the winner of the 1990 Kentucky Derby, and his emotional scene, We Love You, Mrs. Ginter, in the winner's circle. Street Scent's ridden by Calvin Brill, leading jockey right now at Churchill.
Candace Sormore is aboard, the #2 Storm Mellow, California-based speedy horse.
Yeah, and he actually ran the fastest last race of any horse in this field, and that was in the Norfolk Stakes at the Oak Tree meeting at Santa Anita. He won by a neck, and he's 10-1 right now.
3 is Scat Daddy, New York-based horse, first time racing outside that state.
Todd Fletcher Fletcher, the trainer, originally owned half this horse with his father, JJ, before selling that to one of his clients, Michael Tabor. And he thought this might be the best 2-year-old in his barn early on.
The other Fletcher horse also getting plenty of support, King of the Roxy. $8,000 original purchase price for this horse.
Todd can train them all. He's got 2 wins and 4 starts, but he's never been beyond 7 furlongs. But he should get a good position early, a stalking trip. I'm just questioning whether he wants to go this far.
Nick Zito loves Kentucky. He trained C.P. West. A lot to like about this 2-year-old.
Yeah, C.P. West as in Central Park West. That's what Zito told me the horse was named after, owned by Bob LaPenta. He's the least experienced horse in the field with 2 races, but he was second in his maturity, and that workout was fast.
Getting bet down a lot today. The number 6 Principal Secret, based in California, ridden by Victor Espinosa for the first time.
For the first time, Alex Solis has been aboard this horse his previous 3 starts, and his last one was good. I told you about Stormello winning the Norfolk. This horse was beaten just a neck and was involved in fast fractions.
7 Great Hunter comes off a win at Keeneland, ridden by Nakatani.
He's the leading money earner in the field. He couldn't quite keep up and catch up in the California tracks, but as soon as he came east at Keeneland going 2 turns, voila, a win. So this is a perfect race for him.
And taking a shot with the number 8 Teufelsberg, which finally just broke his maiden in the last time out, the 8th race.
Probably the speed of the race. He's trained by Jamie Sanders, who was the assistant and lead exercise rider for Nick Zito, so she surely knows what she's doing. Don't know if he can go this far, though.
Another Fletcher horse, the number 9 Circular Key, son of Thunder Gulch.
The third of Fletcher's threesome, named for a harbor area in Sydney, Australia, not far from the Sydney Opera House. This horse is 2 for 2 at Churchill Downs, and he comes from well off the pace, which is unusual for a 2-year-old. He's got a lot of talent.
Wayne Lucas used to own this event. He's won it 5 times. Pegasus Win is only horse he's got today.
That's hard to believe. Yeah. He's the only trainer ever to start a horse in every Breeders' Cup going back since its inception in 1984. But this is the first time he's had just one. He says today, I got him right where I want him.
Bill Mott trains Got the Last Laugh, ridden by Renee Douglas, who's happy.
Oh, he really is. And he's trained by Bill Mott, who trained the legendary Cigar. Broke his maiden and won his 2nd race, but was badly beaten in the Champagne by 13 lengths by Scat Daddy. Not a good sign.
UD Ghetto, named for Dayton student housing here. A long shot. Local roots.
But there is a few things to like about him. He's gone 2 turns twice with a win in a 2nd. He's learned how to rate off the lead in his last race, but those were against a much inferior company.
Bob Baffert also not very active today. Only 2 Breeders' Cup starters, including the 13 Malt Magic.
And here's a news flash. A Bob Baffert trained horse right now at 57 to 1. Wow. That's because this horse was beaten 24 lengths in his last race against Stormello and Principal Secret out in Southern California.
And on the outside, Skip Code, stepping way up in class and racing outside Canada for the first time.
And you don't want to have an outside post position like this at any time going a mile and a 16th to Churchill, but especially not when you're a horse like Skip Code, who doesn't have a lot of early speed, and he's not a deep closer either. He's kind of a mid-pack kind of horse.
So, lots of movement since the morning line as we take a look at the odds. And you know, Todd Fletcher is going to be real popular here today with the players. He's now got the 2 favorites in this race.
Now, Circular Key was originally the 5-2 favorite in the morning line, and right now they're sort of like co-favorites. Scat Daddy is his horse is 7-2 on the board. You see plenty of support for C.P. West, and Circular Key right now the 2nd choice at 4-1.
C.P. West, a horse that Nick Zito really believes can have a big 3-year-old season, hopes to lay the groundwork here today. C.P. West owner is with Janine.
I'm here in the paddock with Bob LaPenza, and he named C.P. West for Central Park West.
Exactly.
What has your trainer Nick Zito told you about this colt's development? Because he told me he's had a very carefully laid out plan for this horse.
Right. And we know Nick is very careful. He's very good with 2-year-olds, getting them ready for the bigger races next year. But I think Nick and I both believe this is a special horse.
How special could he be?
I think he could be as special as the Cliff's Edge, which you know was our best horse ever.
Grade 1 winner, the Cliff's Edge. Now, you have invested a lot of money in the sport of thoroughbred racing.
Right.
Why did you get into it?
Well, I get into it because I love the sport. I've been following thoroughbreds since I was 12 or 13 years old. My mother, one of her favorite things in the world, when she turned 80, I said, let me take you to Italy, let me take you anywhere. She goes, take me to the track. And she would bet on 9 horses, and once in a while she'd win.
Well, the apple didn't fall far from the tree, but it looks like you've got an up-and-comer in this juvenile division. Good luck, Bob.
We're excited about him. Thanks very much, Janine.
Good.
Rick Pitino thinks so too. He's the first horse that Pitino mentioned when I saw him the other night was C.P. West. He's a big Zito guy. Can Wayne Lucas win this race? Will his protege Todd Fletcher, who's got 2 strong contenders, beat him out? That's up next.
With Emirates, rides. It's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
And welcome back to Churchill Downs. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Breeders' Cup World Championships. We are setting up the second of our 8 Breeders' Cup races today. Breeders' Cup Juvenile, run by Bessemer Trust, a cast of thousands, perhaps 80,000 people here. Maybe 125 million bucks to be bet on this program. It's called the Breeders' Cup. And of course, the breeders are prominent here as they host the Breeders' Cup for the 6th time, but it's been a 6-year absence, and that's created some extra excitement here. Top 5 breeders of all time. Phipps Family Stables, Alan Paulson. 2 wins short of that. We'll see the Phipps family represented by Pine Island.
Flaxman Holdings happens to be the family, the Niarchos family, the famed Niarchos family from Greece, so big names there.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile, to put it in terms of people who maybe aren't that familiar, these would be like very talented high school age athletes in human terms, right? And there's been the juvenile jinx. No champion of this race has ever gone on to win the Kentucky Derby, but it's become more specialized. These are the early bloomers, not necessarily the big futures.
Yeah, and if you really want to win today, but you don't want to at the expense of winning the Kentucky Derby next year. But I always felt if your horse ran well and handled the surface here at Churchill Downs, it gave you a big edge going into next year's Kentucky Derby.
And one of the reasons why no horse has ever won this race and gone on to win the Derby is because nowadays the horses that tend to win the juvenile seem to be the sort of like the early developing types, the precocious horses. It's not unlike the kid in junior high that was so much bigger and stronger than everybody, and then they catch him in high school.
Well, some great horses have run in this race, even if they haven't won it. Fleet Alex was second here a couple of years ago. Back to our handicapping mavens, Kenny and Hank, for their thoughts on the juvenile.
All right, Chris. Well, Hank, Jay Priven abandoned us. We're on our own for this race.
Hey, he left with his winnings and he's gone.
Hey, we introduced the novices to some of the betting. There's a new thing out. It's called a pick 3, and you're looking at the winner. Because I played a horse called All. I know Steve Chris says that's the coward's button. Well, I surrender to the IRS. I have my SSN with me. Give me a zebra winning. I don't even care. Who are you going to play?
Well, I'm going for a price. I don't need that all button. I've got a long shot in here. I think there's going to be a lot of pace in this race. I don't think the pace materialized in the last one because I think, frankly, a lot of those horses were waiting to gate so long that the pace didn't materialize. But I think you've got a lot going here. And I'm looking at Street Sense, 14-1 the last time I looked. Carl Nafsker, a very savvy trainer, Kentuckian. We're looking at him right now. He comes out of the lane's end, got a wide trip in the lane's end, and actually took the lead in mid-stretch despite the fact that he was 5 wide. And he's going to have a lot to chase here, and I like him.
Let me give you one more, Bomber. Pegasus win. D. Wayne Lucas, his only starter all day. The father's Fusaichi Pegasus. He won the Derby over this track. Hank, if you're not with a tear in your eye right now, you don't have a heart. Chris?
Well, we'll see if Lucas can get his 19th Breeders' Cup win. This is a 1/16. Again, a $2 million purse and a field of very talented 2-year-olds, all 14, full field.
You know, Wayne Lucas is probably the least excited about that filly that just won on the lead because I think his best chance with Pegasus winning is to be on the lead. And these jockeys have just watched the horse go wire to wire. So if there was a question mark in their mind whether they wanted to lay closer off the pace, they're going to lay a little closer.
Pegasus win getting some support at 8-1. Again, nobody starts longer than 30-1 in the morning line, but not much support for the horses beginning on the outside. So we're headed to the paddock. We will come back. Sports Center will have an update on the rest of the sports world, and then we'll be back right here to Churchill Downs for the Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
The game is on. Learn to play the horses and play for free. TVGFree.net. Learn from horse racing experts. Let me help you pick a winner. Challenge the leaderboard and compete to win valuable prizes every day. Go to TVGFree.net right now. And they're off. Get in the game. It's fun.
In the Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Circular Key just clicked down to 5-2 a minute ago. That's where he stood at the morning line, the favorite, named for a great part of Sydney here. It has the excuse on Polytrack, synthetic racing surface, which is a handicapping conundrum for a lot of people in the Breeders' Cup.
I think the biggest question is he won so impressively at Saratoga, making up 10 lengths from the top of the stretch, a huge rush. But when he went over to Keeneland, he stretched out and went on the Polytrack, 2 different things. Was it that he's going a longer distance, or was it the track that minimized his big kick? I guess we'll find out today.
When I saw him break his maiden here at Churchill Downs, I thought he was the Kentucky Derby winner. You know, you like to say things like that in June of their 2-year-old year, so you sound smart.
Yeah.
But, you know, he looks so good here, and he'll come from way back off the pace.
What about his stablemate Scat Daddy?
He's the horse I like here. I think he's the horse to beat. I absolutely loved his last race in the Champagne. It was a racetrack at Belmont Park that was slightly speed favoring. There was a big headwind, and, you know, Pegasus wind. The Wayne Lucas horse had the lead, and Scat Daddy ran him down. And I think this, to me, this is Pletcher's best chance. There's his father, by the way, on the left, J.J. Pletcher. He was a trainer himself.
Who I mentioned owned in partnership with the
Scat Daddy, right.
Scat Daddy,
yeah.
yes.
He owned a quarter of it, as did Todd, and then they sold to Michael Tabor, who also has, of course, Circular Key here.
Pletcher's former boss, Wayne Lucas, trains Pegasus Wind, his only horse here. He's won this race 5 times, far more than any other trainer. He won the Juvenile Fillies a year ago, but this is his one hope here today.
And guess who the co-breeder of Pegasus Wind is? Steve Coffin, the former jockey who never won a Breeders' Cup race.
Janine?
And I'm here with Wayne Lucas. What's it been like for you watching this season, seeing Todd Pletcher break several of your records, many of which most people thought would never be broken?
Like a proud father. I'm really happy for him. I'm proud of him. He's earned every bit of it, and I'm just delighted.
But your records for Breeders' Cup, I think, for now are safe anyway. The most wins, the most earnings by any trainer on Breeders' Cup Day. What should we watch for in this race from Pegasus Wind?
Well, I don't think we want to change what we do best, and that's it. We do get into the race and show a little bit of speed. I think that ideally we're going to lay up there probably in the first 3. But I don't think when you get to the big event you should change up. And so we'll do what comes easy for us. Hopefully we'll have a good trip from the 10-hole.
And that's what we'll watch for. Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Out of the 10-hole, he's currently 10-1. First starter on 2 turns, and now you're seeing the number 7, Great Hunter, ridden by Nakatani.
He's really drifted up. I think he's a great value right now. I really like this horse going in. He's screaming to go this far on this kind of track. It's kinder to his closing style, and he's really a bigger price than I thought he'd be.
Yeah, he's 7-1 at this point. Drifting up from a 9-2 in the morning line.
Everybody's acting well, walking to the gate.
There for a change. There's the number 6, Principal Secret. Again, Espinosa for the first time on him.
A really speedy horse. You can expect him out there early, along with Pegasus Wind, along with Teufelsberg. And this is about as close as you can get to a horse being black, but actually not officially being black. That big white star on his head keeps him from being labeled black by the Jockey Club, but it sure looks like it to me.
And, you know, the trainer really wanted Alex to take this horse back last time. He let him make the lead, so I see him coming off the pace.
And Stormello and Principal Secret had a little bit of a rivalry here already in their young careers, each splitting win.
Back out at Santa Anita in the Norfolk most recently.
Here's on ESPN.com, going with Scat Daddy.
No problems here so far.
And right now, Circular Key is at 5-2. He's the favorite. The second choice at 7-2 is Scat Daddy. But boy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 horses. 6 horses under 10-1 right now. So the public having trouble ascertaining exactly what they think.
So what do we see, Randy? We see Teufelsberg and Pegasus Wind going for the lead with maybe Principal Secret?
Well, I think Principal Secret will be right out there. Yeah, definitely. He's got a lot of early speed.
And Todd Pletcher checking it out. He was close in the Juvenile Fillies, running 2 and 3. And as they head into the Earthlink starting gate, Pletcher hoping for a little bit better luck here in the Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile. To Trevor Denton for the call.
Last one to load now for the Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juveniles. Skip code coming up. Goes in. Gates closed. They're all set. And away they go. Circular Key took a little bump shortly after the start and is going to drop back last. Stormello is going to go on to set the early pace. Scat Daddy showing early speed, but he too is in tight and had a drop back. There's Principal Secret and Pegasus Wind on the outside. They sprinting early on. Just in behind the leaders now, we have got the last lap, and then there's Malt Magic. Scat Daddy is down at the rail, 3.5 off the leaders. King of the Rocks, he's up alongside of him. CP West is racing back into 8th position, giving them 7-length start. Up alongside of those two, we have Great Hunter now who's towards the rear. Then we come back to Teufelsberg, being followed then by Skip Code, who's racing back 4th last. A long way back here to Street Sense, UD Getter, and Circular Key is last, and Circular Key's got to be 20 lengths off these leaders. They go to the half mile, and Principal Secret in the red colours takes the advantage, but they've been going some pace up here. Stormello's already ridden along down at the rail. Pegasus Wind. Now there goes Scat Daddy on the outside. He's hooked 4 wide, but Scat Daddy goes to take them on. CP West is running on behind that. And let's see Circular Key starting his run now. He's a good 12 off them. Circular Key making good ground if he can find a way through, and then Street Sense. At the top of the lane, Pegasus Wind. Scat Daddy breathes down his neck on the outside. On alongside of those two now, here comes Great Hunter. And Great Hunter now just goes right on by them. Circular Key from last on the grandstand side. Homeward bound Circular Key coming out gamely on the center of the track, but it's not going to get to Street Sense, who's gone well clear as they come for home now. And it's going to be Street Sense to win this one in distance. Street Sense could not have been more impressive. He romps. It'll be Circular Key second. Great Hunter finishes third, and Scat Daddy was fourth.
We called Street Sense a live long shot, just destroying this field as the favorite got caught up in traffic.
Holy cow, that was impressive.
Biggest margin of victory in this race by a 2-year-old. Very impressive.
Calvin Burrell aboard Street Sense. And Carl Nausker, he said he's partially retired. He might stick around for a while with this young 2-year-old.
No kidding, and that is by far the biggest win of Calvin Burrell's career, certainly. And now let's watch the break and see. There was a lot of jam up into the first turn.
A lot of bumping. Circular Key got squeezed out very, very quickly, further back than he wanted to be. Really, the only one that was left alone was number 1, Street Sense. He had a great trip on the rail, a little far back, even a little pushing out in the first turn. But it got very crowded with a hot pace up front, really setting it up for a come from behind horse. Calvin Burrell loves this racetrack, rides here routinely, actually skimming the rail with his boot to come through and win.
Shout out to Hank Goldberg there, who picked the winner and liked him as a nice play. And I'll tell you what, you know, this is going to, the authority of this victory is going to hear a lot about the fact that no winner of this race has ever gone on to win the Kentucky Derby, because this was extremely impressive. Look at him cut the corner. Now you see Circular Key. See, I don't think the start bothered him that much, personally, because he's going to be way back there anyway. If it was a speed horse that got sandwiched like that, that's a major thing. But he was going to be way back in the pack. But
it was a rough ride for Garrett Gomez, though, trying to get him free.
Yeah, I'm turning it down right now. Calvin. Yes, sir. Did you have a strategy to come through on the rail the whole way? What was your strategy?
No, but, you know, that's my strategy. The man just told me to ride him like I owned him, you know, and that's how come we do so good together.
I mean, you were flying around the turn. Was there ever a question in your mind whether you get stuck in traffic, blocked?
No, sir. I had so much horse. No matter what, I think, you know, if I'd have got stopped, he'd have got me out of there so quick. And, you know, I think he didn't like the poly track the other day. He didn't show up like
Could this be a Derby kind of horse, Calvin?
He's a totally different horse. I told Chris McCarron to watch him the other day. And when I come back, he said he was a good horse. And when I come back and worked him here the other day, it was unbelievable.
Congratulations.
Thank you, boss.
First 2 winning jockeys, Jerry, enjoying some of the hugest victories of their life. Garrett Gomez, meanwhile, aboard the second-place horse. And let's go to Patty.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Garrett Gomez, another second-place finish with the juveniles. How'd this race go?
You know, he settled in real good for me and galloped along. And, you know, he started to concern me just a little bit because he kind of started to do like he did the other day where he just wasn't involved at all. And finally, about the 4.5, he started passing horses and starting to get a little involved. And, you know, I had to swing a little wide when I turned for home. Thought I was in good shape, and I looked up, and Calvin snuck through on the fence, and I looked up there, he was gone. But, you know, he's come along good, and I look for bright things for him, too, in the future. So.
How was the start, Garrett?
The start was, you know, he always breaks a little slow. It's just him. You know, he's so lackadaisical, and he has not a care in the world. And I think that's what makes him such a good little horse about everything.
All right, Garrett, congratulations. You got a few more to go, guys.
So Circular Key, favored beaten, 8 for 23 now favorites are in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and Todd Fletcher a pair of seconds. Circular Key, though, showing a lot perhaps for his 3-year-old campaign, but the day belongs to Street Sense and Calvin Burrell, Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile winners. Unbridled.
This week on Countdown, Romo gets Carol Owens. Cowboy touchdown. Tony Romo dishes on his relationship with T.O. and how he stays cool under pressure. And Payton is the man. Can the Colts remain undefeated? Get fired up for Sunday's showdown with the Patriots and relive the rivalry. Plus, our football pundits cast their vote on a number of topics, including the best moment of the season.
And they're coming down to the finish here. Here indeed is a superstar. A Rousey absolutely
6 more races to go. A reminder that Saturday, 3:30 Eastern Time, Ohio State and Illinois college football. As the Buckeyes just count down to that showdown with Michigan. Everything is just a build-up to the big collision in Columbus. Boston College and Wake Forest at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. This is a massive showdown in the ACC. We've seen a pattern today. The #1 horse has won both races, and people who sit next to Kenny Mayne pick winners and make other people money. Kenny?
He's doing all right. Hank Goldberg has just been elected king of the second floor. The excitement hasn't died down up here. Nice pick, and the rail just absolutely opened up for that one.
Like the Red Sea, as we say. But I saw a lot of pace in this race, and I knew that this horse would be closing, but I really liked his race at the lane's end at Keeneland. He had a tough break in that he was wide and a little bit of a premature move. Not premature this time. When it opened up, he shot through there, and I really respect Carl Nafska, the trainer.
Your winner, Street Sense and all.
By the way, you've seen the last of me today. I know when to quit. Bye-bye.
Oh, you don't mean that. You don't mean that. This is a 23rd running of this race, and that was the most dominant performance. A record 10-length margin of victory for Calvin Burrell. Street Sense, and a very happy Carl Nafska. Memories of another great day here at Churchill Downs. Janine?
That's right, Chris. And, you know, Carl is semi-retired, but he has retained a few horses to train for longtime clients like Jim Taffel. Was this horse one of the reasons why?
No, not really. It was because Mr. Taffel and Mr. Smith and I have been together for Mr. Smith 23 years and Mr. Taffel 20 years. And, you know, it's a great relationship. We've had so much, and we've had the Banshee wins and Unbridled, and you know, it's been a great connection, yeah, relationship.
You told me that in his prior races, your horse would kind of get to the lead and then kind of pull himself up. What made the difference today? Because he ran on professionally.
I think one thing I can contribute to, you know, we shipped him to Chicago and he won, and then we shipped him back out to Slop, and I don't think he was used to that. Then we took him to the poly track, and he never ran over. And I think he's back home now. This is Churchill, and he says, oh, I know what I'm supposed to do down the lane. Here I'm supposed to keep running.
And, of course, it didn't hurt that the rail did open up for him. I mean, smooth sailing all the way.
All the way. It was he started a beautiful move right before Circular Key started, and I watched him. He was flying. I said, okay, don't stop today, baby.
He certainly didn't. Congratulations, Carl. You know, you and Wayne Lucas are the only trainers to have won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile, a Kentucky Derby, and a Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, maybe if we're fortunate and the good Lord bless us, we'll win the Derby, and we'll be the first one to win the Breeders' Juvenile and the Derby.
There you go. Okay. Congratulations, Carl.
Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you very much.
Janine, thank you. Unbridled never did run in the Juvenile the year before winning the Derby. It's the 4th biggest winning price in the history of this race for Street Sense, $32.40. $181.20 exacta was Circular Key, and the favorite, and Great Hunter up to 3rd. Pretty good trifecta, almost $1,000. Here's the complete order of finish now. Scat Daddy running 4th, so again, close but not quite.
Just goes to show you how tough it is sometimes to figure out the potential of these horses in 2-year-old races. A horse wins by 10 lengths, an all-time record, and yet he pays $32 to win, and this horse looks like he might have a bright future.
And the Lucas horse, Pegasus win running back in 11th, and he is finished for the day. Did it stun you, that 10-length margin in this race? By anyone?
Yeah, it really did. I didn't think anybody was that much better than the rest of the field.
Let's go down to the Century 21 winner circle, and Joe Tessitore. Joe?
The Bessemer Trust Breeders' Cup Juvenile Trophy is going to be presented by John Hilton, the president of Bessemer Trust. But first, let's visit with Jerry Abramson, the mayor of Louisville. Jerry.
Well, it's great to have everyone here. It's such a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And congratulations to Mr. Taffel, to the trainer who trains here in Louisville. You need to come back now for the Kentucky Derby or come back in 2 years for the Ryder Cup. We'll all be here in Louisville waiting for your return. Congratulations.
John.
Jim, as we were saying, this is the 23rd running of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and there's yet to be a Kentucky Derby from this race. So let's change that trend. Congratulations and best luck in May.
Well, we're going to...
Let's hold off on the jinx for just a moment and deal with... That's a heavy one.
Yeah.
I want to know your thoughts when he hit the top of this stretch.
Well, my thoughts were, Calvin, hang on. Don't fall off.
He didn't, and it came home. A lot of emotion.
Well, exactly. And as I told you, we've run in the Breeders' Cup 5 times, had 2 seconds. But this is the first time we've won it, and
Congratulations.
and we are just in ecstasy.
We'll see if you can sell me on the fact that you'll break that juvenile jinx. Street Sense, the winner of the juvenile. Chris.
Sire, Joe Street Cry was third here 6 years ago. Here's the aerial look of where it happened.
Yeah, well, Circular Key and Street Sense were right together. Circular Key is right here, the white, and he's going to take this outside route. And Street Sense, here he is right there, the yellow, Calvin Burrell. He's going to go up there, and I'll tell you, the problem is Calvin doesn't have an opening right up here on the rail, but he's hoping it's there by the time he arrives. So as we let him run, you can see Calvin duck to the inside. He's looking up in this area right in here, and he's just praying. By the time he gets there, going as fast as he is, there's an open hole.
What's important to note, though, at this point, Street Sense is only about a length and a half ahead of Circular Key, and they're going down the straightaway the last 3/16 of a mile, and Street Sense just leaves him behind.
Listen, they both could have gone around, and Street Sense was going to win anyway.
Exactly.
It just made it more dramatic and easier, but that's how Calvin rides.
How gutsy a move was it? There wasn't a heck of a lot of room on the rail.
That is what makes him him. You know, you roll the dice, you pull the trigger, and you hope there's a hole by the time you get there.
He is fearless when it comes to getting through on the inside of horses.
Because if it's not there, Chris, he's got a steady hard, and he gives the race away right there.
Exactly. That was his run. If there's no space, he's not going to get to the winner's circle. Coming up, the great Ouija board, a global legend in racing. We continue in the Breeders' Cup. Range of Emotions and Ruffian, the movie, and ABC next June. Welcome back to the Breeders' Cup World Championships. 2 races down, 6 more to go. If you're looking for early trends, first-time winning jockeys in a Breeders' Cup race. We knew this was the post-Jerry Bailey, post-Pat Day era of the Breeders' Cup. New stars would have to step up and emerge, and 2 guys enjoying monster wins in their careers so far. How about that, Jerry? You guys inheriting the mantle here. Calvin Burrell, Renee Douglas.
You know, they're both good riders, and just because they haven't been heard of much in the Breeders' Cup, it's probably because they haven't gotten great mounts, and they've made the most of what they've had today.
And they made some money. Well, you get, what, 10% of the...
It's a huge day.
Nice check, and they move up in stock.
It's a huge day for them for further resources as well, but they'll make more today than a lot of people make in a year.
Next up, the Emirates Airline Filly and Mare Turf, and a superstar featured here, Ouija board, but Dancing Edie trying to break a trend, a California base to win this race.
The inside post position is an advantage given the fact that the race starts close to the turn. She's a horse that has a lot of early speed, but she was second, beaten by wait a while, 4 lengths plus in her last start.
There's the globe-trotting superstar, Ouija board. Won this 2 years ago, second last year, rare 3 times in a row. Entered.
Yeah, what a great mare she is. 5 years old now. This will be the last year that she races. She's already made $4.5 million, more than any other horse in the Breeders' Cup, except Perfect Drift, and right now she's 6-5.
3, Maura Kalana, French-bred 3-year-old, ran this 3 weeks ago.
Yes, she was shipped to Biancone from France in late summer. Both of her U.S. races are good. The one you talked about in Keeneland, she was second, third in New York. But I'm just wondering, is she a cut below these?
Filmmakers run second and third the last 2 years in this race, written by Ramon Dominguez.
Mare is a model of consistency. In her last 15 starts dating back to May of '04, she's never been worse than 4th. She races from mid-pack, likes the turf the way it is today. Good chance.
Honey Rider, a well-seasoned 5-year-old, usually on the board.
This is the first of Todd Fletcher's 3 in this race as well. 2 for 29 career so far in the Breeders' Cup. 2 seconds and a third today. Honey Rider, so tough. 9 photo finishes in her life. She's won 8 of them.
And the number 6, Quiet Royal, a new arrival in the Fletcher barn.
Yeah, the Fletcher horses are lined up here all next to each other in 5, 6, and 7. Quiet Royal was third in the Queen Elizabeth at Keeneland in her last start, then transferred to Fletcher. So he's just now learning about her, ridden by Olivier Pellier, Frenchman.
3-year-olds struggle typically against older horses, but Fletcher's other horse, Wait a While, a major contender here.
Wow, might be the best way to describe her year, almost Bernardini-like. She's won her last 4 by a combined total of 18 lengths. The thing that affects her the most is the condition of the course, and it's firm today for her.
My Typhoon, trained by Bill Mott, 2 for 2 in the Churchill Downs turf course.
Along with Dancing Edie, probably the speed of the race. And she might be the best bred horse in the Breeders' Cup all day, owned by Charlotte Weber of Campbell's Soup fame. She cost almost $3 million at the yearling.
Number 9, Satwa Queen, U.S. debut for this shipper from France.
She's not getting a lot of respect. Right now she's 10-1, but keep in mind the Europeans are superior to the Americans in most cases on the grass. That's what you've got to just assume going in. And Satwa Queen comes out of a really good race in France.
And let's go to Janine Edwards.
I'm here with Dawn Adam, who owns the lovely Filly Filmmaker. She's making her 3rd start in the Breeders' Cup. Was it by design? Because this year she's only had 3 races. Last year she had more races. But I know that Graham Motion came into this year with the Breeders' Cup in mind.
He did, Janine. She's very lightly raced, and that's by design. We were battling a little bit of a quarter crack earlier in the year, and we intended to start her earlier, but we really only had like 5 races planned for her, and as it is, this will be the 4th. But this is the one we were shooting for, and we wanted to make sure she was fresh and on top of her game for today.
Now, why the jockey change? Ramon Dominguez has been pretty much her regular rider, but Edgar Prado is back on today. How did that come about?
Well, if you look at the farm, and we have great respect for Ramon, let me make that very certain and clear. But if you look at the farm, Edgar's ridden her more than anyone has, and he rode her when she won her only Grade 1, the QE2 at Keeneland. He rode her last December in the La Proviante and Calder, and she finished 2nd her last 2 outs. So we just thought maybe let's make a slight change and see if that might not help her.
And maybe the 3rd time will be the charm. And of course, your primary threat in the race is Ouija Board, and Nick Luck is with her owner, Lord Darby, right now.
Janine, thank you. Lord Darby is with me, and Teddy, a familiar to face to all US race fans now. You're here again, your 3rd Breeders' Cup. Why is this day the most important day in your calendar?
Well, it's pretty special to be back out here. First ever, I think, European horse to come back and contest a Breeders' Cup for the 3rd time, and to be at the home of the Kentucky Derby, and I won't say that too often, is pretty exciting stuff.
And how has she settled in this week on the backside?
She is amazing. She gets off a plane. She knows the race is about to be coming up. She seems to lap up the glory of more and more adoring fans looking at her. And, you know, she just took it in her stride. She's looking relaxed. She's settled in, and she's getting there, and we just hope for the best today.
Much has been made about the fact she's had a hard season against males. She's in against her own sex here. Are you worried at all that she might be over the top?
I don't think so. She shows every bit of spirit. Frankie rode her at work in England a couple of weeks ago and said she was as fresh and enthusiastic as ever. She was in great shape. You know, we bypassed the Arc, we bypassed the Champion. She's been off for a few weeks, and she looks fresh and ready to go.
Good luck. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Lord Darby, the owner of Ouija Board, can she do it? Can she come back to her glory day of 2004 at Lone Star Park? Well, she'll be a hugely tough nut to crack, and all our hearts are aflutter, all us Europeans. We desperately hope she can. But I would urge you not to forget the 2 French fillies in this race. Satois Queen is one, the other is Germain's. Now, Germain's last time out at Keeneland ran a nice race on her US debut. She wasn't knocked about, as we say in Europe, and she gets a key jockey switch today to Christophe Soumillon, who won, of course, the Breeders' Cup Turf last year on Scirocco. She's a good filly, she's on the upgrade, and she's got a great jockey on her back. But the one that we Europeans really want to win is Ouija Board.
Nick, you've been quite open about that. We'll keep an eye on the 2 French fillies starting next to each other on the outside, but not getting a whole lot of support. Germain's 12-to-1 morning line now, just 17-to-1. And Ouija Board is 6-to-5 favorite. That's about as strong a favorite as you're going to get, other than maybe Bernardini today. Would you say, Randy? Yeah. Coming up next, we've seen what can happen in the starting gate. Her Majesty, difficult load in the Juvenile Fillies. Jerry Bailey will take us into the Iron Monster with a look at this sometimes dangerous process that horses and jockeys face before the race.
We bought 100 acres 34 years ago and put 10 stalls into the back of the barn and started
viewing the game. Seeing the 2 emerging jockey stars win the first 2 races. That's a place all you guys hate, right, Jerry? The scale, the moment of truth.
My least favorite place, actually.
You see this crowd, perhaps 80,000, throwing down perhaps 125 million or so. And again, 6 more races to go. The Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf is coming up next. We're going to see Ouija Board, the star unveiled that Nick was so insistent that all of Europe was behind. And it's a lot of people in America, too.
And when Americans handicap races, there's something in the daily racing form that's called buyer speed figures. And what that is, basically, it's just a function of how fast a horse runs, the time modified by the speed of the racing surface. Now, Ouija Board comes from Europe, where they don't do buyer speed figures, so you have to estimate it. And that would be my estimate of her speed figure in the last race, 111, which is higher than any other horse in the field. But look how close Wait a While is at 109. That's why Ouija Board at 7-5, and Wait a While is 2-1, and those 2 are so far ahead of the field in the betting.
Probably the thing that might separate them the most is the condition of the course. We've had rain here a little earlier. Ouija board likes it a little softer. Wait a while definitely likes it firm.
Now, I have a value line here on the right. That's what I think is the proper value for the horses. On the left is the current odds. So in other words, I think Ouija board may be a little, over bet right now at 7-5 compared to the 9-5. I think she should be pretty close on the other ones there. 6-1, 8-1, 40-40. Satwa Queen, I thought, wasn't getting the respect that she deserves based on her races in Europe. I thought she should have been a little closer to 9-2 or 5-1.
Of the two French fillies, you think Satwa Queen clearly is the one to watch for in this race? Well, horses like Ouija, but most of these veterans are globetrotters. They log all kinds of miles going all over the world. They've been through everything, including the starting gate procedure. Now, as we saw earlier, it's not only where the race begins, obviously, literally. It can also be where your hopes can end if things don't go well. So we thought we'd enlist Mr. Bailey, who's been in that starting gate thousands of times, to take us in there and explain.
Before the start of every race, the assistant starters will close the front doors, which are really heavy, and they're spring-loaded, held together by this electrically charged magnet. Now the horse and jockey are loaded, and the official starter is ready to not turn on the electricity, but to turn it off, allowing the lever to drop and the gates to open. Sound simple? Well, if everything goes smoothly, it is. But that's not always the case. As a jockey, I felt the starting gate was one of the most dangerous aspects of racing. Why is it so dangerous? Well, for one thing, you're surrounded by steel. Now, this gate might look open and airy. Most horses, who can be a bit claustrophobic anyway, feel the crampedness of these close quarters. When we enter the gate, the horses usually appear to be very calm on the outside. But on the inside, well, their charged up engine is ready to explode. And the trick is to time that explosion to happen exactly when the doors open. If the timing's off just a hair, your mount will charge the front doors, forcing them open prematurely, just as Barbaro did in the Preakness.
That happens pretty frequently, but the doors, they take about 500 or 600 pounds of pressure to open up. So when a horse does make a big move like that, he's taking his entire body weight and smashing those doors open.
But their surge isn't always hard enough to break through, and they don't always charge forward. These thoroughbreds can ram into the sides of the stalls or flip over completely. As a jockey, I knew there was very little room to escape if things went wrong. When a horse gets fractious in this small space and smashes us up against those steel stalls, we depend on our bodyguards, the assistant starters, to keep us safe. But most of the time, things run smoothly. Horses standing squarely, looking down the track, waiting for the gates to open, waiting to do what they are bred to do, waiting to run as fast as they can.
Guys wouldn't expect any trouble in the Filly and Mare Turf, more experienced horses. That starting gate's going into the far turn. Pretty short run into that first turn as they come out in front of us twice this mile and 3/8 race on the turf. Back up to Kenny and Half for their thoughts.
Well, Chris, this time ESPN will not break into all programming on all channels to congratulate Hank if he's right this time, because I think you're hammering Ouija board, who is just a tremendous horse.
Well, Frankie Dettori, who rides Ouija board, would stop by before, and a little concerned because the turf course is very firm. He would have preferred it a little softer, which benefits Wait a While, who's improving with every race. 2 years younger than Ouija board, and has won all 4 efforts on turf by 4 lengths. Those are the only 2 to look at in this race. I prefer Ouija board slightly over Wait a While.
But would you look for just a minute at Filmmaker and Honey Rider? Filmmaker in her 3rd try, and this Honey Rider improving for Todd Pletcher, both being let go at 8-1.
Wait a While's, and this is a compliment, a freak.
Very well. Hank Goldberg has spoken. Let's go back to Chris.
Guys, thank you. Ouija board, perhaps her last race, and a 3-year-old trying to take her down. Is that how you see this race shaping up, a 3-year-old versus an older mare?
It looks like a 2-horse race to me as well. I mean, the mile and 3/8 distance there, it is not going to be a problem for either horse. It's a 3-turn race, just like the John Deere Turf will be a little bit later on at 1.5 miles. it looks like a two-horse race. Ouija board is just so tough. And I think as a 5-year-old mare, she's better now than she's ever been. Last year when she came here, she had a rough year. She had injuries, she had illnesses, and Jerry rode her last year to finish second in this race, and you knew full well she wasn't exactly what she used to be last year.
Yeah, during the whole course of the race, she never gave me a feeling of a good horse. Yet I looked up and saw, man, I'm going to be second. I didn't even think she was going to be on the board. So her class alone got her second. If she's doing better now, she's going to be tough to beat.
Frankie Dettori aboard Ouija board for just the second time, kind of a revolving jockeys for this great horse who's traveled around the world many times. A dead left for trainer, logging literally millions of frequent flyer miles. Now, how do horses make the trip? How do they handle not just the trip around the track, but the trip to the track? It's an issue in the Breeders' Cup Classic with Lava Man, who's never won when he's had to fly outside of California. Well, as you can see right here, they travel not only frequently, but they travel a lot more stylishly than most humans.
It's not really done this way. Horses never travel alone, except for Mustangs in the wild sometimes. And they can't read. So how would they know where to line up? And who would give them a ticket without proper ID? And where's the farrier? Horses don't take off their shoes alone. But this part is true. They do travel in comfort. They're pampered. They're given first-class treatment on Emirates Sky Cargo. Lots of legroom, just like on the parent company, Emirates Airline. This here is an A310 Airbus, but not any A310. It's one of 3 converted from a passenger jet to a cargo jet by Emirates. It can hold up to 37 tons in case some of the horses just ate a bale of hay. The Airbus flies to 80 destinations and acts as a flying barn, except that it's not made out of wood. The horses are loaded into air stables, and then they board the plane one by one, slid into position and locked into place for a safe journey. The horses don't like to fly alone, so there's plenty of space saved for their grooms who can stretch out and rest on what are sometimes 10-hour flights. Once on the ground, deplaning is orderly and efficient. The horses leave their traveling pod for a trailer, and then it's on to the racetrack, where the comfort provided on the Airbus gives them a chance to fly in and win.
Humans travel pretty well in that airline, too. There is Satwa Queen, who's made the long flight from France. In her career, she's also traveled to Dubai, but this is the debut. When we come back, a further look at the Emirates Airline Filly and Mare Turf. Is it a 2-horse race, or is there a surprise in store? This week to erupt in the Breeders' Cup Classic. But now the ladies head for the grass, where foreign horses traditionally rule. Can British favorite Ouija board continue that trend? Can Todd Fletcher's wait a while keep the title stateside? It's all now in the Emirates Airline Filly and Mare Turf. So England versus America versus France, represented by the number 9, Satwa Queen, his trainer, Jean Duroulier. At Gorella, another filly we'll see in the mile later on before Biancone took over her training. To Janine.
Chris, I'm up here with Stephen and Jillian Lamprell. They are eagerly watching their filly Satwa Queen warming up for this race. You've come all the way from Dubai to watch your filly race, and you also supplemented her for $180,000 to run. What did your trainer tell you about her condition right now to take this gamble?
Well, Jean wouldn't have brought her here unless he thought she was running well enough. And she came a very close second in the Prix de l'Opera. And because of that and her present condition, she hasn't raced very much, you know. She's ready to run, and we thought it was a good race for her to come in, and it's a fantastic place to come and race, you know.
It certainly is. Jillian, this is your first Breeders' Cup, and you told me that your filly is on top of her game right now. What did you see from her in her last race?
She did very well in her last race, and I think that this time she'll do even better. She's happy, I think, and that makes a difference when a horse is running, if they're happy.
And I know you two are very, very excited to be here. We'll let you get back to your seats to watch. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thierry Toulier, the jockey for Satwa Queen, but the favorite for the 3rd consecutive year in this race is the great Ouija board. Has earned almost $4.6 million.
Boy, she's looking good right now. Just to put her year in perspective, she beat a horse called Electrocutionist over there in England, who won the Dubai World Cup earlier in the year. Last time out, she was beaten just a neck by Dylan Thomas on turf, not dirt. And, you know, those are obviously male horses. If she were running today, in the John Deere turf instead of in the Filly and Mare turf, she would still be one of the favorites against the boys, against Hurricane running the boys today. So that's why she's a 7-5 choice here. She's gritty. Look at her dig in there. I mean, she does not want to lose, and that's one of the things that that has been the hallmarks of her career.
Frankie Dettori with no Godolphin horse in this race, a chance to ride Ouija board for just the second time.
But he knows her well, and Frankie's a terrific jockey, and once ridden her, he knows probably every hair on her body.
And now the 3-year-old star will try to take down Ouija board, the American Best Hope. Wait a While, ridden by Garrett Gomez. She's really blossomed on grass, huge numbers if you look at the racing form, Randy.
4 for 4 on the turf. You know, earlier this year, the Kentucky Derby won, of course, by Barbaro, who had come off the turf earlier in his life. Wait a While, ran in the Kentucky Oaks on dirt. Now she's gone the other direction. She's gone from dirt to grass, and boy, she sure found a nice home on the turf.
She's got a bit of an outside post for breaking so close to the turn, but with her style, she'll probably follow My Typhoon and Dancing Edie right over, get a really good stalking trip laying third, let's say.
Garrett Gomez, her rider, second in the first 2 races. Todd Fletcher's been close, but not quite. He's convenient for Todd in this race. 5, 6, and 7. He can saddle them right next to each other.
Yeah, there's a look back. We put this on tape as they were in the paddock. Todd likes to put the saddle on each one of his horses. That way it shows no preference to one owner over another. And, he's a guy who's very organized, and he's got the help to do that. We heard him say he has 45 people working on his team today to help pull this off. So all 3 of them made it just fine, and Todd's hoping for much better luck here than he's had so far.
And if it's not put on properly and tight enough, the saddle will actually slip up a horse's neck during the course of the race if you're not careful.
So he's got Honey Rider, which is 8-1, the long shot Quiet Royal at 42-1, and of course Wait a While. Let's go to Patty.
Thank you. They put a blindfold on Wait a While, and they've got her in the gate, and she's settled down. The turf course is listed as firm, but you've got to remember, this is Churchill Downs, and this is more of a sandy loam type turf course. And I think Wait a While kind of likes the more firm course to where, she can maybe feel her feet rattle a little bit. But she's settled in the gate now, and they've got the blindfold off. Everybody else looks good. Nobody's too hot.
You don't want to be hot as you approach the starting gate. There's the 8, My Typhoon, another Irish bred who's won twice on this course right here.
And she has a fabulous pedigree, maybe the best pedigree of any horse all day, by Giants Causeway out of an ARC winner, Urban C. You can expect My Typhoon to be up there on the lead along with Dancing Edie. Those horses should be the 2 pace setters in this race, but of course most are not expecting them to hold.
Laura Talana, another French bred going into the Earthlink starting gate. Well-behaved fillies and mares here. Just about set. Mile and 3/8. The Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Back to Trevor Denman.
Germain's the last one. Goes straight in. They're all in line now. He'll sent on the way in the Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare. Germain's a little slow to get going. Down on the inside, we have Dancing Edie determined to take the early lead and goes on to lead them. Racing up into second comes Filmmaker on the outside. My Typhoon in the red cap now taking that second spot. Wait a While is very keen in the early stages. Been restrained now, though, taken back into fourth, just 3 lengths off the leaders. On the outside, Satwar Queen is going to have to come through in the grandstand side. Here's Frankie Dettori and Ouija board in the white cap right in the middle of this track, about 6 lengths off these leaders. Racing in just behind those 2 comes Mora Lacana. Up alongside of her, we have Honey Rider, and Quiet Royal has been taken back to the back, but only 9 lengths would cover them all. Past the stands first time round, and Cory Nakatani and Dancing Edie in no hurry at all, taking them along as slow as he can now. My Typhoon on the outside is in second. Jamance has taken a strong hold at the rail right there in third. Filmmaker is in the 4th position, only 2.5 off them. On the outside, Wait a While is a joint 4th. Here's Ouija board in the white cap down at the rails in the 6th position, 4.5 lengths off these leaders. Satwar Queen up alongside of her. Quiet Royal begins to make a bit of progress on the far side, and then we come back to Mora Lacana and Honey Rider. No more than 6 lengths would cover the entire field now. They make their way to the half-mile pole, and now My Typhoon picks up the pace on the outside of Dancing Edie. Racing in just behind that comes Filmmaker, who's going up between them. Down at the rail we have Jamont, only two of them. Wait a While is on the outside. Ouija Board is still back in the sixth spot, giving them 4-length start now. In behind that, Quiet Royal, Satwa Queen. They come into the top of the lane, and My Typhoon kicks for home. Here's Wait a While coming to take her on now. Ouija Board down the grandstand side in the white cap, racing in behind that, Satwa Queen. They are homeward bound, and here's Ouija Board being so confidently handled by Frankie Dettori, just hand-riding her along the inside, coming with the late runners, Filmmaker. Ouija Board in full flight for the wire. Filmmaker coming on gamely, Honey Rider, but this is another scintillating effort from the true superstar, Ouija Board, and Frankie Dettori. They win it by 3. Filmmaker will be second, Honey Rider was third, and Wait a While had to settle for 4.
And Europe celebrates another victory for the great Ouija Board. Wins this for a second time, saving ground early, guys, so calmly and confidently ridden by Dettori.
She was so good when she was here in 2004 or at the Breeders' Cup as a 3-year-old filly. Last year, a little off form as a 4-year-old, still ran second. She's better than she's ever been right now as a 5-year-old mare, and you see the result.
And anytime you let a horse that comes from behind stay fairly close to a slow pace, the finish is going to kill you, especially with a classy mare like her.
And there's Filmmaker on the inside, who has chased Ouija Board now for 3 years in a row, and once again, she sees Ouija Board finish in front of us.
Second, third, and second the last 3 years for the number 4 horse Filmmaker. Honey Rider was third, and Wait a While will have to wait a while longer to blossom as a global turf star.
And there is trainer Ed Dunlop, who has done such an unbelievable job this year with Ouija Board, spacing out her races. As Lord Darby said, they could have run her in the champion, well, they ran her in the champion stakes last out, but they also could have run her a couple of times since then. He chose to bypass those races to keep her fresh for the Breeders' Cup. This might be the last race in her career. They may take her to Japan and Hong Kong later on to wind it up, but it's the last time we'll see Ouija Board here.
Frankie Dettori. Frankie, can you see?
Awesome.
Listen, Frankie, you've ridden some great horses. Where does she stand?
I mean, not many horses win 2 Breeders' Cups, and she's a super mare. I'm very lucky to ride her, and we've been very nervous for a while because we know how good she is, and she should deliver to the public today.
Was there any anxious moments?
No, actually, she took me around so easily, and she's undoubtedly the best filly in the world now, without a doubt.
As you turned for home and moved out around Wait a While, the gray filly, did you knew you have her in your sights?
Well, for a minute I thought, better not let the gray filly get away. But actually, I ended up getting there too early, and she wanted to run for me, so just let her loose, and the rest is history.
Very good. Congratulations.
I know.
He has ridden a lot of great horses in the Godolphin stable. As you said, no Godolphin entry here gives Dettori a chance to ride Ouija Board, and perhaps her last race. We hope not, but that is the reality. 2 minutes, or 2:14.55 is the winning time, and it was just easy, effortless, dominant, and a very popular verdict here for Ouija Board, the favorite champion of the Emirates Airline filly and Mare Turf for the second time in her brilliant career.
3 champions chasing 1 legacy.
Champion of champions. Champion of champions. Cyber Sunday. Booker T versus the Big Show versus John Cena to determine who will be the champion of champions. One of you will be defending your championship.
You vote for which one of those 3 championships you want to be at stake?
Don't miss WWE Cyber Sunday live and only on pay-per-view tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific.
Who do you like today? I like the 9. You better not let me down.
I like the 2 horse. I like the 4 horse.
11 to win.
I like the 5.
8's the number.
Number 3.
I got the 2 horse in the 5th, the 6 horse in the 7th, and the 8th horse in the 9th.
I like the horse that's going to win.
I like my horse to be from a strong, powerful family.
I like my horse. I like my horse.
I like my horse.
I like Zito's horse. Finished second.
Who do you like today? Who do you like today? Who do you like today?
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, UCLA, Cal, or Virginia Tech, Miami. Tonight at 8, college football lives here.
From the fields of glory where Saturday afternoon legends are born, to the pageantry and passion, it's time for college football. Now you can bring that passion and pride home with Fathead. So put away that foam finger and slap up a Fathead. With schools from all the big-time college football powerhouses, Fathead wall graphics are classic collectibles made for only real fans. It's easy to put up. Just peel and place in any home or office. Fathead can take a hit. Printed on strong, durable vinyl, Fathead is the only wall graphic that actually lets you move it over and over again all season long.
Looks like this little fella's ready.
So big and real, you can't find them in a store. There's only one place to get them, fathead.com. Officially licensed by the Collegiate Licensing Company, NASCAR, the NBA, the NFL, and Players Inc. Fathead.com is where you can also find all your favorite players and teams. Call or go online at fathead.com today. Check out our special season pricing and be the ultimate fan of your team. Fathead. Go big. Real big.
In England.
Boy, a nice scene here. Frankie Dettori aboard Ouija board, and a warm ovation from folks who have gathered, stood up to get a look at this thoroughbred legend, perhaps for the last time. Really a nice moment. Speaking of jockeys, Mr. Bailey, we'll give you some praise. For those viewers who don't realize that Jerry, before he sat next to us, won a lot of races, and he won 15 Breeders' Cup races, just 3 more than Pat Day. 5 Breeders' Cup Classics. He also lost on Ouija board a couple of times, too, and Bernardini, the only jockey to do that. So much on the downside as well.
That's why I'm sitting here now, Chris.
Mike Smith's still alive and kicking, and he's the active leader, I guess, with 10 at this point. What can you say that hasn't been said about Ouija board?
We got a brilliant ride from Frankie Dettori, who might be the best jockey in the world. I mean,
he wasn't needed today. He was a passenger.
Exactly. He was more of a passenger today. A lot of jockeys, most jockeys could have ridden Ouija board to victory today, correct?
But you know, in this day and age of horses becoming superstars and vanishing to the breeding shed, it's nice to see a great horse stick around for 2, in this case, 3 years.
It is, and there was a lot of talk about her retiring at the end of her 4-year-old season, and Lord Darby said, I want to keep her racing. That's why I want to show her to the fans, and it's, you know, racing's all the better for it.
And poor filmmaker lost a length and a half 2 years ago to Ouija board. Second again today. College football presented by Southwest Airlines in prime time tonight on ABC. Oklahoma and Texas A&M from a juiced-up Kyle Field. UCLA and California rivals in the Pac-10, and ACC rivals Virginia Tech and Miami. Both teams wounded, colliding in the Orange Bowl at 8 o'clock Eastern time.
Thank you.
And the guy who may be the world's best jockey, the world's best mare, it's safe to say, is Ouija board, and they're headed for the Century 21 Winners Circle. Frankie, he didn't have that much to do with it now.
He's a charismatic guy, though. He really wears his emotions on his sleeve, win or lose. He's very popular in England.
But you know, as easy as it might have looked, Chris and Randy, there's a lot of pressure on a guy like Frankie because he's expected to win, and any mistake that he makes is magnified.
See if a Frankie horse later on, Red Rock Echo of Light, a chance to get back to this winner's circle, you think?
A little tougher assignment.
Winning at Churchill Downs is special for Frankie because he was widely criticized for his ride on Swain here in the Breeders' Cup Classic in 1998, and so he really celebrates extra hard when he wins a big race at Churchill.
You know, he went about a foot higher when he was about 10 years younger, so age is catching up to him as well.
It's nice, Jerry, to see a jockey kind of wear his emotions on the sleeve. Sometimes you guys are kind of hard to read, or it's on to the next race seconds after you cross the wire, but not this guy.
Well, in this totem pole business, they're looking to take the top guy down and take his place. It's very hard to be candid, so you're kind of guarded most of the time.
Yeah, it's the same exact as 2 years ago. The price not that different either. 121.20. Ouija board pays $480, and there's Honey Rider. And wait a while, not hitting the top 3, finishing 4th.
Disappointing. I mean, she had every shot at the top of the stretch. She got inside of Ouija board, and it wasn't good enough.
Patty Cooksey made a good point, though. This is a sand-based turf course, unlike the typical turf courses in California that she's been running on, even New York.
And Filmmaker is also retiring at the end of this year, so she'll have to go to the breeding shed knowing that she never got past Ouija board.
She got paid well today.
A lot of mares will know that as they head to the breeding shed. Sopra Queen and Germans, the 2 French fillies we talked about, finishing 5th and 10th. There's a very happy Frankie Dettori and a happy trainer with Janina Edwards.
I'm here with trainer Ed Dunlop. You know, last year she had a serious injury. She was nearly retired. What does it say about this Phillies constitution to come back and show the form that she has shown this year at the age of 5?
She's the best, and there's no other way of saying it. To win 2 Breeders' Cups and be second, having come from Europe, is phenomenal, and she's an absolute champion. Great ride by Frankie. I'm very lucky to have had her in my life.
What does this filly mean to you? Like you said, 2 Breeders' Cup wins. She's taken you all over the world. What does she mean to you? What has she meant to your career?
Well, this is the World Championship, and she's won here twice, so it means everything, you know. We haven't finished yet. She's got a couple more runs before she tires, but it's another great, great day.
So she will go to Japan and Hong Kong before she's retired?
That's the plan. As long as she's okay, we'll see how she is tonight, but that's the plan.
How does it make you feel when you see the American public here, this vast crowd, cheering like crazy for your filly as if she's one of their own?
Well, she's become a people's horse in Europe, and almost the same here now, so it's very flattering. It's great, and, you know, we're very honored to have had her in our lives.
Congratulations. America surely loves Ouija board, Chris.
And gets a good look at her for the final time, apparently, as she heads off to Asia. The 7th two-time Breeders' Cup champion. Todd Fletcher with Honey Rider running 3rd there. So here's what he's done so far, guys. 8 starters, no wins, but all over the board. A disappointment?
He's still out, probably. He still has the favorite in the distaff coming up, though, so that's Fleet Indian later.
5 more Breeders' Cup races to go. Plenty more here from Churchill Downs. But that's back now for a Sports Center update.
Linda Cohn coming to you from the ESPN studios, getting you updated on Week 10 in college football. Just a reminder on ESPN 2, 3:30 Eastern, the #1 team in the country, Ohio State, taking on Illinois. Now about the #2 team, Michigan Wolverines taking on Ball State. 17-9 Michigan when Brandon Miner takes a major statement with a 40-yard TD run, making it 24-12. It's now 31-12 Michigan. Big 12 North up for grabs, Missouri and Nebraska. Nebraska up 17-3 when Zach Taylor hooks up with Hunter Teeth-Tiller, making it 24-3. Missouri has answered, but it's still all Nebraska. Cornhuskers showing how good they really are against a tough Missouri team, 27-13. And in the ACC, Maryland beating Clemson. A win by the Terps ties them with tonight's BC Wake winner for the top spot in the ACC Atlantic Division. That's it for now. Sending it back to Chris Fowler. Chris?
Yes, I think so.
Linda, thank you. So some surprises brewing in college football. No surprise in the Philly and Mare Turf as Ouija board visits the winner's circle for the 10th time in a great career. Lifetime earnings over $5.7 million to Joe Tessitore.
Chris, I'm caught up in a big Euro party over here with the Executive Vice President of Emirates Airlines, Gaith Al-Gaith. Gaith.
Well, we are very proud to be here, winning this race and seeing the response of the people. And in Emirates Airlines, you know, we've been flying here now for 3 years. And in this very short time, we've been able to increase our frequency to 3 flights. And this is all due to the huge success we had with the sponsorship, and we hope we will continue to support horse racing here in America.
Well, Lord Darby wants your support right now, so hand it on over. His mantle's getting filled up. Lord Darby, quick history lesson here.
Thank you very much indeed.
The 12th edition of your title is the reason why here in America we use the word Derby. You're a Derby, and you're enjoying it here.
You're Derby, and it's just so fantastic for me to come back, another Breeders' Cup, and, you know, to be at the home of the Kentucky Derby. There's Twin Spires up there. It's just awesome, and it's just a huge credit to all the team. Frankie gave her a brilliant ride. Ed, brilliant trainer of her. You know, he's just done so well all the time. And all the team back at home. But it's a great breeding success. And so our stud team too. And that's where she ends up at the end of this year, I'm afraid.
A race that defines her legacy. Chris?
I'd say it's a full mantle for that group. We've seen one superstar prevail in Ouija board. Coming up next, time for the TVG Sprint. And another star, Henny Hughes, battles Bordenaro. That's straight ahead.
My lifestyle on the PGA Tour is not the 2 hours you see on Sunday afternoon. It's travel back and forth across the country and around the world. I really couldn't imagine my life without NetJets. I've never missed anything in my hectic schedule. NetJets has changed my life. It's made me more successful on the golf course, more successful in business. It's made me a better father and a better husband. No matter where I'm going, what I'm doing, I'm going to get there on time, and I'm going to get there safely. NetJets.
With Emirates,
Emirates, it's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
These days, car insurance ads are everywhere. In fact, they become hard. Hey, hello. Hey. They've become hard to avoid.
Call today and save, save, save.
But Progressive Direct can cut through all that noise by comparing itself to other big-name companies side by side in 20 different categories, including rates. So now you can go one place online and see how they really stack up. Think easier. Think Progressive.
With Emirates, it's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
This week on Countdown, Romo gets Terrell Owens. Cowboy touchdown. Tony Romo dishes on his relationship with T.O. and how he stays cool under pressure. And Peyton is the man. Can the Colts remain undefeated? Get fired up for Sunday's showdown with the Patriots and relive the rivalry. Plus, our football pundits cast their vote on a number of topics, including the best moment of the season thus far. The Saints back in the Super Bowl. Sunday NFL Countdown, presented by IBM, 11 a.m. on ESPN.
There is a game that fills the senses and thrills like no other. A game that touches the heart and tests the brain. A game for old-timers and first-timers. For families and big fans. A game you don't just take in, it takes you in.
Thank you. We're back up next, the TVG Breeders' Cup Sprint. The worst performance over the years by favorites here. Only 5 of 22. Out of the money the last 3 years has been the favorite in this race. Meet the field. Number 1 horse in the TVG Breeders' Cup Sprint is Thor's Echo, based in California, and ridden by Corey Nakatani.
Trained by Doug O'Neill, who of course will have Lava Man coming up later in the Breeders' Cup Classic powered by Dodge. Thor's Echo coming off a good second-place finish in the ancient title, 1 length behind Bordenero, who is among the favorites for the sprint.
Well, Todd Fletcher has some hopes here. They haven't come through, but the 2 Friendly Island is a real long shot now at 48-1.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that people weren't really including when they looked at Fletcher's day and the horses that had a chance to win. Almost an afterthought, seemingly, as an entrant in the sprint, but he does come from off the pace, and if it's fast enough, it could help his chance.
The 3 is Lewis Michael. His sister, Dreaming Havana, won the Juvenile Fillies.
Yeah, trained by Wayne Catalano, who trained Dreaming Havana. You know, he's really not a sprinter. In fact, he's never run a race in 6 furlongs. All of his races are coming a mile or over, and he tried to get in a mile, but he couldn't.
Here is Henny Hughes, the superstar, trained in Dubai, back on U.S. soil.
He's won all 3 of his starts here by a combined total of 18 lengths. He's brilliantly fast, but he did show the ability in the Vosburg to come from slightly off the pace. It'll help him today.
Are you talking to me? That's the number 5 horse, a 5-year-old who gets in late with the withdrawal.
Yo, you talking to me? Yeah, he was one of the ones that was on the waiting list, so to speak, and when a couple of horses dropped that, Are You Talking to Me gets in the lineup at odds of 35-1. Again, Doug O'Neill, the trainer of this one, and Thor's Echo.
Strong contender, Bordenaro, a 5-year-old. Only his 13th race, so on race is a 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's had some physical problems, but he does nothing but win. He's won 5 of his last 6 starts, and not just in California. He won at Gulfstream Park, and he won at Oaklawn Park.
7 Nightmare Affair, ridden by Edgar Prado.
This horse has run 41 times in his career, and more than anyone else in the field. And by way of example, Henny Hughes has only run 9 times. All of his races have been in Florida, with the exception of 1, and he hasn't done well that time.
8 horses, Pomeroy, Eddie Castro.
You've heard of horses for courses? Well, this is one of those, but the catch is, this isn't the course he loves. It's Saratoga. He runs like a super horse there, and pretty much average everywhere else.
Too Much Bling, trained by Baffer, coming off an almost 4-month layoff.
Like Henny Hughes, Too Much Bling is a 3-year-old. That's probably a bit of a disadvantage, but he has a lot of speed. He's won 4 of his last 5 races, and Garrett Gomez in the saddle.
Number 10, Warfront, ran second to Henny Hughes last time out.
Trained by the legendary giant killer, Alan Jerkins, and we'll see if he can slay a couple of giants here in Henny Hughes and Bordenaro at odds of 16-1. This horse was second to Henny Hughes last time out in the Vosburg.
The 11, Siren Lure, 5 out of 6 this year.
Yeah, you know, he's hot on the board. He was 10-1 on the morning line. He's now 4.5-1 at 9-2. I like this horse. He's on the improve, winning his last 3 in a row. Pace sets up for him, but as all come from behind horses, he's got to get lucky in traffic.
Only 3 females have won this race. Malibu Mint, the number 12, set to become the 4th.
Her 2 races here at Churchill Downs this year were as extreme as it gets. She was 6th in the first one where she stumbled to the break, losing her jockey. 3 weeks later, she came back flying to finish 2nd in the winning color stakes.
A front runner, Attila Sturm, had a leg fracture, Randy, this winter.
Yeah, he's only had 1 start since January. That was in the Vosburg where he was 3rd behind Henny Hughes. You know Borden Arrow's going to show speed. This guy will too. He is some kind of fast out of the starting gate. 4th in last year's sprint.
And drawing the outside post, number 14, Kelly's Landing. A long shot, but the track record holder for 6 furlongs at Churchill Downs, and a long shot in this race. That gives you an idea.
Handicappers call that horse for course. There's a horse, he's 2 for 5 at Churchill, but obviously he's run very fast over this trip before.
21-1, and he holds the record on this course at this distance, though. It gives you an idea here. Now, you know, can anybody take down Henny Hughes, ridden by Velasquez, one of the world's best at 2-1?
It's your classic matchup of East versus West. I mean, there was a spell where the West Coast sprinters really had a big edge over the East Coast horses in the sprint, but the last 5 runnings of this race have all gone to Eastern-based horses, so it's kind of leveled it out a little bit.
Siren Lure at 9-2. If a speed duel develops really hotly, and he'd be the beneficiary.
Let's go to Janine. Janine, do you hear me?
Chris, yeah, just trying to get sorted out in the paddock here as we're looking for some of these horses. But number 4, Henny Hughes, is, of course, the horse that most people will have their eyes on this afternoon. And it's not just because he's one of the horses to beat today. It's because he is represented by the Maktoum family, one of several horses, 6 horses, actually, that they have running this afternoon. Henny Hughes is owned by Sheikh Mohammed's son, Sheikh Rashid. That is Sheikh Mohammed's oldest son. This Maktoum racing dynasty was actually founded by Sheikh Maktoum, Sheikh Mohammed's older brother, who is deceased. Sheikh Mohammed, of course, owns Bernardini. Sheikh Hamdan owns Invasor. They will be going head-to-head in the Classic. And Sheikh Ahmed also has a racing stable. Now, in the last 3 years, the Maktoums have spent over $406 million at bloodstock auctions around the world. And for the last 8 years, the Maktoum family has been the leading buyer here in the U.S. at the September yearling sales. They are very determined to have a powerful racing stable and be a force in American racing. And from the efforts of Henny Hughes and Bernardini this year, it looks like they are well on their way. And Chris, they also own 5 major thoroughbred farms here in the United States.
They may have some more buying to do this weekend after the Breeders' Cup. In the meantime, they'd like to see Henny Hughes and later Bernardini in the winner's circle. Coming up, a personal look at trainer Kieran McLaughlin, how living with multiple sclerosis, talking about how that disease has impacted his life and his training career.
With Emirates, it's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
The game is on. Learn to play the horses and play for free. TVGFree.net. Learn from horse racing experts.
Let me help you pick a winner.
Challenge the leaderboard and compete to win valuable prizes every day. Go to TVGFree.net right now. And they're off. Get in the game. It's fun. It's free.
One final third.
Pick the winner.
They're coming down to the finish.
Learn from the pros. Play to win. TVGFree.net.
Dreaming of Anna Dixie, she calls on all her class. Octave can't get to her. And Dreaming of Anna and Renee Douglas have taken the Breeders' Cup Juvenile length and 3/4. Octave a game second. And Great Hunter now just goes right on by them. Circular Key from last on the grandstand side. Homeward bound Circular Key coming on gamely on the centre of the track. But it's not going to get to Street Sense, who's gone well here as they come for home now.
back here at Churchill Downs on Breeders' Cup 23. Ouija board, the impeccable Ouija board, the second favorite on the day to win. Hank gave you the long shot winner. Kieran McLaughlin has the sprint favorite, Henny Hughes, the 3-year-old. He also has Invasor in the Classic. In success, it could be one of the greatest days of Kieran McLaughlin's life. But then every day is something to celebrate, given the uncertainties he faces.
Even in the high-pressure world of horse racing, top trainer Kieran McLaughlin is rarely without his signature smile. But in October 1998, it faded as news of a serious discovery.
I woke up with a real sharp pain in my shoulder. I didn't want to disturb my children and my wife at 2:30 in the morning, so I drove myself to the hospital, and the nurse thought I was having a heart attack because I was in so much pain.
Doctors ruled out a heart attack and suggested Kieran see his physician the next day.
He told me then we need to go for an MRI and just check and see if I had a pinched nerve. A couple days later, he called me and told me that he thought that I had multiple sclerosis. And what the hell is that?
Multiple sclerosis is considered to be an autoimmune disease. The person can be feeling great on any particular day, and then the next day or a couple of days later may be hit with some devastating neurological symptoms, such as weakness, trouble walking, trouble seeing.
An estimated 400,000 Americans have MS. 200 more diagnosed each week. The news that Kieran had the incurable disease hit hard.
He was a different person, and he was withdrawn, and he just stayed pretty much sitting in a chair for those first few weeks.
That's the toughest thing, is the first 30 days. What am I going to do with the rest of my life? Can I, play golf with my kids? Can I do my regular duties? Can I keep my job?
Almost a month after his diagnosis, Kieran returned to work as a private trainer for the Maktums, the ruling family of Dubai. 7,000 miles from New York, he suffered his first major attack.
He was having difficulty walking, but he would still get up every day, go to work, but he would go down the marble staircase of our house there on his bottom and just keep going as best he could.
I was with a cane, went to the airport in a wheelchair. My eyesight was blurry and affected pretty good.
It was very difficult to watch, but I also admired how the strength he showed and how he just kept going.
Kieran and his family returned to New York in April 1999. His symptoms slowly subsided, but preventing another attack meant living on medication. He chose Copaxone, a daily injection.
The first few months that I did inject myself, I iced myself, my arm or my leg or my stomach. Now I'm so used to it, I just do it without even thinking about it.
In the 8 years he's been on medication, Kieran has not had another attack. MS has left a slight hitch in his walk. He can't run, and he had to give up his golf game. But it doesn't keep him from his passion, and he chooses to talk openly about MS to help others. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society recently honored Kieran for his work in raising awareness.
I'm dealing with it, I'm living with my MS, and I'm successful. There's help out there for people with MS, and we have to move on and keep a positive attitude and keep going and try and live at the best quality of life that you can.
On the night last month where Kieran was honored here at Churchill Downs, all the stars came out. Gary Stevens, Todd Pletcher, Dwayne Lucas, the folks from Darley, and many others, and they raised $100,000 to try to fight that disease. So he's getting great support from the racing community, and right now the racing fans are giving his horse great support. Henny Hughes, a solid 3-year-old, being bet at 9-5. Borden Arrow coming out of California 4-1, and the next is Siren Lure after a long layoff. Hank Goldberg, you've given us a good one so far. Do you got a bomber, or are you going chalk?
Well, Kieran's a great man and a great trainer, and he's an easy route. I like him here. If I may give you a try, I like Too Much Bling. Bob Baffert's horses in training super. And Siren Lure, they say he hasn't liked the track that much, but he's going to be running down the middle of the track with Alex Solis alone. They call it Solis Lane. I think you're going to see him close, and that's my try, but I like Kieran's horse on top.
I love Kieran too, but I'm with Siren Lure. Let's get it back to Chris.
Yeah, sentiment only goes so far. I like him. I don't like his horse today, but there is Henny Hughes, owned by Sheikh Mohammed's oldest son.
You know, last time Johnny V broke a little slow on him, and he just slightly rated off the pace. It's not much, but it's a huge thing for a sprinter, especially a speed horse, to lay just a little bit off a hot pace.
And it sounds like a broken record. Every time this horse runs, he seems to draw an inside post with the speed outside of him, and we talk about how it's a disadvantage. And then Johnny V is able to steer him to the outside around the rest of the speed, and that's the strategy here. That's what they want to do is get him around the speed horses and not down on the rail.
And that's what the jocks are paid for, Chris, to make those moves and those decisions.
Kieran McLaughlin so relaxed, so thrilled with how Henny Hughes looks, but he knows that Bordenaro out of the West is a serious challenger.
Super fast, ridden by Pat Valenzuela, P-Val, as the fans out there affectionately call him. The only jockey riding today who rode in the first Breeders' Cup back in 1984. He rode in the second Breeders' Cup race of all time, the Juvenile Fillies. Not a fond memory. He finished first with a horse called Franz Valentine at 75-1, disqualified to 10th. He went on to win 7 Breeders' Cup races in his career, and this is a top horse.
He's got some fond memories on Bordenaro, though. Patrick Valenzuela, 4 for 4 on him.
Centuries of breeding, endless attention and education, countless days of training, now distilled to a single moment in time and a single goal: performance. Performance made possible by many skilled people spanning generations. Performance. Bessemer Trust, enhancing private wealth for generations.
Fields recognizing what it takes to make a champion here at the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Joe Torre's a big fan. He's been on your shows, I've seen in recent weeks. Rick Pitino, he's hanging around somewhere, Louisville's basketball coach. Perhaps looking at number 6, Bordenaro, one of the California speedsters, again trying to break that East Coast hold on this race in recent years. Janine, what do you think?
I think you're right, Chris, and Bill Spar seems pretty confident, but you told me that it was an agonizing decision whether or not to supplement this horse for $150,000 into the race. What tipped you all in favor of coming?
Well, normally when he recovers from a race, he loses appetite for a week or 10 days, loses hair turns the wrong way, and he just doesn't have the well-being. But this time he forced us. He actually, I say, gained weight. His hair looks good, and he kept in the feed tub. So he sort of forced us to nominate him.
What's the key to the race for him today? What has to happen?
Well, we hope he has an easy lead. You know, nobody goes with him, and he's comfortable and easy. It's a long stretch, and we hope he gets an easy lead and opens up and keeps running.
Good luck, Bill. Wow, Chris, he wants an easy lead. Good luck with that, with Henny Hughes in the race, right?
I'll tell you what, the hair looks good. Spend the $150,000 to get into the race. That's the key.
That's the best way to tell if a horse is physically doing well, since obviously they can't talk except Mr. Ed. You know, if their hair is shiny and good, they're doing well. If it's dull and listless, the horse is not doing very well.
Let's see if the hair factor bears. How does the hair's
overrated
on Warfront look? Yeah, really, you're talking about hair.
Randy and I both think it's overrated.
But about Warfront, written by Jose Santos here.
Well, this would be a great thing for trainer Alan Jerkins. Of course, he's a Hall of Famer. He's been training horses for 50 years. A little under the weather, and as of a couple of days ago, he wasn't going to make the trip to the Breeders' Cup. He's never won a Breeders' Cup race, and so this would be something that's eluded him so far.
And does he know how to win? He's run second a lot, especially in recent starts. Hasn't been able to get in front.
He's run second in 5 of his last 6 races. Yeah. But when you look at who he's been running against, Silver Train, Henny Hughes last time out, you know, that one win that he had in between there at Saratoga, he drew off and won fairly impressively. So I think he's just been outrun.
Henny Hughes, of course, second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year, 3-year-old.
Now I believe we have Kieran McLaughlin, who is eagerly anticipating the start of this race from the grandstand. Kieran?
Yes.
How does he look so far to you?
He looks great. He's doing very well, and we're all set.
Now, once again, I know we've sort of beaten this to death over the last few races, but he seems to draw inside the other speed. So what's the strategy now that you talked about for this race with Johnny V?
Well, we would have liked to have been outside the speed, obviously, but he's hopefully on the best horse. He can work out a good trip.
So you're wanting him kind of to try to get him off the rail and steer him to the outside of the other speed horses at some point?
Yeah, hopefully he'll break well and be laying 3rd or 4th and then cross over down the backside.
How nervous do you get before these things?
Hey, I don't get that nervous, but right now I'm pretty nervous going to the gate. We just hope for a good trip.
You look pretty calm. Thanks, Kieran.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
He never sounds nervous, does he?
No.
You know, he might want Johnny V to steer off the rail, but the rail's very good today, so I'm sure Johnny's very aware of that, and even if he is behind, it's an option to stay there.
If they open up a spot for him down on the inside, he may seize the day and take it.
Well, if Calvin Burrell was on a speed horse, maybe just follow him, but that's not going to happen.
You saw Bordenaro go into the Earthlink starting gate, almost up to the TVG Sprint. The last horse, Kelly's Landing. And let's go to Trevor Denman.
Kelly's Landing goes in, all set now for the TVG Breeders' Cup Sprint. Gates closed. All in line. And away they go to a perfect start. Attila's Storm and Kelly's Landing from the two outside gates. Bordenaro's coming through on their inside. Pomeroy's right there, fourth. Thor's Echo at the rail, a close-up fifth. Alongside of that comes Warfront in the green, captures 3 lengths off the leaders. Nightmare Affair is right there as well. Down at the rail we have Friendly Island, Lewis Michael, Henny Hughes in the gold colors, far back today. Henny Hughes a good 8 lengths off these leaders. Then it's Are You Talking to Me, and Siren Lure is last early. They run past the half-mile pole, and Bordenaro on the inside. Attila's Storm between horses. There's Thor's Echo making a nice run now, and Thor's Echo in the red looking strong as he gets the lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Pomeroy in just behind the leaders. Then comes Friendly Island. Henny Hughes, something drastically amiss today. Henny Hughes didn't pick his feet up at all. He's far, far back. They come past the 300, and Thor's Echo takes the advantage and kicks on for home. And it's Thor's Echo, Bordenaro along the inside. Running a big one here is Attila's Storm. Coming late down the center is Friendly Island. Nightmare Affair, but it's all Thor's Echo. And it's Thor's Echo in a dominating performance in the sprint. Thor's Echo and Cory Nakatani win it clear. Friendly Island was second, a photo Bordenaro, and Nightmare Affair for third.
We thought it might be a California horse, Bordenaro, winning this race. Instead, the number 1 horse, Thor's Echo, breaks the eastern hold in a mysterious performance by Henny Hughes, whose trainer said he looked great beforehand.
He often breaks a step slowly from the starting gate, and then he recovers. When it's in a short field, that's not too much of a problem to recover. But when you're in a 14-horse field with so many other speed horses, Jerry, you can really get behind the 8 ball in a hurry.
And it doesn't take much of a slow break. We're going to watch it right here. Number 4. Henny Hughes right there. Breaks, steps slow, boom, he gets sandwiched, bumped around a little bit, and that's all it takes for a sprinter to be thrown way out of his element, especially Henny Hughes is always used to being up there in the clear. So now this is a whole total different ball game for him.
And now look at all the other horses, how they closed in on the yellow silks. It's easy to see right there. Everyone expected Henny Hughes to be right up there with Bordenaro, or at least close to him. And at this point, he's being shuffled back in the pack, and he does not like that kind of running style. He needs to be up in the mix where he usually is.
Well, he's never been there before, so it's totally different. And, you know, the funny thing was, Cory Nakatani had the rail and chose to come off of it. So I guess it shows maybe there's not so much of a bias, but a tremendous performance by Thor's Echo.
I would never question Nakatani, by the way, in this race. He's won it 4 times.
Yeah. Last time, Thor's Echo, of course, finished behind Bordenaro in the ancient title, beaten by a length here. He turns the tables. Doug O'Neill, winning trainer, won with Stevie Wonderboy in the Juvenile last year for his first Breeders' Cup win. And now, of course, Lava Man will be coming up later for O'Neill, so maybe the start of a big day.
Cory Nakatani.
Jerry Bailey, how you doing, boss?
Good, congratulations. Were you aware that Henny Hughes got away badly?
Well, yeah, as soon as I got away actually really good. Henny Hughes didn't get away that well, and I was down on the inside, and I said, you know what, this track's as good as my horse was handling it. I was going to get him in the clear without going too wide, and he ran a tremendous race, Jerry.
Now, were you content to move off the rail? The rail's been pretty good all day. Did it matter to you, inside or outside?
Well, I just wanted to make sure I had an opportunity to let him run. He felt like he was handling the track, and, you know, that's going to be the key to today's races is the horse that handles is going to win.
Now, as you turned for home, you looked inside. Did you really know that you had those 2 inside horses put away?
Yeah, I knew I had those. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, no one was getting through there. And obviously, you know, the inside is pretty tight right now. So that's why I was making sure there's plenty of place where he can go and run and Theo's that going to big race.
Well, another Breeders' Cup sprint for you. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, so routine, a 4th time here. Look at the reaction in this count. These guys at 15-1.
And guess what? Thor's Echo wins it. We've got another second-place finish for Todd Pletcher, this time at 58-1.
Yeah, Friendly Island. We talked, Randy, this is not one of his better hopes. In fact, one of his longest shots on the board. But again, close but not quite, a developing theme for Todd Pletcher on this busy day. And Patty will now visit with John Velasquez about what happened to Henny Hughes.
Yeah, I got Johnny Velasquez here. He's getting off right now. He's been walking the horse back. Looked like from my view when I was behind the gate there, this horse had a rough trip. I could see those yellow colors, and he really got a lot of trouble up the backside. Looks like he had to take a pretty good hold of him, and Johnny's pretty frustrated right now, and he just said he didn't break real well, and he said that's kind of where you get in trouble, whenever he didn't break real well and wasn't up with the horses where he thought he would be.
It is a lot of pressure, Jerry, riding a horse like Henny Hughes, one of the favorites, you know, the Mokhtoum family, and just a mysterious performance.
The problem is that it doesn't sound much. A horse like that, you don't want to get caught up in the speed duel, so you're not going to light him on fire the first jump when the gate's open. But then again, if you don't, and he breaks a little slow, you're out the back, which is exactly what happened.
And it works out well for Nakatani and Thor's Echo. A lot of second and thirds recently for this California-based horse. Had not won in his previous 8 starts, but that is snapped in big fashion. TVG Sprint goes to a California horse. And welcome back. Thor's Echo shows up big when the purse is big. Hugs for the connections. There's only 2 races in the world that are sprints that are worth $2 million. And now Thor's Echo, after running second in the other one in Dubai, wins the TVG Sprint. And Janine Edwards is with a very happy Doug O'Neill.
And I'm also with little Daniel O'Neill as well, and they are enjoying this victory. Doug, you had told me that Thor's Echo was just really, really worn out after going to Dubai and coming back. At what point did he start showing you that he was priming for a big effort like we got today?
Probably about 6 weeks or so before the ancient title, and just got to thank Dr. Joe and Dr. Ted. They really helped diagnose. You know, their advice was just to back off him, give him time, and we did just that, and just incredible. You know, he ran so big in the ancient title, and he was probably really only about 90% ready, and we had really no thoughts of the Breeders' Cup until he ran that well, and just got to thank. There's so many people to thank, but those 2 guys especially got this horse right.
How did having post 1 affect your strategy today?
Well, it looked like early on everything was winning on the inside. So, you know, initially we weren't crazy about the rail, but after the first few races, we're like, wow, that lane 1's doing pretty darn good. So, but having Corey in a big race like this is you know, you couldn't ask for a better rider, and just I'm on cloud 9.
Now, compare how Lava Man is coming up to his race with the way Thor's Echo was coming up to this race.
God, they're both training super, and again, Tony Romero gets on both of them. Is just, you know, he said they're, you know.
Your exercise rider,
I'm sorry, I'm exercise rider, yeah, and he's been beaming really about all the horses that we've had in today, but I think Great Hunter, who ran a decent third earlier, ran a good third, really, and Thor's Echo and Lava Man, probably have been training 3 of the best this week, but we're just so excited about this, and we still got a couple more.
Yeah, you do. Well, congratulations and good luck. And a big part of Doug O'Neill's success, Chris, is his brother Dennis, who actually picked this horse out.
Nice O'Neill family affair. Doug is wearing a microphone for us all day long, and on SportsCenter, the Breeders' Cup, afterward, you can experience the emotions. He said we got a couple more, kind of modestly. Lava Man, by the way, one of those couple more in the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic. So Thor's Echo pays $33.20 for the 4th consecutive year in this TVG Sprint. The favorite finishes out of the money. Look at the $2 superfecta, by the way. $113,911.
Remember the part about this being the #1 day of the year for horse players? It's payoffs like that that are the reason why. And
Friendly Island is the reason why.
Yeah, exactly. So far, every race has crowned a champion. This one, I'm not so sure. The Sprint champion, this horse hadn't won a race before this since August of 2005. So the title of champion sprinter is still wide open between Henny Hughes, Bordenaro, and this horse.
The 7th biggest upset in sprint history, and what's been a tough go for the favorites. Any explanation why, Jerry, you'd have 4 consecutive years of the favorite not only not winning but not finishing in the money?
Well, in the sprint race, it's so tough when you leave the gate. The slightest little thing that goes wrong, it can put you out of your normal routine by many, many lengths. It doesn't take much, especially in a short race. Things go wrong, boom, the race is over for you.
Doug O'Neill collects 3rd in the Juvenile, and now the victory in the TVG Sprint. Down to Joe.
Thanks, Chris. I'm Thea. Disney is the executive chair for Gemstar TV Guide. David Nathanson, the GM for TVG. David.
On behalf of all the employees of TVG, America's Horse Racing Network, we'd like to congratulate Royce Jamie and Pablo Suarez on winning the TVG Breeders' Cup Sprint. Congratulations.
On Thea.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Royce, Pablo, congratulations. You make it look so easy. Everything looks so easy when you're standing here. But what has this horse overcome to get to this point?
You know, the horse has been doing great lately, and we knew he was going to run huge today. We just didn't know if he was good enough to get it done, and he did it.
What makes him a champion?
First of all, I just want to say this is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous, the fact that we're here. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, all the credit goes to Doug and his brother Dennis for picking out the horse, and he's just been fantastic and improving and improving. We'd hope he'd take one more step forward and he wouldn't bounce, and he sure did. And I'd like to thank Corey and the breeders and everybody this whole family gets along so well. We're just so happy. Very
ridiculous. The word of the day for you.
Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Could be a very, very big day to come for O'Neill and Corey and company. That's it here from the winner's circle.
You got to love it. You got British aristocracy, Lord Darby in there, one race, the next bunch of guys that say it's ridiculous to think about the notion. Arafa Aragorn will take on the fearless Gorella. She challenges the boys. Coming up here in Breeders' Cup Saturday, only halfway through the 8 races, 4 big races to come, including the biggest and richest. Next up is the NetJets Mile, an interesting distance here, dominated often by European horses, but American-based horses have won the last 2. Features all kinds of intrigue and global rivalries, which we'll get into here. Ad Valorem is the #1 horse with Jamie Spencer aboard, 9th race, the race last year.
And Jamie Spencer is the jockey, English champion jockey, who's making his return to the Breeders' Cup after being brutally criticized for some of the rides he gave horses a couple of years ago in the Breeders' Cup.
2 Silent Name with Victor Espinosa.
Silent Name is a rarity. He's a horse racing in America that is a son of the late sire Sunday Silence. Remember, he won the Kentucky Derby. They sent him to Japan for his stud career. We don't get to see many of these, but this is a pretty good one, Silent Name.
Best European chance, perhaps the #3 horse, Arafa, right now 7-2.
Big-time miler in England this year, winning 2 Grade 1s and almost $800,000. He even beat George Washington, who's considered the best miler in Europe. He runs later on the Breeders' Cup Classic. This is his race to lose.
#4, Sleeping Indian with Alex Sillies at 16-1.
He got sick earlier in the year, so he didn't have his first race until mid-September. You know, he was never really considered a Grade 1 horse, and a mile might be a tad long for him, so, you know, take your chances.
#5, Free Thinking got his last win here, but it was an optional claimer allowance race.
Maybe an omen here. Free Thinking is the son of Unbridled. We saw Unbridled's old trainer Carl Navsger win with Street Sense in the Juvenile. Free Thinking maybe in a bit over his head. That's why he's 32-1, but he tries hard.
First of 2 Godolphin horses here, ridden by Dettori, is Echo of Light.
Echo of Light is a son of Dubai Millennium, who was Sheikh Mohammed's favorite racehorse of all time, maybe until Bernardini. So he really would like to see Echo of Light run well, because Dubai Millennium died prematurely and doesn't have many offspring left racing.
Now the #7 Aragorn, trained by Neil Drysdale. Nakatani aboard.
Might be considered America's best miler. He's won his last 4 races, 2 of them Grade 1s and 2 Grade 2s. Neil Drysdale won this race with Warchant in 2000, and Nakatani won it in 1999.
Badge of Silver, trained by Bobby Franco, emerges after a layoff.
He's only run once this year in the San Gabriel in Santa Anita in January, and he won. Franco says he's the speed of the race. He'll put him on the lead.
#9 horse, Rob Roy, ridden by Ramon Dominguez at 20-1.
Here is a sleeper in Rob Roy's last race in England. Pride won it. Rob Roy was 2nd. Hurricane Run was 3rd. Pride came back to win the Arc, the most prestigious race in Europe, and of course Hurricane Run is the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Yes, approval. #10 horse, his paternal grandfather won this race twice, 87 and 88.
And Yes Approval is a horse who has won 3 of his last 4 races. In his last race at Keeneland, he was 4th, beaten 2 3/4 by Aussie Rules in the Shadwell Mile.
#11, Super Frolic, a 6-year-old ultra long shot this morning.
Owner Rosendo Parra recently changed his trainers, taking him away from Vladimir Serin and giving him Scott Blasi. Another change for him is he's going from the dirt to the grass. Only problem, Chris, he's never won on the grass.
4th in the Classic a year ago. #12, Gorella, the the 4-year-old filly who moves into this position to challenge the boys.
She's America's supermare, and we've gotten used to her dramatic flying finishes. She's won 4 out of 5 this year. Her only loss came against the boys here in May. With a good trip, she'll be tough.
Librettis, the other Godolphin horse.
Librettis is a horse who finished 6th in the Queen Elizabeth II last time in Ascot. It was reported that he came back lame after that race, so it's caused some concern among the Godolphin people. Obviously, he's improved.
Champion of the 2000 Guineas in May. Aussie Rules, the number 14, written by Garrett Gomez.
Making his second trip over here. The first time was in early October. They brought him over for the Shadwell Mile at Keeneland, put blinkers on him. Lasix, a diuretic that helps horses who suffer from pulmonary bleeding, was also added. He won very impressively that day.
No doubt that this field was shaped by the fact that George Washington, the world's top-ranked miler, chose to pass on this race, enter in the Classic. We'll get more on that decision as that race approaches, but that kind of opens things up, and it really shaped maybe the decision to run Gorella. Would you agree?
Well, they were looking at either this race or the Filly and Mare Turf for Gorella, but I think Gorella's probably a little bit better at a mile anyway. There's Rob Roy at 20-1. A quick correction. The horse that beat Rob Roy last time, Pride, actually came back to win the Champion Stakes and not the Arc, but the point still holds. Very, very tough competition this horse faced.
Got with rivalry, 2 Godolphin horses, the ruling family of Dubai against Coolmore, the Irish billionaires. Big players from the global thoroughbred stage colliding here. Janine?
Well, Martin Schwartz had 2 options with Gorella, pardon me. You could have run her in the Filly and Mare Turf, or of course this race, the mile. Why ultimately decide on the mile?
We ran so well last year, and we're hoping to get a better opportunity this year. We weren't certain whether the mile and 3/8 would suit her. We haven't gone that far. And Patrick had taken a look at the turf course, and we've had a lot of rain here over the last 10 days. So he thought it might be tiring, and we're going to roll the dice here, Janine.
You rolled the dice last year. It almost worked. You're a little edgier now than you were last year. There's a little more pressure this time around, isn't there?
Being the favorite is a glorious feeling and an awful lot of weight on your shoulders. So I hope she just gets a clear lane and is able to come right, show her burst of acceleration for everybody in the world.
Good luck, Martin.
Thank you so much.
And now with Simon Crisford, we go over to Nick Clark on the other side of the paddock.
Janine, thank you. Yes, as you say, I'm with Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin Operation Racing Manager, Simon Crisford. Simon, you've got 2 runners here, Echo of Light and Librettis. Frankie, has he chosen Echo of Light, or did you ask him to ride the horse?
No, well, we talked about it together, but, you know, we were all in favour of him riding Echo of Light. The horse is doing really well at the moment. He's in the prime of condition, and we're hoping for a really great run.
And given the fact that he's a son of Sheikh Mohammed's beloved Dubai Millennium, who sadly lost his life so early, is this of particular significance to Godolphin, this horse's run today?
No, not really. You know, this is a championship race. This colt has climbed up the ladder slowly but surely. He's, you know, he's a horse we like very well indeed, but he's still got plenty to prove. And, of course, being by Dubai Millennium is nice, but at the end of the day, this is a championship race, and he's got to go and do the talking himself.
Is he mentally in the right place now?
Yes.
And as for Librettis, he was lame after his run in the Queen Elizabeth II Stakes at Ascot. Is he over all the problems that beset him after that, and how serious were they?
No, he's definitely over all of those problems. I mean, they were serious enough in, you know, the horse was lame, and that was a big concern, but it didn't last long. And, you know, he's been training well enough, but, you know, it's the end of a long season for him, and in the summer he was doing really well, probably not pinging quite so well as he was in the summer, but let's see. I mean, he's drawn badly as well, so, you know, we think Librettis has got it all to do today.
Simon, I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
As Simon Crisford, racing manager to Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin Operation. They have 2 runners here, Europe represented by 7. I can't see beyond Jeremy Nazid as a rapper. Chris.
Nick, it's interesting, and maybe the jockey issue is played in the minds of the bettors. Librettis very tepid to point, 6-1 morning line, now down at 17-1 without Victoria Board. Let's go to Sports Center for an update. We'll be right back here for the Breeders' Cup Mile.
All right, Chris, Linda Cohn in the ESPN studios. Who would have thought the most stunning game of the day would be involving the #2 team in the...
And welcome back. Still 4 more races to go. The Breeders' Cup Mile is up next. We've talked about Gorella, 3rd in this race last year. The 12 posts, Jared, as a jockey, is that a concern for Julien Leparoux, who, by the way, leads the nation in wins so far this year for jockeys? A challenge for him?
Oh, it is. It's probably not so much for him on her because she comes from way back. That's what he'll have to do. As soon as they break from the gate, he'll tuck in and drop in behind the field. That's what cost her the race last year. She was third in the Breeders' Cup Mile last year, coming from far back. Gary Stevens had to steady her repeatedly in traffic. She was probably the best horse in that race, but she will face that same thing when Julian Leperoux grabs her from the gate, tucks her over behind the field, and then has to figure out how to get through 13 other horses.
And again, we did this a few races ago. I made a value line, and we compared it to what the actual odds are right now. My line is on the right. The actual odds are on the left. You see, Arafa is being bet a little bit more than I thought he would, but he's been the much talked about horse here all week long. Aragorn a little higher than I thought he should be. And then when you see the next page, Gorilla is right about where I thought she would be at 3-1. Rob Roy not getting as much play again, the European, as I thought he would.
So Gorilla, she's the second choice, and Arafa, quite the value you were looking for in your own little homemade odds. I'm fascinated by this. Will you explain this more to me, and then we'll go to Kenny and Hank and a guest, and I'll get back to this in a second.
Okay.
Special guest star this time, Simon Clare from Coral Bookmakers over in Jolly, England. Cheers. Thanks for joining us. We saw one of the greatest turf runners of all time, Ouija board, already win. This race is loaded with European talent, so can you just walk us through, break down some of them?
Absolutely. Great start for the Europeans. We got 7 out of the 14 runners here from Europe. Arafat, definitely the one I fancy. You know, he's the best miler outside of George Washington, who of course goes for the classic. Very simple, uncomplicated ride. He'll ping out of box 3, settle in behind the lead, and as long as he gets a clear run into that straight, that long stretch will suit him perfectly. I really, really fancy Arafat. There's clearly plenty in the field. Aussie Rules drawn the outside post 14, won well the Shadwell Mile, but I think he's going to have all sorts of luck in running to win from there. I don't fancy him at all. Libertis drawn terribly in 13, awful trip. He's going to have an awful trip. Dettori abandoned him to go with Echo of Light. Now that's the horse I put up as the best alternative. Now this horse is quirky. He could run off the first bend. He's had all sorts of trouble in his races. Last time out in Longshore, he lugs left. He's going to be a danger, but if he does track around that bend and Dettori can keep him straight, you could see a Dettori double.
You know what American producers would say about you? You can fill. Hank, you're down to 10.
Okay. Well, I also fancy Arafa, and I watched that race, the QE2, and I watched what he did against George Washington. And I know how great George Washington is. Actually, he's beaten George Washington, but he ran a great second there and really put a lot of pressure on him. And I think that he is definitely the horse to beat. Now, there's a horse in here called Aragorn, who has been running lights out in California. And I think that this is a horse who, as we look at him now, who is the one to beat in here. But I think Arafa is going to give him all he can handle, and that's my pick.
In a word, Arafa. Chris.
Aragorn. I just have trouble with a horse that's named for a character from Lord of the Rings. Not being a huge fan of Lord of the Rings myself. Jerry, let's talk to him.
Corey, Jerry Bailey. Can you hear me, Corey? I guess we don't have him right now. This horse is acting up a little bit.
Yeah, Aragorn a little bit feisty.
One more time, Corey. Well, I can't hear his audio. He might be talking, but you know, Corey riding Aragon in California all this year. He's very aware of his competition. It's almost the same horses he runs against every race. I wonder if in his mind how he's going to adjust to these new and different European horses.
If you yell loudly, maybe you could hear us. He's right behind us here on the track, but he's heading away.
Yeah, he can hear us. You can just faintly hear him, but we're having audio difficulty.
As a jockey, it's very comforting to know exactly what your competition is going to do because you ride with them all the time. And it is a little different, and you fly by the seat of your pants more in a race like this. Plus, he's got a secondary difference for Aragon. He's been breaking from the inside in California, the 3 and the 2 posts. Now he's got the 7. So even though he won't have as much difficulty as maybe Gorilla with traffic, he will have some.
You're not too concerned about the change from the California-style turf courses to the softer, deeper courses?
Not so much with Aragon. He'll handle this course just fine.
And there's a filly that could be the most exciting racehorse based in America. With her running style, she lays way back. You know, a tremendously explosive stretch kick in the last quarter of a mile, and young Julian Leperoux fits her like a glove.
Can Gorilla take down the boys? The Net Jets Mile up next to the Breeders' Cup after this.
It'd be great to hear exactly what you want.
Coming up later in the Classic, South American sensation Invasor makes his bid for Horse of the Year. But first, Neil Drysdale looks to win the mile once more. He has a great shot with Aragorn, but he'll have to contend with Gorilla, who is out to prove whatever the boys can do, she can do better. She could be the next star in this year's Net Jets Breeders' Cup Mile. Next. And we're back. There is Aussie Rules, ridden by Garrett Gomez. Number 14 post. Not exactly great in a mile. Janine, what do you think?
Well, we shall see, and I'm with his trainer, Aidan O'Brien, who also saddles number 1 Ad Valorem. Now, for a horse that didn't quite get the job done, was trying hard, but didn't quite get there, Aussie Rules in Europe, he came here in a very impressive performance in his U.S. debut last time out. How has that affected his confidence, do you think?
Yeah, obviously he's done his confidence very good. He's a classic winner in Europe. He won the French Guinea, so that's a huge race. And then his next 2 starts in Europe, he's inclined to wait when he goes to the front. And in the Sussex and the Sandown race, he did the same, just waiting when he got to the front. So we put a pair of visors on him, and it really stepped him up the last day. When he went to the front, he carried through his run, so it just helped him to concentrate.
Yeah, the visor in our country here, we call them blinkers, same thing. So obviously that helped him quite a bit. Now, you also saddled number 1 Ad Valorem. Jamie Spencer is reunited with him, a jockey that you've had kind of a love-hate relationship with, shall we say, has cost you some big wins via disqualification. Why did you feel he's the best fit for Ad Valorem?
I know, sure, obviously Jamie rode for us, I think not last season, the season before, and he rode a Group 1 winner on this horse at 2, and he knows him very well, and this horse ran really well in Canada last time and just pulled off a shoe down the back straight with Patrick Husband, and he said only for that he lost a bit of traction, but he said like he's a top miler. He taught him to campaign him in the top mile races.
Very quickly, give me the pros and cons of running George Washington on the dirt in the Classic instead of this race where he would have been a heavy favorite.
Yeah, like we felt like he hadn't a lot to prove on the turf. Obviously everyone knows what he is over a mile on grass, and like it's a big risk, and it's exciting to see what he's going to do on the dirt. He's never raced beyond a mile, but he's a lot of speed, and we always thought that he might get further, but you're never sure until he races. But it'll be exciting to see what happens.
Yes, it will. Thank you, Aidan.
Janine, he's certainly got a lot to prove. George Washington in the Classic on dirt for the first time at 1.25 miles, but the 2 Coolmore horses kind of bracketing this field on the rail and on the outside. And Aussie Rules at 11-1.
And here's a horse, Badge of Silver, that's had 1 start this year. It was his only start ever on turf. He won it. Competition wasn't that great. It was back January 1, New Year's Day. Bobby Frankel is a master at bringing horses back off layoffs, but in my value line here that I showed you a minute ago, I had this horse at 50-1. Picking up weight, a much tougher competition. I think he's better on the dirt, but yet, right now on the board, he's 14-1. So the public obviously is seeing this horse a lot more differently than I did.
When you make him Sleeping Indian, it's currently 21-1, ridden by Alex Solis.
I mentioned earlier he was sick earlier in the year, and he didn't make his first start until mid-September. And the feeling is from the Europeans is that he's a really good 7/8 of a mile horse. Maybe a mile is stretching him.
Yeah, no better than 5th in 3 Group 1 races, but has been 1st or 2nd every other time, but against competition like this just hasn't been up to it.
You saw our aircraft up there. We actually have it's an airplane with a camera on it that's been giving us all these great shots, and quite frankly, I was a little bit worried about it at the first of the day because, you know, a thoroughbred's top speed is 40 miles an hour, and they said the plane stalls at 40 miles an hour. So I thought it might be a little hairy there, but it's been spectacular so far.
There's Frankie Dettori aboard Echo of Light, the number 6 horse, headed onto the turf course. The NetJet Breeders' Cup Mile is next. If you're just joining us after watching college football, welcome to the World Championships of Thoroughbred Racing. 4 races down already, lots of excitement, and 4 still to come, including the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic. Can anyone take down Bernardini? Will it be the blue-collar horse Lava Man, Invasor, all the way from Uruguay? That's ahead, but up next now in just a few minutes, one of the top turf races in the world.
Well, Randy, it looks like Badge of Silver is probably going to be the leader going in the first, at least a pace setter. He's really not a miler, but I don't see a lot of other early speed in here. And usually Breeders' Cup mile races are not won by lead horses.
It's got a lot of good storylines in here, you know, and we got the Arafa storyline with George Washington, you know, having beaten Arafa, and he actually beat George Washington once. Aragorn by the master trainer Neil Drysdale. Corella, such a strong finisher.
Gorella getting a lot of support from our voters at ESPN.com, but Rafa at 5-2, the post-time favorite, as we go to Trevor Denman.
Away they go in the NetJets Breeders' Cup Mile. Ad Valorem breaks well with Silent Name from the inside gate, but now Echo of Light is going up alongside of the leaders, and here's Badge of Silver. Badge of Silver kicks on the grandstand side. Aussie Rules gets a good spot just behind him. Aragorn is going nicely in 6-5 off them. Arafah, the green colours down at the rail, now gives them a 6-length start. The pace a good one up front. Then we come back to Super Frolic, been followed by Librettist, who's a good 10 lengths off the leader, Sleeping Indian. In behind that, now we drop back to Gorilla, who's racing towards the rear. In behind her comes Mystique's Approval, and still the trailer here is Rob Roy. They head now towards the half-mile pole, and Silent Name pulling his way along a length and a half. Badge of Silver second, Ad Valorem right there in third. Free thinking between horses. On the outside, Echo of Light keen to go on in the blue colours. Arafah is hooked 4 wide, and Aragorn is hooked 5 wide as they all line up into the turn. Librettist, meanwhile, gets a beautiful longer run along the rail. Just in behind that, now we have Mies Approval, and let's see, Gorilla is still far back, a good 9 off them. Rob Roy's last. They come into the top of the lane. Silent Name looking to cause an upset. Badge of Silver's right there in second. Echo of Light in the blue colours. Arafah down the grandstand side. Aragorn not quite doing enough. On the extreme outside now, here comes Meeks. Mies Approval with a big run too. Silent Name, but it's Mies Approval mowing them all down. And Mies Approval in a giant upset here. It's Mies Approval coming home to win the Breeders' Cup Mile on his own. Aragorn will eventually get up for second. It was Badge of Silver third, and then a 4-way photo for that 4th spot.
Just like his grandfather, Mies. 87 and 88. Mies Approval, a 7-year-old Florida bred in an upset.
This is a horse that shipped up from Florida. Took him 22 hours to get here. He had a tremendous amount of problems in his air travel. But
wow, stunning.
And he really took the widest trip. He sat back, went around everybody with the strongest closing kicks. Has a transformation this year. I rode him for 3 or 4 years, and he looked like he was over the hill. He went to Marty Wolfson's barn, and for some magical reason, he's just run out of his mind this year.
And out of his mind today. And 24-1, taking down Aragorn, Arafah, Gorilla, some of the best milers in the world.
Gorilla never really a factor in this race, but look at the connections here. Marty Wolfson convinced the owner to take over training, and Bill Mott used to train.
Bill Mott's a master on the turf, and it's amazing this horse has done that much better. Charlotte Weber owns this horse. Charlotte Weber, Campbell's Soup, Godiva Chocolates. I'm sure she's excited.
And Joe, how about Eddie Castro, huh?
Good rider from Florida. Very underrated, unknown really, because he's been riding in Florida most of his career.
And with this win, Eddie Castro is now the 2nd youngest jockey by just a matter of months ever to win a Breeders' Cup race. Walter Guerra was 22 years old when he won in 1984, and just a few months older.
Eddie Castro.
Eddie Castro.
Okay. Hello. How does it feel to win your first Breeders' Cup, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm very happy first time, you know, the opportunity. Thank you, Marty Wilson, in the store plantation.
Eddie, as you were going through the race, when you're laying back and approaching the far turn, was there any chance? What was going through your mind? What were you thinking as you turned for home, where you were going to go with this horse?
Yeah, I put the 10 race, the Sancho Millo in Florida. He running very good in 10 races.
In the middle of the stretch, did you know you had enough horse to win?
Middle of the stretch, enough to win.
Yeah, and then in the middle of the stretch, the other horse, I got it, you know, the pass, the other horse, I did the pass of the week.
Congratulations. Thanks, Greg, for the translation.
Thank you.
You remember Mies Approval, Jerry, right? Wasn't it your final race as a jockey? He got you?
He beat me in my final ride of my career, and I looked out and I said, I know that horse. He can't possibly be that good, but I guess he is.
Yeah, most people didn't think he was that good, but like his grandfather, I just like that story. You know?
And what's funny, I mean, you were on Silver Tree that day. He was a heavy favorite. On that day, Mies Approval was 48-1 and upset you in that race, and lo and behold, you don't feel so badly about losing now, do you?
Oh, I feel just as bad.
We've given you a lot of love, but you also, Bailey's taking his lumps today here.
But you know, I'm glad for Charlotte Weber. She's a great woman, good patron of the game, and it's her turn.
What a surprise here, the 7-year-old from Florida, Mies Approval, wins the Breeders' Cup Mile. That's what it's about.
Things that make you go,
Things to make you go, It's Papa John's.
That's Echo of Light.
Well, we've seen some confirmation of greatness today. We've also seen some big surprises, including the winner of the Breeders' Cup Mile, Mies Approval from Florida. Jerry, how did it happen, and what went wrong for Aragorn here?
Well, on turf races, you like to have an inside trip, but it's not always possible. And I'm going to tell you, right here, Miesque's approval is right there. Aragorn is right there. Arafa, the favorite, is right there, and Gorilla is right there. But as you'll see, there's no room in there for anybody to go. There's no room in that little game. So Miesque's approval is going to have to circle the field and go around. And as we move into the far turn, this is on the backstretch right now. So as we move on the far turn, you'll see Miesque's approval has really no place to go inside. His only option is to circle the field, losing valuable links. Really not the ideal way to ride a turf race, but he has no choice. You just hope your horse is good enough to win. Not only was he good enough to take the worst route, the widest route, but he won convincingly.
You have to wonder what Eddie Castro was thinking. Did he think he had a chance at that point?
As a jockey, you look inside first and you say, hey, if it's not there, I've got to go outside. Time's running out. I'll just see if he's good enough. That's obviously what Eddie was thinking.
I like that diagramming, too. They look just like a football play, like John Madden scribbling something on there.
Well, as a jockey, you do always look first to the inside, or at least you should. And if it's not there, you go the overland route.
There's a happy reaction. Marty Wilson, he may not like to fly, may not like to leave Florida very often, but this is one flight that was worth making, as Miesque's approval pays $50.60. Aragorn makes it a 246 exacta badge of silver. The trifecta 47.81. It's the fourth biggest upset in the history of the mile, and folks who supported Gorella will wonder what happened to her.
Yeah, bitter disappointments not only for the 7th place finisher Gorella, but how about the Europeans? The two Europeans coming over that got the most attention, of course, were Arafa, 9th, and Echo of Light, that fabulous-looking Godolphin horse who finished 14th and last with Ad Valorem right in front of him.
Incredibly expensive horses finishing well up the track as this 7-year-old from Florida takes the big prize. To Janine.
Well, Chris, this is definitely a team effort. I have Marty and Carla Wolfson here. They are husband and wife. They train this wonderful horse, Miesque's approval. First of all, Marty, you asked Charlotte Weber to give you this horse for one race before she retired him. You thought that he had more to give. Why was that? What did you see in him?
I had run against him with some of my other horses through the years, and he was a very good young horse, and his form just went off, and I just asked her if she'd give me a chance, and she's been wonderful for me, and I appreciate everything she's done for me.
Carla, what's the most satisfying and rewarding aspect of this win today? You two have put so much work into this horse.
Marty Wolfson gets a day that he deserves. He did a wonderful job, and he really, really did this. He really got this horse here, and I congratulate him, and he deserves this so very much, as does Livestock Farm. And thanks to Mrs. Weber. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity and this great day.
Well, your patience was rewarded. They never lost faith in this horse, Chris. They knew that this horse had a lot of talent, and he proved it this afternoon.
What a story for Wolfson. His father, Louis, owner of the great Affirmed, who has suffered from Alzheimer's. We send our best to the Wolfson family in a very, very emotional moment of the Century 21 Winners Circle. The stories just continue to amaze in this richest day in North American racing. You just never know what you're going to see within 2 minutes unfold, do you? Let's go to Joe Tessitore for the latest trophy presentation. Joe?
Chris, we're here with Richard Santulli. He is the CEO of NetJets, here to present the NetJets Breeders' Cup Mile Championship Trophy.
I couldn't be happier to present the NetJets Breeders' Cup Mile Trophy to a NetJet owner and a dear friend, Charlotte Weber. Great job.
Thank you very much, Rick.
Charlotte, congratulations. Hey, I was at the barn with Marty at about 7 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and he went on and on talking about you having faith in him. What went into that decision not to retire this horse, but to put him back in training?
Well, it was a combination between Johnny, myself, and also Marty asking for the horse, and I thought we should give him another shot. What did we have to lose? And he's come a long ways.
First Breeders' Cup Championship. What does it feel like?
Terrific. Just terrific.
No doubt about it. Miesque's approval, the winner of the mile. Chris?
Will we have more surprises? Marty Wilson, by the way, the trainer, once posed for Playgirl, Jerry tells me. The little facts just keep coming. Kenny's take, as only he can give a take on horse breeding, up next. chill in the air in Louisville. What a week it's been for sports in this city. Patino's basketball team getting underway, the biggest college football game in history as the Louisville Cardinals took down West Virginia. And then the Breeders' Cup returns for the first time in 6 years. We've seen surprises. We've seen emotional moments, drama. And now for something totally different, we go to our Kenny Mick. Kenny?
Well, Chris, as you know, without breeding, there would be no Breeders' Cup, and without a Breeders' Cup, there wouldn't be 8 Grade 1 races to bet on, and that would just simply be wrong. In fact, without breeding, there would be no horses, and without horses, we would be fired. So on the occasion of the 23rd Breeders' Cup, we pay tribute to those who breed.
His name is Victory Gallop. In 1998, he denied Real Quiet a Triple Crown.
But on the outside, Victory Gallop, too tight to call.
But these days, he denies no mare his love. It helps answer a question that's confounded children for centuries. How are new horses made?
As far as I know, a girl horse stands next to a boy horse in a field, and that makes them married? Is that the deal?
It's not even that complicated here at Windstar Farm in Lexington, Kentucky. On this romantic afternoon, a mare is waiting for Victory Gallop in the hookup barn. Her name, Chocolate Lover. But he doesn't know her name. He doesn't even care. Men are pigs.
Does she feel used? Not any more than the other 750 dates he's had. It feels so wrong to watch. It's perfectly natural. And remember, without this, there's no pick-6 betting.
Then the horse family stands together on a hillside, beneath which lies a deep pocket of limestone. The Bullrasses are home forever.
Or, more likely, they never see each other again. But who is to question this relationship, this kind of mating that produces 34,000 foals each year? It may be an unconventional family dynamic, but who are we to judge when from this union we are delivered beauty and poetry, the things that make love.
Oh, Kenny, I'm almost too overcome by emotion to continue. We're about to see the results of some very expensive breeding 4, 5, 6 years ago. The Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's the world's richest race, restricted to fillies and mares. One of the deepest fields ever. It's ridiculous in the minds of many. The #1 horse is Round Pond, speedy horse on the rail, written by Edgar Prado.
Never been out of the money, and the poignant return to Churchill Downs for trainer Michael Matz and jockey Edgar Prado, of course, the trainer and jockey of Barbaro, the winner of the Kentucky Derby, injured in the previous.
And 2 is Pine Island, least experience in the field, but the favorite right now.
How consistent can you get? 6 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds. She's the heavy favorite for the 3-year-old filly championship, and right now the favorite to take down the older fillies and mares on the board at 2-1. Javier Castellano also rides Bernardini.
And from California is the #3 Healthy Addiction, 13th in this race last year, Jerry.
Well, the story on her is that she had some throat problems earlier in the year and that she doesn't travel well. Well, I agree with that. She went to Belmont where she was beaten 57 lengths, and she just went up to Bay Meadows and was beaten 22.
Another California-based horse, the #4 Sharp Lisa, 5-race losing streak.
She's lost her last 5 races, as you say. She's gone from turf to dirt, back to turf, to polytrack trying to get a win. Now she's adding her blinkers, and she gets a new jock. I'm confused.
Yeah, #5 horse is Lemons Forever. Hank will have more on her. The winner of the Oaks is a long shot.
Yeah, the last time she won a race right here at Churchill Downs, the Kentucky Oaks, of course, the 3-year-old filly counterpart to the Kentucky Derby. She was 47-1 when she won the Oaks. Rallied from last to first. She'll need a fast pace.
Fletcher set out the mile, but he's back with a 6-horse Sponge Sugar.
He's got a strong 3-horse entry in the distaff. Of course, he's still looking for his first win of the day. Sponge Sugar, throw out her last race over the artificial surface at Keeneland. She looks a lot better if you do that.
Well, this horse, Fleet Indian, has the longest winning streak of any horse today. 8 straight coming in.
Yeah, you know, but she was 8-5 on the program, and now she's 7-2, losing a little luster. Done everything right this year. I mean, there's really not anything to dislike, but I just think she blows up here.
Daria, ridden by Rafael Bejarano, the #8 horse.
She's been kind of a Midwest horse this year, but she is coming off a win in the Indiana Breeders' Cup Oaks. She tried the toughies in the Coaching Club Oaks at Belmont this summer, but got crushed by 35 lengths.
Number 9 is Pool Land, a lightly raced 4-year-old, figures to be forwardly placed here.
And Fletcher has been speaking very highly of her chances here. Apparently she's training exceptionally well. She knows how to win. 8 lifetime starts, 6 victories, and it's probably important that his stable rider, Johnny Velasquez, Marquez is on this one.
The 10 Hollywood Story back for a third crack at this race, 10th and 8th.
It hasn't happened for her yet. She was 10th, beaten 10 lengths. Then she was beaten 22 lengths in last year's distaff. She might be one of these horses that just doesn't travel well. She ran poorly at Oaklawn as well.
Bushfires won 3 Grade 1 wins with a long shot here today.
Speed filly. She ran a good race here in the Oaks early, but she was disqualified earlier in the year. She went to Belmont and won the Acorn and Mother Goose, but those were one-turn races. I don't think she can carry her speed 2 turns.
Honestly, Siempre, kind of a wild card. First start on natural dirt.
She's Gorella's stablemate. Basically, she's a turf horse. In fact, every race she's run in her life has been on the turf except her last one, and that was the Polytrack. But I guess it was convincing enough for Marty Schwartz to put up 130 grand.
Happy Ticket ran 11th of 13 last year, 5-year-old mare now.
And she won right here in June in the Fleur-de-Lis at Churchill Downs, so she likes the track. An easy horse to like. 19 starts, 12 wins, 5 seconds. Boy, does she try hard. She won the first 9 races of her career.
Sheikh Mohammed Balletto, the stablemate of Bernardini, ridden by Corey Nakatani.
5 second-place finishes in her last 7 races, and she was 3rd and 4th in the other 2. It's been a case of good, but not quite good enough. She was beaten only ahead, though, by Fleet Indian last time out.
Yeah, the last 3 starts, all second, hasn't won in a couple of years. Does Balletto know how to win? 11-1, and look at the prices there. It's a very tough one to handicap, you can tell.
Well, coming off 8 wins in a row, Mike Battaglia, the line maker here, made Fleet Indian the program favorite, as I think most would have, but Pine Island, surprisingly, a solid favorite. It's not necessarily surprising she's the favorite, but, you know, the amount separating Pine Island and Fleet Island is a surprise.
Look about the winning streaks coming into this race. In history, Personal Ensign Cigar brought in winning streaks of 12 and 11, but Fleet Indian, you can see tied with some other horses, the 4th longest in Breeders' Cup history coming into a race.
And the only horses on that list that won, not just Personal Ensign and Cigar, Safely Kept also won, and that's it.
Let's go to Janine.
Well, Chris, I'm here with Paul Saylor, who owns that streaking filly, Fleet Indian. Honestly, what were you expecting when you purchased her last winter for $290,000?
A lot less than what I got. I thought we could run her successfully in some New York bred races. She is a New York bred, and breed her at the beginning of next year to Purge, in whom I still own an interest in raced.
Well, this is kind of the swan song for this filly. She and yourself will part ways after today's race. You are putting her in the Keeneland sale. You also put your Breeders' Cup winner, Ashado, in the Keeneland sale last year. She sold for $9 million. What do you think Fleet Indian will bring?
I really don't know. She's been with us 1 year. She's had a great year. Ashado had a great 3 years. Ashado's breeding is impeccable. Fleet Indian's is good. But she has proven herself this year to be best mare in the country, and by physical stature, nobody can beat her either. So I really don't know. I don't think as much as Ashado, but hopefully somewhere close to it.
Well, she certainly has thrown down the gauntlet big time to be the champion filly or mare, and she can certainly solidify that with a win here today. Let's go to Kenny now. Kenny?
Janine, I'll go one beyond that. In a certain scenario, if Bernardini falls and falls big, this horse, Fleet Indian, could be horse of the year. 8 straight wins coming into this race. This race is upside down. She is 7-2. Pine Island with Shug McGahee 2-1. He's the same trainer who won 30-1 with Pleasant Home last year.
Let's talk value here, Kenny, okay? I came here to pick Pine Island, but Pine Island is 2-1. Shug McGahee owns this race. 3 firsts and 5 seconds. Last time they were here, I think Personal Ensign won for him. But there's no value at 2-1 compared with 7-2 for a filly who's won 8 in a row. So if I go to the window, I'm probably going to bet the 7-2 shot.
Hank, you have a 40-minute break. Go to the window. I'm still taking the 2. And look out for Balletto way outside. Almost got to Fleet Indian, Chris.
All right, Kenny, thanks. Some more thoughts on this field coming up, as well as a visit with Tom Albertrani. His success as a trainer has taken him around the world to Dubai and back again. More on his adventures after this.
We bought 100 acres 34 years ago and put 10 stalls in the tobacco barn and started 3 Chimney.
Welcome back, Todd Fletcher. We talked about the head-spinning proposition of trying to saddle 8 or 17 Breeders' Cup starters. No winners yet. I mean, he's been all over the board, but not quite. 3 seconds, 2/3, 2/4, an 1/8, and a 9th, and a real chance here with Fleet Indian is currently 3-1. And we'll continue to chart the disappointing, I think, for him. He would like to have visited the winner's circle, but close. Janine?
Well, and another young man who would like to make it to the winner's circle this afternoon is Tom Albertrani. He grew up in Valley Stream, New York, as part of a horsey family. His uncle was a trainer, his brother's a trainer, but Tom had dreams of being a big-name jockey. And he did ride for several years, but without a lot of success, until genetics and fate kicked in. It seems there were bigger things in store for Albertrani.
I was riding races in the early 80s, and I started to do some traveling around to Kentucky and Jersey, and I was just trying to fit where I would do well, and eventually I was getting too big.
It was at a friend's suggestion that Tom Albertrani quit riding and focused in a new direction, being an assistant to Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. And in 1995, both men played a part in one champion's record-setting season. Before Cigar burst onto the scene, and half a world away in Dubai, Godolphin was born. Crown Prince Sheikh Mohammed was creating a worldwide racing operation and needed quality horsemen. Who better to hire than Albertrani, the assistant behind America's Horse of the Year?
Being around Cigar, it was kind of hard to leave the best horse in the world. It was just an opportunity in a lifetime.
That opportunity was to assist training some of the finest horses in the sport for one of the world's most powerful rulers. So Albertrani moved his family 7,000 miles away.
At that time, Dubai was beginning to become popular. It was just starting to come into the racing scene here in the States. I had to look at a map to see exactly where it was. I found it a wonderful place to live. I enjoyed every moment. It was very much like living here, in a way.
3 years ago, Albertrani left Dubai to return to his roots and take a swing at training on his own. Sheikh Mohammed continued to support him. Last year, the prince sent Albertrani a regally bred colt named Bernardini. He would officially put his trainer on the map.
Ever since the Preakness, he never really got the respect that he was entitled to, I think, and deservingly so. After he won the Jim Dandy, I still think people had some doubt about how good he really was. When he won the Travers, I think it made people believe that, this was a special type of horse.
Now, more than a decade after one champion helped send a shy ex-jockey on a worldwide adventure with royalty, Albertrani is enjoying the ride of his life with another.
I felt that Bernardini was in the same league as Cigar. He was, being only a 3-year-old, the potential was there that, as he won 5, 6 in a row, you could see that he was heading in that direction as being a super horse. And there's no telling how good he could be.
And if Bernardini can pull off a win in the Classic, he will become the 8th 3-year-old to win the Classic in 23 runnings. But before that, Tom has Boleto in the distaff. She is currently 9-1. She is also owned by Sheikh Mohammed's Darley stable. Chris?
May have to chase down Fleet Indian and Pine Island. Fleet Indian with that 8-race winning streak coming in, trying to cap a perfect season. And again, an outside shot at Horse of the Year for her. Winning her 13th consecutive race in the distaff. Today, Biff Stable hopes to build another legend with Pine Island, but they'll have to get by Todd Fletcher's Fleet Indian in the Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Distaff. There's never been a horse bred in New York win a Breeders' Cup race. Could Fleet Indian be the first and win her 9th straight?
When we last saw the odds, the public didn't think so, but now Fleet Indian is the 5-2 favorite over Pine Island, the 3-year-old. Fleet Indian, of course, that 8-race win streak has to count for something. When she started the year, when Paul Saylor bought her, she was Todd Fletcher's fifth string maybe in the distaff division. He was loaded. You can tell he's got 3 in this race, and yet here she is. But it's going to be a lot tougher in here, I think.
And Jose Santos, who rides her and won the 2003 Kentucky Derby on funny side, his career has been on the skids about the last year and a half, 2 years. He thanks God every day for her because she's really helped resurrect his career.
Will she be the horse to finally end what's been a close but not quite frustrating day for Fletcher?
Well, it all comes down to her early position. I mean, she needs to be right up there in the hunt, sort of like Henny Hughes did. It didn't happen for him and Kieran McLaughlin, but if Fleet Indian can be right there where she needs to be, she's a machine.
And position is key for Pine Island. I don't want to say she's not attractive, but she's got a great personality. Got long legged like a giraffe, Jerry, but she's kind of a one-run horse, not going to operate well in traffic or stopping and starting.
She's a very big, lumbering kind of mare, and it takes her a while to get her momentum, and she comes from way. It's a long, steady move more than a quick burst at any point in time, so traffic will be an issue for her.
Does the lack of experience, she's the least experienced in this field, a concern for you guys?
No, because she's been taking the traffic all her life. She's got a very good mind to her, not a lot upsets her, so that in itself won't. It's just the fact, does Javier Castellano have to stop and start her any at all? It'll be trouble if he does.
Yeah, McGahee trying to win this for a 4th time would equal Dwayne Lucas.
And there is number 14, Boleto, and we have our trainer, Tom Albertrani. You just saw our feature about him. And Tom, thanks for participating in the feature there. Appreciate it. How concerned are you, assuming you can hear me, about the number 14 post position that Boleto has for this race?
I'm not too worried about the post for her. I think she's going to just find a way mid-pack, and hopefully we get a clean run.
Now, how frustrating has her string of 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishes been, and what does she have to do to change that?
Well, she's coming into this race pretty sharp. She's been very consistent through the year, and we just hope she can put those 2 races back together again.
I'm going to just go out on a limb. I'm going to assume you've been back at the barn this afternoon to check in on Bernardini. How's he doing?
He's doing great, and looking forward to his race.
All right. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the number 1 horse is Round Pond. Michael Matz and Edgar Prado, the Barbaro connections, and Matz took over the training of this mare this summer.
She's been very consistent, but mostly running against lesser competition in the Midwest and even New Jersey. She did go to New York in her last out in the Beldame, but Fleet Indian beat her 7 lengths.
See if they've solved the nagging foot problems. They've gone to glue-on shoes for her.
And if there's anybody that knows how to solve a situation like that, it's Michael Matz, whose horsemanship is just impeccable, as we saw with Barbaro. It would be what a feel-good story it would be if Matz and Prado come back to Churchill Downs and win a Breeders' Cup race after what's happened with Barbaro.
After the triumph here in May on this very track, and then so much tragedy since then.
Happy Ticket won the Fleur-de-Lis here in the summer. She does like this racetrack. The thing with her, she'll have very good tactical position, but she has a very short run. So Garrett Gomez on her will have to really measure out when he wants to ask her for her very best. I would say no sooner than the quarter pole, but she won't have a lot of links to make up.
She has a win here at Churchill Downs. Not the best post, the 13 post.
No, that's another obstacle she's got to overcome, but she is a little tactical, so he's got a couple of gears he can use to maneuver her going into the first turn.
Of course, it's not just Fleet Indian that Todd Fletcher has in this race. He's got a couple of others that a lot of handicappers feel have as good a chance as Fleet Indian. I mean, you're looking at Pool Land and Spun Sugar, both of whom have excellent tactical speed. They're going to be pretty much in the same position.
You know, it's funny, Randy, because there's about 5 horse filly mares in here that want to lay 2nd or 3rd. And as a jockey, I've gone into the paddock and said, where do you want me to lay? And you got 5 guys telling you to lay 2nd or 3rd.
Now, Fletcher had an interesting comment. He believes Pool Land has more natural early speed than Fleet Indian or Spun Sugar. So obviously that kind of gives you an indication of what the strategy will be in this race.
You see the prices there. People really believe this is a 2-horse race. 5-2 for Fleet Indian. The morning line favorite was 8-5 at that point. And Pine Island bet all the way down to 3-1.
She had a great position in Keeneland in her last race in the Spencer, laying 2nd as she normally does, stalking the lead. But the polytrack kind of took its toll on her because she faded fairly well.
But you just draw a line through that. You know, I mean, she beat Happy Ticket in the Apple Blossom. She beat Boleto and Pool Land in the Go for One at Saratoga. So she certainly has the credentials to win.
Yeah, never finished off the board if you toss out the polytrack and just look at the natural dirt races.
You know, Prado, Johnny Velasquez, Gomez, all shut out so far in the day. Maybe they can get their first win here. One of them.
There have been some, well, 3 first-time Breeders' Cup winning jockeys here, as a lot of the stars have been shut out. They head for the Earthlink starting gate. There's Mr. Fletcher. We finally visit the winner's circle.
Bushfire,
including the favorite.
Bushfire should show speed. Healthy Addiction, perhaps Round Pond. You can look for Pool Land to show some speed as well. Could be a pretty contentious pace as most of these Breeders' Cup races are. Lemons Forever will be at the other end.
Yeah, she will. She won the Oaks here earlier in the year, so she likes the track as well.
That gives her a chance. You need the exact same pace scenario as the Oaks, right? Which is just a hot pace.
He will.
From nowhere.
The Oaks disintegrated the last quarter of a mile, and she came and picked up the pieces, and that's quite frankly what she needs this afternoon as well.
Set for the race here. Let's go back to Trevor Denman for the call.
One left to load now, and that will be Belletto to the outside gate. Belletto coming forward, right up to the gate. Rest of them standing quietly. Belletto's in, they're all set. And away they go in the Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Distaff. Along the inside, Healthy Addiction broke away well. Sharp Lisa, Spun Sugar's right there too. On the grandstand side, here comes Bushfire to join the leaders, and Pool Land is up there. The pace couldn't be much quicker than this. Round Pond tucked in just behind the leaders. Now here's Fleet Indian, taken quite far back today. Fleet Indian got to be a good 8 lengths off the leaders. Happy Ticket up alongside of there. RCCM Fraser Gray towards the rear. Belito's quite content to bide her time, a good 10 lengths off these leaders. And Pine Island, as expected, no pace, taken back towards the rear. And then we have a gap of 4 lengths further back to Lemons Forever and Hollywood Story. Down the backstretch they go, and Healthy Addiction on a loose rein, going about as quick as she could for the distance. On the outside of her, we have Pool Land keeping the pressure on. Sharp Lisa is in 3rd, and Round Pond down at the rail. Bacteria is racing in 5th. Spun Sugar is 6 off the leaders. Fleet Indian is up alongside of her in this pack. Bushfire been niggled along on the outside. RCCM Prey, Happy Ticket, Belito is now 9 lengths off the leaders. Hollywood Stories far back with Lemons Forever. They're approaching the quarter pole now, and Pool Land goes on with it, taken on by Sharp Lisa, but now here come from behind us, Bacteria. Happy Ticket on the outside of that. RCCM Prey, Beleto's running on as well. Fleet Indian's been eased. Fleet Indian has been eased. Fleet Indian pulled up at the quarter pole. They come for home. Sharp Lisa, Happy Ticket down the grandstand side, and here's Belletto on the extreme outside, racing greenly, but coming to take them on. Down at the rail, Round Pond is going on with it too, and it's Round Pond in front from Happy Ticket. Down the center of the track, coming with a late run now is Lemons Forever, but it's Round Pond going on to take the distaff. Round Pond and Edgar Prado win it. Here's RCCM Prey late, Happy Ticket 3rd, and Belito finished up 4th.
What incredible irony. The Barbaro connections. Michael Matz, Edgar Prado win on Round Pond in a race in which both of the favorites, the 7-horse Fleet Indian and the number 2-horse Pine Island, were pulled up. Well, exciting finish, but a very sad subplot to this race.
Oh, if there's anybody that knows the ecstasy of victory and the heartbreak of defeat, it's Michael Matz. And he, more than anybody else, is not going to be overly celebrating this outcome because of what happened to the 2 favorites.
Pine Island.
That is Pine Island.
God.
That is Pine Island on the backstretch with Javier Castellano.
And that is
horrible outcome.
Who pulled up at the top of the lane. Just
obviously that was much worse, much worse than Fleet Indian.
Yeah. By contrast, Fleet Indian looks like obviously she's going to be okay, but you can't certainly say that for.
And another thing is, how is Javier Castellano? He's got the mount on Bernardini later. They've got the stretcher out for him.
Told about that. He is sitting up. Don't put him on a stretcher, but at least he is sitting up.
And you can look at Edgar Prado. Edgar Prado should be celebrating right now. He's looking back.
He knows very well how it feels to have that happen to you.
Exactly, as the jockey of Barbaro. And it's just such a heart-wrenching tug of emotions here in a situation like this. Here's a look at Fleet Indian,
number 7-horse, yes.
Right, who was never in position. I mean, she was much further back than ordinary during the first part of the race, and right there, you see Jose Santos just felt something go a little bit amiss. Doesn't want to take any chances.
You know, it's Chris, these are 1,000-pound horses for the most part on legs no bigger than your forearm. So there's a tremendous amount of stress on their body, and they run as hard as they can.
I'm almost afraid to do it, but we'll go to Patty Cooksey for an update on the track.
He's got the thumbs up, but I'm sure Tommy Albertrani is concerned because he might need a jockey later.
Patty, what can you see?
Well, I talked to Javier, and I asked him how he was, and he's kind of holding his knee a little bit, and I asked him if he'd be back for Bernardini, and he said, you bet. So they're putting him in a stretcher, and they're going to take him over to the first aid room over on the front side there and look him over a little bit. He's a little shook up, but he wants to be back for Bernardini.
Good point. Is safety the main issue, but also Bernardini, the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic, coming up. Only 2 mounts today for Javier, and the first one not ending well.
Yeah, you know, they'll obviously take him in for some observation, and there's a look at Fleet Indian and Jose Santos. Fleet Indian is standing okay.
She's bearing weight on it, so it's obvious that hers is not nearly as bad as Pine Island. Pine Island's looks like it could be life-threatening.
Well, we'll get the doctor's report on Pine Island. A suddenly very sad day for Shug McGahee, who's won this race 3 times for the 5th stable. Enjoyed so much success and had such high hopes for Pine Island. We talked about her gangly conformation.
And there's Michael Matz right there, who's talking to Prado, and no doubt they're saying pretty much the same things that we've been talking about.
How could their thoughts be very far away from the Preakness after what they endured with Barbaro?
And Tommy Albertrani said it, you know, when he won the Preakness, the race in which Barbaro broke down and Bernardini won so impressively. If you watch the video of Albertrani winning, it wasn't an overjoyous moment for him because he knew what had happened to Barbaro, and it's just so tough in a situation like that.
Sad side of thoroughbred racing, and Janine is with the track doctor for an update on Pine Island.
Dr. Bramlage, what do you have for us on Pine Island so far?
Well, so far we know she's dislocated her left front ankle, and it does look like that it has damaged the skin, so that's just a preliminary report. Of course, we need x-rays and everything else to know, but this is a pretty significant injury, and they're going to try to stabilize it and get her on the ambulance and back to take x-rays as quick as we can.
What's the significance of the skin being broken in an injury like this?
It makes it much more difficult to handle because it introduces infection immediately as a problem. So
we'll hopefully get a report from you in a little bit on an update on her. What about Fleet Indian number 7?
I don't have anything on her yet. The Pine Island was injured the worst, and they're picking them both up.
With your expertise, what do you think, how serious is the injury to Pine Island?
Well, anytime you have that much soft tissue injury, you always have to worry about the blood supply and the other soft tissue support things associated with the bone, so it's very serious.
Okay, we'll hopefully get another update for you in a little bit when you get more information. Thank you, Dr. Bramlage.
You're welcome.
Janine, thank you. And Edgar Prado, of course, behind us in the winner's circle here. Very few smiles down here. A subdued reaction from the jockey. Of course, it was above board Barbaro. He broke down in the Preakness, and well, Jerry, it's awful feeling.
He had no way of knowing during the course of the race what happened. It was behind him, but as he pulled up, he could see the ambulance. The first thing as a rider you look for to see if whoever was on the horse gets up. He probably knew it was Javier, and he's concerned because it could happen to any of us at any moment.
And on top of all this, and it's you know, obviously extremely insignificant at this point, we've got a claim of foul in here. The 4th place finisher against the 2nd place finisher, the jockey of Boleto against Rossi Siempre.
Javier trying to hold her up, obviously lost his balance when her neck went down, pulling him forward a bit. Really had no chance.
Jerry, a lot of us just have so much admiration for the courage. You guys literally putting your life on the line every race. Now, Castellano says he's okay, gives the thumb up as he gets into the ambulance. He has to go back now and mentally regroup, assuming he's physically okay, and get for the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Well, what happens in a fall like this, Chris, as soon as you can get up and move all your extremities, you say, okay, I'm all right. But 10 minutes later, as he goes to the jocks room and the swelling might set in and the aches and pains overtake the adrenaline that was in your body, then you realize, can you really do the job or not? And you have to really be honest, especially on a horse like Bernardini. Can you move all your extremities? Can you do what's necessary to perform your task to be fair to the owner and trainer and the public?
So that's one story we'll continue to track, the condition of Castellano, whether he can ride Bernardini.
Frankie Dettori is available, and he's Sheikh Mohammed's regular rider in Europe in case Javier cannot ride.
And, of course, the condition of Pine Island as well. Dr. Bramlage was being very diplomatic, I'm afraid. I mean, it is a devastating injury for Pine Island.
No doubt. A horrendous scene when you see a horse break down that way. Well, Round Pond taking the big prize here in the Emirates Airline Breeders' Cup Distaff, and we'll show you the stretch run.
Through the stretch, Round Pond had a little trouble before she turned for home, was eventually able to sneak to a hole in the rail, but you'll see the gray horse right there, Asi Siempre. She's having a terrible time finding room. She had to steady repeatedly and did come running to finish well. Don't know if she was going to beat Round Pond anyway.
But notice she came out into the 14 Boleto for room, or at least that's what the jockey of Boleto believes, Corey Nakatani, who claimed foul against the jockey of Ase Siempre. So we'll have to see what happens. There is Paul Saylor, who is the owner of Fleet Indian. Again, she's scheduled to be put into a sale in Lexington, Kentucky on Monday. This was the final race of her racing career anyway. And again, such a tough day for him as well.
From perhaps outside contention for Horse of the Year and the favorite in this race to a very sad ending. Let's go to Janine with a trainer who certainly can understand the sad subplot of this story. Janine?
Well, that's for sure, Chris, and I have to say this has to be a bittersweet moment for you all the way around. Not only is this the scene of your greatest victory with Barbaro, but to witness a terrible accident like we've seen today in a race that you win. Congratulations, first of all, to the win with Round Pond. But what are you feeling right now?
Well, it's, nobody ever likes to see a horse get hurt, that's for darn sure, and I hope everything comes out for the best. And I've been in that situation also, and it's just, nobody ever likes to see that happen.
No, it's certainly heartbreaking. Your filly, though, before her last race, the Belle Dame, you had missed some training with her. You told us that she was not 100%. What had you seen from her in the weeks leading up to this Breeders' Cup Day?
Well, we didn't miss anything at all. We never skipped a beat, and she went from right on from there, and the training was very good. Nothing stopped in between.
Give us a quick update on how Barbaro is doing.
Well, I heard next week we're supposed to take the cast off, so that's quite exciting.
That is a milestone, isn't it?
It's very good.
Congratulations, Michael. Enjoy this victory with Round Pond. If anybody deserves it today, you do. Thank you.
Very much.
Chris.
Janine, thank you. We'll try to report on another aspect. As Randy mentioned, there was a claim of foul, and that claim has been upheld by the stewards.
Yeah, there was a disqualification. Ase Siempre, the original second-place finisher, has been disqualified and placed fourth in this race. So the official order is now, of course, after Round Pond. The official second-place finisher here is
Happy
13,
Ticket. Yeah.
Happy Ticket, followed by 14 Boleto, and then 12 Ase Siempre.
Well, the condition of Javier Castellano is certainly one of the stories, and Nick Luck has the latest on that. Trying to get Nick Luck's mic, apparently not functioning very well in the tunnel. Javier Castellano,
that's a good sign,
that awful spill. He is walking and seems to be okay. We'll hear from him in just a second when the wireless mic gets to an area where it can work.
Well, if Javier's working that well, then I think he's going to be fine to ride Bernardini.
Even though he gets back to the jock's room, and as you said, the adrenaline wears off, and the aches and pains
and I'm sure Tommy will go up there and have a discussion with him.
And we'll get the update on Castellano's condition in a second here, microphone permitting. But now down to a subdued trophy presentation.
Chris Gath is here from Emirates Airline. We've seen him before, and we have a new visitor here. Everybody knows him as a Hollywood star, but he's also a horse owner and a huge racing fan, Joe Pesci. Joe, you have the honors today.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Porter, I believe this is yours.
It looks wonderful.
It's very heavy.
My goodness, it is heavy.
Rick,
thank you very much.
Rick Porter, congratulations. Obviously, this was a race that as we were watching it, a lot was happening. There was a lot of concern all over the track. Tell me what was going through your head as you saw things shape up.
Well, things actually, Round Pond was exactly where we were hoping she'd be. Edgar put her in the perfect spot and sat chilly on her, and when the time was to run, she ran, and it was just the way we were hoping for it to happen. I didn't know about the unfortunate incident. I didn't see it, but I'm certainly terribly sorry about that. And, but anyway, the race unfolded. Michael just did a wonderful job getting her ready, and she had missed some training earlier coming up to the Belle Dame and the Maui pitcher, but he had her just right today.
Okay, congratulations, Chris. Back to you.
Joe, thank you. Edgar Prado, the winning rider for the first time. in this Breeders' Cup. It is Round Pond with the trophy. But other stories to update on a sad running of the dismount.
With Emirates, it's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
The game is on. Learn to play the horses and play for free. TVGFree.net. Learn from horse racing experts.
Let me help you pick a winner.
Challenge the leaderboard and compete to win valuable prizes every day. Go to TVGFree.net right now.
And they're off.
Get in the game. It's fun. It's free.
One final third.
Pick the
A few minutes ago, Javier Castellano will ride Bernardini. The Breeders' Cup Classic does not have a mount in the next race, the Turf, so some time to collect himself. Nick Buck was able to get a report on his status for that Breeders' Cup Classic. Nick?
Chris, the good news for Javier Castellano is that he is walking, he's talking, he's feeling fine, if just a little shaken, and he has confirmed to me that he will be fit to ride Bernardini in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's not even taking any first aid. They are very brave men who go out there on a race-to-race basis. Not such good news, it looks like, for the horses involved. Pine Island, Javier said to me, he just felt a pop, and he had to just do what he could as best in the circumstances. And as far as Fleet Indian is concerned, our understanding is that she has strained a suspensory ligament, and that is the damage that she has incurred. But the news on Castellano is no first aid required. That could have been a lot worse for him, and he does ride Bernardini. Janine has Dr. Bramlage with her.
Yes, Nick, we're going to give you an update now on Pine Island, who was taken back to the barn.
Yeah, Pine Island was euthanized. She had fractures so severe and such soft tissue injury that you could actually see the fractured ends of the bone, and they had gone into the racetrack, so she was still in that situation where the adrenaline had her excited and she wasn't feeling a lot of pain. So before she got all inflamed, it was a hopeless injury. She was euthanized just a few minutes ago.
Very, very sad news, and I did ask Mr. Ogden Phipps, Pine Island's owner, if he wanted to join us for this interview and say a word, and he said, not if I don't have to. Very, very somber here all the way around for the connections of Pine Island. Chris?
Janine, thank you. Just the kind of tragedy that visits thoroughbred racing, unfortunately, far too often. We were back in the barn area a few days ago, Randy, looking at Pine Island, a striking appearance, long-legged, and such a calm, relaxed personality. All around her, there was a swirl of activity, and she just was so well-behaved and such a lovely horse.
We were standing this far away from her, petting her. You know, it's a horrible thing.
And there is no stable in the country that takes better care of its horses or cares about them and plans their races so that they avoid injury. And if they're hurting slightly, they give them time, they turn them out. You know, totally unexpected, I'm sure, for Shug McGahee in the Phipps stamp.
I mean, you hear some people in the industry, unfortunately, pass off things like this by saying it's just all part of the game. It's not part of the game to these people like the Phipps stable. I mean, this is like a death in the family to them. They care for these horses so deeply.
I don't know how you could watch a scene like we saw with Pine Island and just shrug it off as part of the game. And as we were saying a few minutes ago, really nothing a rider can do at that point. He has to worry about, in the split second, worry about saving himself if he can.
No, exactly. And when you're perched on top of these horses going 40, 45 miles an hour, their head goes down on a certain stride. And if they break down and break their legs on that stride, it pulls you over and you have no center of gravity, no center of balance. You have no choice but to go off.
So he says he's physically okay, Castellano, to ride Bernardini. Psychologically at all, is it an issue? He's got about 70 minutes again to recover. Doesn't have a mount right away in the turf.
Well, he won't be scared when he goes out there by any means, but it does shake you a little bit, and you are a little bit disconcerted. It's a good thing he does have a half an hour, 45 minutes to recover, because he'll need it.
All right, we will make official the prices of the distaff that will not be forgotten here for many of the wrong reasons. Round Pond paying $29.80. Once again, a win for the #1 horse. It's happened, I think, 4 or 5 times today.
And don't forget, there was a disqualification there. The original second-place finisher, Ace Siempre, disqualified from 2nd to 4th, moving up Happy Ticket and Valletta.
Continue to see the full order of finish. And we will continue. Still 2 races to go, the 2 richest races on the card. The John Deere Breeders' Cup Turf, and then the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic still ahead from Churchill.
For starters, Rusty's going to need 6 months of physical therapy. Such a good daddy. After meals, give him a signed Nolan Ryan baseball. Also, rub in this regulation-size pool table. Now, this might require a travel package to an All-Star game. All-Star. I'm sorry.
The ESPN Visa Card. Earn points towards sports tickets, merchandise, and experiences you can only get through ESPN. You spend, you score.
With Emirates, it's not just the destination, it's the journey. Fly non-stop from New York to Dubai and the world.
Centuries of breeding, endless attention and education.
Of change. By NetJets, the worldwide leader in private aviation. And by Earthlink, we revolve around you.
Welcome back to Louisville, Kentucky. The view through the twin spires of Louisville's Papa John Stadium, where the Cardinal football team plays. Told the Kentucky Wildcats football team just knocked off Georgia, so a happy day here for football fans. Louisville, another big game this week. Papa John Stadium, by the way, has field turf, which is synthetic football field, and synthetic racetrack has been a theme. We've talked about it, Randy, from a handicapping standpoint today, but now in terms of a safety standpoint, tracks are increasingly going to this to perhaps cut down on the kind of tragedies we just saw.
Exactly. I mean, that's the one thing the industry is doing more than anything else to try to prevent the sort of catastrophic injuries. You can't eliminate them completely, but synthetic dirt racing surfaces are kinder on horses' legs. You see it at Keeneland. We've talked about it already. Polytrack, Turfway Park, Woodbine in Canada, Hollywood Park. All of Southern California is going to go there by 2008. It's a slow transformation, Chris, but something like this is just going to speed up the process because it's better for the animals.
Well, how is it better for the animals?
It's softer. There's not as much concussion on us big animals hitting the ground, and it's easier on their joints and their legs. But Churchill Downs has been a favorite of horsemen, not only to run over, but to train over. So this isn't a track that had a lot of knocks in it to begin with. I don't think you can blame the track in this instance.
Right. It's interesting. We've had 4 races run on dirt here today. All 4 won by the horse starting on the rail. Not always gate to wire, although 3 of them have been gate to wire. Interesting trend.
Yeah. Not a huge bias here. It's fair, but it shows every jockey and every bettor that the inside is pretty good.
Well, we'll shift now to the turf course here. Traditionally the second to last race on Breeders' Cup Saturday, the John Deere Breeders' Cup Turf. The ultimate race on turf over a mile and a half. The one is Go Deputy. The other millionaire Todd Pletcher horse here.
Pletcher
finally break through.
Yeah, a very tough day for Todd Pletcher. Of course, also the trainer of Fleet Indian. Go Deputy coming off a narrow defeat in the Canadian International, and before that, second in the Man of War.
2 is TH Approval.
He is a distance specialist, just beaten ahead by the 10-man last time in Southern California. The initials TH, that's his owner there and breeder, Japanese businessman Tadahiro Hodahama.
Pletcher has a rabbit here, the number 3 Icy Atlantic, a super long shot.
He was purchased recently by Jim Scotorcio, the owner of English Channel, for the express purpose of being a rabbit for that horse. He's really a pretty good horse in his own right, though, earning almost $500,000.
Intriguing European shipper is the number 4 horse Scorpion, written by Mick Kinane. First time on Lasix today.
He was away from the races for a year, from October 05 until October 06, due to a series of minor injuries. He finished second in that comeback. Now word is he'll try for the lead.
Number 5 is Rush Bay. Bejarano aboard.
Very consistent horse, the son of Cozine, who won the Breeders' Cup Mile back in 1985. He's a long shot, though. He hasn't beaten horses of this caliber, but he does like Churchill Downs. He's 3 for 4 over this turf course.
The top American challengers to Hurricane Run is the number 6 horse Cacique, ridden by Prado, trained by Bobby Frankel.
Cacique, owned and bred by Juddmonte Farms out of the super mare Hostilli. This is a horse that hasn't been further than a length behind in his 6 U.S. races, a paragon of consistency, and he can go further than Frankel initially thought he could run.
Finally, a Breeders' Cup appearance for Hurricane Run, who skipped this race a year ago.
He was the horse in Europe last year, and he started this year the same way, winning a couple of Grade 1s. But his last 2 races, he's lost a little bit of a luster, and the question is, does he have enough class to win if he's not at his best?
Well, this horse won this race 2 years ago as a long shot. Better Talk Now is the number 8.
He's the old man of the field at age 7. He won this 2 years ago at Lone Star Park, but was disappointing last year, finishing 7th. He always runs better when the turf is a bit soft, so he probably will like it today.
Number 9 is Red Rocks. rules of divide. DeTore aboard.
Red Rock's owned by California businessman Paul Redham, who had 5 horses on the Breeders' Cup card today. This is his final one, still looking for his first win, but this horse has had some good form against some tough horses in Europe.
Here's the number 10 English Channel, but an American-based horse ridden by Johnny V.
We got a George Washington from England and an English Channel from America in the Breeders' Cup this year. This horse could be the best American turf horse. 5th in the turf last year, the best finish for an American horse, and the arch rival of Cacique.
Silver foot with a nice silver coat, 4 for 4 in this course, but a long shot against these heavyweights.
Yeah, he's one of 2 grays in this race. The other's TH Approval, and they both come from back in the pack, so don't confuse them. You know, he had to win on this course, maybe a home field advantage. He'll need it.
It was easy to spot out there, Silverfoot, certainly with the coat. See the current odds here for the John Deere Turf. Scorpion getting some support.
Keep in mind the program favorite here was Hurricane Run, and now he is not the betting favorite as we speak. Cacique right now is a 3-1. Hurricane Run at odds of 7-2, and English Channel just a touch higher than that at 4-1.
Not exactly a consensus of opinions on how this will turn out. We'll get back to this race in a second, but now back to Nick Luck and another visit from the doctor with an update on Fleet India.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Bramlage is with me now. An update on the condition of the 2 horses from the distaff. As you've already heard, unfortunately, Pine Island has had to be euthanized. Dr. Bramlage, Fleet Indian, we initially suspected a suspensory, but sadly rather more serious now.
Well, it's a fracture, but it's a relatively routine fracture, something we handle all the time, so the prognosis is good for that. They actually had somewhat similar injuries. The difference is Fleet Indian got pulled up and didn't destroy the soft tissue that supports the repair, and Pine Island didn't. She went on and actually dislocated the ankle and had several fractures, and so there's nothing there to put back together with a blood supply that can heal.
And what will you do with Fleet Indian now? Where will she go, and what will the treatment stages be?
Well, she'll be stabilized now. At some point she'll have surgery, but the last thing you want to do is rush an excited horse who the last thing they remember is getting in the starting gate to surgery, because they recover badly. So she'll get stabilized. It'll take a day or 2, and then she'll probably have screws put in her leg.
So rather like a human, it's a critical condition now. You have to get them stable, and then you can proceed with surgery.
Yes, it's much the best. You have to take care of the whole horse as well as the injury, and that's what she'll get done. She's getting additional radiographs and that kind of examination right now.
And would you be in a position to assure everybody watching that this racing surface here at Churchill Downs today is absolutely as safe as possible for these horses?
Oh, I don't think there's any question that the surface is as good as they possibly can make it. They both happened on the turn, both where there's a lot of twisting and turning going on. It's sort of like twisting your ankle. These 2 injuries are much like the human condition, where a dislocated ankle will end up with a fracture as well.
Dr. Bramlage, very much appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thanks, Nick.
Nick, thank you. We'll hope for the best. One tragedy is enough for that race. Here is English Channel. Post number 10, Todd Pletcher not thrilled with that. He had a pretty lucky post draw, but not for this one.
Well, what they want to do with English Channel is get him behind horses and a little off the pace. During the year, we've had the pleasure of seeing him run several times on our television, and he gets a little rank. By that I mean he tries to fight with Johnny Velasquez. He'll toss his head up in the air. That's why they have Icy Atlantic, the pacemaker in this race, to go out and set the pace. But they don't want him to set a very fast pace. Pletcher said then it sets up for the horses that come from way back in the pack. They just want a target for English Channel to run at.
Johnny's toughest job is going to be tucking him in, to find somebody to tuck him in behind, not only to save ground, but to give him the impression that he should relax. If you see his head going up with that white bridle and flipping it up, you'll know Johnny's in trouble, and it's probably not a good sign.
So English Channel right now is battling it out with Cacique, a rival on the tote board. Now at 5-1, and there is Cacique, frequent rival of English Channel on the American side, ridden by Prado today.
Edgar rode this horse so perfectly in his last out at Belmont Park. He tucked him in mid-pack, found the seam, which really is the best thing for a grass rider to do, is find that inside track. If he can duplicate that ride today, pack it, put him in mid-pack, and find that inside seam to get through, it's just like Calvin Burrell did earlier in the day. That gives him an excellent chance.
And it's kind of funny, as we started the year, Cacique was considered more of a candidate for the NetJets Mile by Bobby Frankel, but his last race gave Frankel indication that he can run further.
He's 7-2. All of a sudden, money has come on Hurricane Run, who's crossed the pond, and he's now the favorite. My lifestyle on the PGA Tour is not the 2 hours you see on Sunday afternoon. It's travel. Still to come in the Breeders' Cup Classic, Bernardini races for a place in history. But first, Cacique spent the year on U.S. courses, and Hurricane Run crossed the pond to try the Kentucky grass. But will either European be able to get over English Channel? It's the homegrown standout against the best from abroad, right now in the John Deere Breeders' Cup Turf. In America, this is the ultimate race on turf, a field of 11, most of them millionaires. And 3 horses out of this field of 11 getting a whole lot of support. And the 3 we just featured there, Cacique, English Channel, and Hurricane Run.
And there you get a look at the number 8 horse in this field, Better Talk Now, who won the John Deere Turf 2 years ago, 2004. He's been a good horse since then, as you can see. He was 27-1 the day that he upset the field a couple of years ago. He comes from off the pace, a 7-year-old, just as old as Perfect Drift is in the Classic.
I don't know if you can see it, but on his head he has a set of blinkers, and on those blinkers he has the inside scoop. And what happens with Better Talk Now is he has a propensity to lug in, bear to the left as he's going through the race, making it even more difficult for his rider Ramon Dominguez to steer him. So it's not an easy ride for Ramon.
And we've already seen one 7-year-old win today, Mies Approval, of course, in the other grass race, most recently than Ed Jets Mile.
We haven't talked much about number 4 horse Scorpion, and Nick and our European contingent really believing strongly that Scorpion could grab the prize and overshadow Hurricane Run.
Well, Hurricane Run would have to be off his form, like many, including I think he is. His last 2 races were disappointing, and the thought is that his better days are maybe behind him. But Andre Fab is a tremendous trainer, maybe one of the best trainers in Europe. His reputation is he wouldn't bring him here if he didn't think he'd have a chance to win.
And there you see both of them right there together, Scorpion and Hurricane Run, the 2 representing the Coolmore operations. So, you know, most handicappers just assume that, as I've said before Ouija board, that the European turf horses are a slight cut above the Americans, and a lot of people think it comes down to one of these 2 if you don't like either English Channel or Cacique.
They ran 1-2 in the Irish Derby last year.
But you know, the word is from the Euros is that Scorpion is going to go for the lead. Now, hasn't anybody told him that IC Atlantic is the rabbit in the race? I mean, they don't need a rabbit, so maybe he makes the lead, maybe he doesn't.
Now, Scorpion has just had 1 race in the last year. He had a hind leg fracture, a minor hind leg fracture that had to heal. And that was a nice comeback race in Ireland. It was a good second-place finish. They felt it set him up just perfectly for this run.
There's the 2 horse, TH Approval, with Solis aboard.
Been running in California, and he's always coming. He's always trying to catch up, but on the firmer courses out there, he's had a difficult time of it. His last out, Alex laid him a little bit closer because there was absolutely no pace in the race. He still ran pretty well, but he'll be more in his comfortable position of coming from way back today.
There's Red Rocks, Frankie Dettori. Youngest in here, not easy for a 3-year-old to challenge these older guys in a race this big.
Probably the race that sticks out on his form more than any other is a race 3 back, where he finished second in a race called the Grand Prix de Paris to a horse called Rail Link. I tried to make pride win the Arc de Triomphe earlier. Actually, Rail Link was the Arc winner. And so a really good effort for this horse to finish second to a nice horse like Rail Link. Also trained by Andre Fab, by the way, just like Hurricane Run.
First time against older horses, though, for this 3-year-old. Mr. Goldberg, what is your pick in the John Deere Turf?
I like Cacique. He split his 4 meetings with English Channel, but he likes the firmer course, and the other time English Channel beat him was a little bit of a trouble trip for Cacique, so I'll take Cacique here.
All right, Hank, cashed some tickets today, and again, another look at Dettori on Red Rocks, a young guy in here.
Should be able to pick him out in the field. He's got that nice white blaze down his face.
Already a big day for Frankie Dettori.
See what the public thinks. Who will win the John Deere Turf?
Yeah,
this is going to be a close one. I knew it would.
Cacique and English Channel rivals hooking up again, getting about an even share of the votes. And the European horse, no surprise, they've not been getting quite as many votes on an American website.
Yeah, they've
mostly the American website.
We may have already covered this. They've run against each other 4 times. English Channel's finished ahead of Cacique twice, vice versa. 3 of those times, only a half length separated them at the finish. So it's probably the best rivalry going in American racing right now. It's just a matter of if the Europeans are better. Last year in this race, Europeans finished 1, 2, 3, 4. You get a look at Todd Fletcher and his father.
I guess what we're going to look for, Randy, when the gates open is, does Icy Atlantic number 3 go out with Scorpion number 4? And also, can English Channel number 10 with the white bridle find a pocket to tuck into, making his Johnny Velasquez's job a little easier?
I'm going to be very surprised if they use Scorpion as a pacemaker for Hurricane Run here and send him out there with Icy Atlantic.
Better
That's going to be
talk
interesting
now,
to see.
having to be shoved in the gate there.
I think Scorpion's got a great chance to win in his own right. Heck, I picked him. I hope they don't send him out as a rabbit.
Didn't they ask you?
Obviously not.
Rush Bay, another horse that's run very well over this turf course.
Heading into the Earthlink starting gate, the John Deere Turf, America's richest turf race. To cover Denman for the call.
And we have 2 horses left to load now. English Channel going up, and the long shot Silverfoot to come to the outside gate. English Channel hesitates as he gets up to the gate. Right there, goes in the last little bit now, and Silverfoot will come forward to complete the lineup. Set to travel 1.5 miles. Silverfoot, the grey, up to the gate, going in. Gates closed. All set now. Field sent on their 1.5 mile journey in the John Deere Breeders' Cup Turf. Rush Bay is fast into stride. Icy Atlantic along the inside, and Scorpion up between those two. A very solid pace early. Cacique is coming through one from the rail, and Go Deputy down at the rail. Here's Hurricane Run going up to race a joint 4th, 4 lengths off the leaders. English Channel carried a little wide into the turn. Then we drop back to TH Approval, who's dropped a good 11 lengths off that leader. Red Rocks racing back towards the rear. In behind that, we have Better Talk now, and the long shot Silverfoot is last early. Coming to the top of the stretch first time round, and as expected, Icy Atlantic setting a very hot early pace. Icy Atlantic has gone clear by 4. Scorpion nicely positioned along the inside of Rush Bay. Down the center comes English Channel, and tucked in just behind those two is Cacique. Go Deputy in the white cap down at the rail, and Hurricane Run moving very comfortably just behind the leading group. He's about 7 lengths off the leader. Then a big gap of 5 back to TH Approval. Red Rocks in behind that. They followed by Better Talk now, and Silverfoot continues to trail. Just about half the journey covered now, and Icy Atlantic still doing his job out here as he shows the way. He's clear by 3, ensured a good pace throughout. Scorpion down at the rail up alongside Rush Bay. English Channel now moving up closer in the 4th spot. Cacique between horses, and Go Deputy down at the rail. They're taking closer order now. Only 4 lengths separates those 6. Then it's another 2.5 back to Hurricane Run racing on his own. TH Approval has been asked to pick it up early with Red Rocks outside of him. They are 7 lengths off these leaders. And then we come back to Better Talk now, and Silverfoot continues to trail. A half mile left to run now. Icy Atlantic trying to hang tough on the lead, but now there goes Rush Bay to take over, and Icy Atlantic's done his job now. English Channel is right there in 3rd. Scorpion at the rail. There goes Cacique on the outside now. Cacique goes to tackle him. TH Approval is in behind that. Now Hurricane Run has suddenly been ridden along and not responding. Hurricane Run's dropping out of it. In behind that comes Better Talk now. They are homeward bound, and it's Rush Bay going on for home. Down the east center of the track, here comes English Channel with a big run. Scorpion going through down at the rail. Red Rocks on the grandstand side coming home gamely, and even Better Talk now joining them on the outside. But now striking the front is Red Rocks. Red Rocks the leader. Better Talk now coming it in. Red Rocks going on from Better Talk now, but it's Red Rocks and Frankie Dettori to win the turf. Second will be Better Talk now. English Channel finished up 3rd, and Rush Bay weakened to 4th.
Youth is served. The only 3-year-old in here, taking on older horses for the first time and triumphing in a big way. Dramatic John Deere Turf, Red Rocks, with Frankie Dettori emotionally.
This is an outstanding season for 3-year-olds, not just in the United States with horses like Bernardini and earlier Barbaro, but also around the world. George Washington, and now Red Rocks is a 3-year-old, upending the field in the turf. Trained by Brian Meehan, who has been getting most of the attention this week for his horse David Jr. coming up in the Breeders' Cup Classic, switching to the dirt.
And Red Rocks had been kind of building, Randy, toward this kind of performance. Had not won this summer. Second 3 times in group or graded races, but now breaking through in a huge race.
And another winner for jockey Frankie Dettori. So we're going to get another chance in the winner's circle to see the flying dismount. And there he is. I'm sure he'll give us a little reaction there after the race is over.
There he goes.
You called him the world's best jockey, Jerry.
Frankie? Yes. Congratulations again.
Thanks very much.
Did you intend to ride this horse from far back in the pack?
Not that far back, but they went too fast. And I let the race unfold in front of me, and it came good in the straight, and the plan worked.
Well, when you were on the far turn, still far back in the pack, did you know how much horse you had, and did you know that you had a good chance to win?
Well, they couldn't keep up that pace. They went ridiculous fractions, and I thought, I'll let him fight first, and I'll catch him at the end.
Well, excellent decision-making on the fly, a good adjustment during the course of the race.
Thank you. I've had a fabulous Breeders' Cup. Thanks very much.
All right, Frankie.
You think? Twice in the winner's circle?
Well,
10-1
outstanding
for Red Rocks. And Better Talk Now, who won this a couple of years ago as a long shot, finishes second. And the frustration continues for Todd Pletcher as English Channel runs third here.
And owner Paul Redham gets on the board. The owner of Red Rocks. I mentioned he had 7 horses pre-entered. A couple didn't make it in. 5 starters today, and this is easily the biggest win in Paul Redham's career as an owner.
What do you make of English Channel's performance? And Cacique not around, and Hurricane Run, as Trevor said, just really not fresh enough after a lot of racing in recent months.
Cacique had a good trip. He was buried down in there where he wanted to be early. English Channel, on the other hand, was always whitest. His head was coming up, giving Johnny Velasquez a little trouble. I don't think Johnny was ever comfortable with the way he was, but there was nothing he could do about it.
And at the half-mile pole, Christophe Soumillon was riding on Hurricane Run and not getting any response at all. So all the talk about Hurricane Run being over the top was clearly accurate. His 4th loss in a row now.
Well, Andre Fab went to Italy to play polo instead of coming over here. Maybe we should have known that.
Maybe Hurricane Run should have come last year, not this year. Red Rocks wins it.
Dale, you sure you have to do all this for a screensaver?
The dismount of Frankie Dettori in the winner's circle for the 2nd time. He's the first jock to win 2 in the Breeders' Cup card. Nice big hug. He's won this race 3 times, more than any other jockey.
Owner Paul Redham also had a horse that won the Bessemer Trust Juvenile a couple of years ago by the name of Wilco, who surprised everybody on the dirt with Dettori at 28-1. That first was just $1.5 million. This one, $3 million, is the biggest win in Redham's career.
Named for a band I like very much, Wilco, by the way. College football tonight, prime time on ABC. The Sooners and the Aggies from College Station. Most of you will see that game. Others on the West Coast will see the Bruins and the Golden Bears. And many of you in the East will see ACC rivals Virginia Tech and Miami. Primetime football on ABC, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So, Red Rocks pays $23.60 to win the John Deere Turf. Better Talk Now makes it a $450 exacta. The trifecta pays about $2,500 as English Channel comes in. So European horses now won 7 of the last 8 years in this turf race, and not really a surprise.
And you know what? It seems like they don't even need their best to come over here and win, because even though Red Rocks is a very good horse, he certainly, I don't think, was Europe's best.
Now ran second in some prominent races coming into this, but ran a great race today.
Hurricane Run, a very disappointing finish, 6th behind stablemate Scorpion, who was ridden along early, much to my chagrin, and still defeated Hurricane Run. Jerry's laughing at that.
We'll see
immediately I was in trouble.
Well, let's see where Hurricane Run goes from here. Nick Luck with the winning trainer.
Does my grin give it away? It's a fantastic day so far for the Europeans, and particularly for the English-based horses. Brian Meehan, trainer of Red Rocks, many, many congratulations. Just try and describe to everybody at home what this feeling is like standing here in this winner's circle now for you.
Well, I mean, it's just a culmination of everybody's efforts throughout the year. You know, it's been a fantastic year, and there's so many people involved in getting a horse like this to a race like this, you know, so it's just a marvelous feeling of achievement for the whole operation.
And during the race, Frankie had to improvise out there because they seemed to go very quick early.
Yeah, I mean, the times looked very, very quick throughout, and I thought Frankie gave him a wonderful ride, just took his time and let the horse get his balance around the turns and quickened up really well.
And when did the seed enter your head to bring him here to Churchill Downs to Kentucky to contest this race?
I guess it was probably sometime before the Great Voltigeur. You know, we kind of felt that it was something that we could end up doing.
And Brian, you've always been a great follower, a great advocate of bringing your horses to the States. You clearly love racing, love the sport here.
Oh, yes, it's a magnificent country. I mean, the way they deal with you and the way everybody looks after you. And, you know, Breeders' Cup is the best, isn't it? So, you know, he's the best turf horse in the world.
And will we see Red Rocks here next year, back-to-back bids?
I would think there's a very good chance, yeah. Please God, if everything goes right with him.
Brian, many congratulations. Brian Meehan, the trainer of Red Rocks, the second European winner on the card. Janine.
Well, Nick, I just came back from the barn area where I spoke to trainer Shug McGahey, and he was frantically trying to reach Ogden Phipps on the phone. He did not know that Ogden Phipps was here with us when Dr. Bramlage got the word that Pine Island would have to be euthanized, and Shug was trying to get a hold of Ogden to tell him, but we did tell him that Ogden was already aware of that. He didn't want to speak to us on camera. He said, this is a really tough one to take. He said this was a very special filly to all of us, not just because we thought that she could be a champion, but because she had so much personality and she was a barn pet and a barn favorite. And he said, I've been in this business a long time, and this is something that you just cannot get used to. The entire Phipps stable and the McGahey stable are just devastated right now by the loss of Pine Island. And a quick update on Fleet Indian. The x-rays have come back negative. Fleet Indian does not have any fractures. It looks like it's all soft tissue damage, suspensory tendon damage. She will most likely not need surgery, and her chances for recovery are quite good. Chris?
Janine, thank you. We could have used some good news, and that certainly is about Fleet Indian. And again, our thoughts with the entire Phipps family and racing organization and Shug McGahey's organization for their tragedy today. Talked about the triumph of 2 European horses. Regia Board joined now by Red Rocks, the winner of the John Deere Turf. Back to Joe.
Chris, I'm here with Dennis Stewart. He is the general manager for John Deere Sales. He has the hardware. It's going to be passed out to a very excited Frankie Dettori and Paul Fredham. But first, the governor of Kentucky, the Honorable Ernie Fletcher.
Joe, thank you very much. It's been a great day in Kentucky, and actually a great 48 hours. You look, we had a win, the University of Louisville over West Virginia. UK beat Georgia today. Now we have the Breeders' Cup here at Churchill Downs, the home of the Kentucky Derby. Robert Evans and the staff here have done a fantastic job. Dennis, we want to say thanks to you and John Deere for sponsoring this great race, and obviously Red Rocks did a fantastic job in this race. Thank you all very much.
Dennis, you got a happy group to contend with here. They're going nuts.
On behalf of John Deere Company and our dealers worldwide, we'd like to congratulate you on a great race. Well done.
Paul, Frankie Dettori. Frankie said that in the paddock you were nervous. You had that pale look on your face. 5 starters today, but it all came down to this, your last chance.
Well, Frankie's used to doing this for us. He waits till the very end, and we've had this experience once before them. It's been maybe even more special this time.
Take me back to the moment. That was a great stretch run. What was going through your head there?
I hope he didn't move too early this time.
Frankie's flipping, he's kissing, and they're all winning. Red Rocks is your Breeders' Cup Turf champ. Congratulations. Chris?
Yeah, it hadn't been a great day. Understandably nervous, but a nice conclusion to it, a $3 million race. Now, a $5 million race. Horse of the Year honors at stake as Lava Man challenges Invasor, and they both track Bernardini. 1 race to go.
6 minutes to post before the Breeders' Cup Classic, joined by Javier Castellano, who will ride the favorite Bernardini. But the huge story that just occurred, and he just learned that Pine Island had to be put down after that race. It was just so tragic, and I know you've ridden that horse every time, close to the Phipps family. How do you put it all together when you got to go out and ride Bernardini after being on a horse who was favored and goes down in the race?
Yeah, unfortunately that happened, Kenny. You know, the filly I roll all the time, and fortunately today, you know, she got hurt like that way. You know, she twisted and brought down.
It was sudden. There was nothing that alerted you to that something was wrong as you were riding her?
No, not at all. She feeling good. She traveled pretty good in the race, but turning for home, the filly, you know, when right in the tongue, when she swiftly right there, it's so quick that you don't have a chance not even think about it.
You've fallen before. You're going to ride thousands of races, but this is so different. This is Breeders' Cup Day. Bernardini, a horse who's been compared on an equal basis with Seattle Slew and others if he can succeed today. How do you get yourself together to go out and do this now?
Well, everybody worry about, you know, I worry about myself, you know. I'm really, you know, when I hit the ground, I thought something happened to me in my body. But thank God, you know, I'm fortunate, you know, very, very lucky, and come out pretty good, and I can walk, and I'm ready for the next page.
You're physically fine, though? No problems going forward to Bernardini?
No, great. Perfect. I'm very, very good right now. I'm feeling great. And I'm looking forward with the horse. I think we got a good show today.
Good luck on Bernardini, and our condolences with what happened on your mount today.
Thank you, Kay.
Chris, back to you.
Kenny, thank you. A relief that he is okay. Pine Island is not. Her life ends today. Her racing career all too brief. Only 7 races. It was her temperament, behavior around the barn area that won so many admirers. To the Phipps family, our condolences. Pine Island put down in Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Our goal for Arlington Park is to be the very best. After
Corey Nakatani, he'll be aboard Lava Man in the Breeders' Cup Classic, our final race today. Already we've seen the resilience and the toughness of these men. Now some tension in there. A $5 million race. Number 1 horse is Brother Derek. Alex Solis aboard all 13 starts now.
Here at the Kentucky Derby, such a big storyline. One of the favorites is trainer Dan Hendricks, confined to a wheelchair. Finished 4th that day, 4th in the Preakness, but he's back now and expected to set the pace on the rail.
Number 2 is Premium Tap, trained by John Kimmel. Edgar Prado, 2nd time aboard.
He wasn't getting much credit before the Woodward Stakes back in September at Saratoga. He was 31-1 that day, but he won it. A lot of trouble in his last. That's a throw-out. Big price again today, 25-1 right now.
Here is the big favorite, Bernardini, considered maybe a super horse already.
Brilliant, breathtaking, spectacular. Take your pick of the words that describe this horse. A win today wraps up honors of 3-year-old champ, older horse, and probably horse of the year.
George Washington, the miler, stepping to a 1.25 miles and on dirt for the first time.
He's arguably the world's best miler on the grass, but this race isn't a mile, nor is it on the grass. 2 huge obstacles to overcome, but as trainer Aidan O'Brien said, he's the best horse we've ever had.
Lawyer Ron, one more chance for Todd Fletcher here. Patrick Valenzuela.
This is an interesting horse. We've seen horses like Fleet Indian improve substantially when they get into Fletcher's care. Well, this will be Lawyer Ron's first race for Fletcher. Patrick Valenzuela expected to use some of his early speed. We'll see how rank he is this time.
It's the Breeders' Cup. Here goes Perfect Drift for the 5th consecutive year. 5 different jockeys aboard now.
How about that? And so far in the Breeders' Cup, he's finished 12th, 6th, 4th, and last year 3rd. The only horse ever to run in 5 consecutive Breeders' Cup classes.
Another turf specialist, David Jr., making the American debut.
You know, just like George Washington, he's trying the dirt for the first time. I watched him the other morning. He was looking pretty nervous on the first day he was here, but he settled down a little bit since then. He's got the class, but the question is, can he handle the dirt?
Here's the great story. Lava Man, the unlikely journey, 7 for 7 this year.
All those wins came in California, though, Chris. His record outside that state is 0 for 3. His speed won't be quite as effective on this track as it was in California, but he did come to Kentucky early to prepare.
Giacomo won the Derby last year, almost an afterthought in this race.
How about that? It was 50-1 when he won the Kentucky Derby. Now he's back at Churchill Downs for the first time since that Derby win in 2005, and right now 15-1.
The number 10 is Flower Alley with John Velasquez. What's going on in the last couple? Is he going to bounce back, wake up?
Todd Fletcher doesn't know. I mean, this horse finished 2nd to St. Liam in last year's Classic. He was regarded as the best older horse in the country at the beginning of the year. 2 bad performances, 2 7th back-to-back.
Bred in Argentina, now based in Uruguay. That country's going crazy for Invasor.
Some say he's the best, and his record is really great. But he did miss the Jockey Club Gold Cup due to a fever, and he's had to train up to this race far from an ideal schedule. And to beat Bernardini, he has everything he needs to go perfect.
Well, Suave has 3 wins here with 5-year-olds, something of a long shot in this field.
He does like this track with 3 wins and a second lifetime. He's 2 for 5 this year, but his last race was horrible, getting beat 14 lengths in the Woodward at Saratoga.
Nicasito's horse is the number 13 Sun King, a 4-year-old who's been in a lot of these rivals, but hasn't beaten them really.
Yeah, and he tried the Breeders' Cup Classic last year, and that didn't turn out too well either, but he was up on the pace, and he faded to finish 9th that day out of 13. Now he's got a different running style. They're taking him back and letting him make 1 run. He can last longer that way.
It's a field so strong in comparison to last year. You had horses contend for this crown. They're not even considered strong contenders in this year. You could see Bernardini not odds-on favorite right now at 6-5.
Interesting to see, there you go, Invasor right now at 8-1 on the board with Fernando Jara.
Bit of a value there for the 18-year-old jockey, Fernando Jara, who won the Belmont aboard.
Yeah, definitely.
When we come back, we'll take you more of the story on Lava Man, this blue-collar horse. What an incredible journey to get from that track in California, Breeders' Cup Day at Churchill Downs. Opposed to the ultimate race here, the Breeders' Cup Classic powered by Dodge, a $5 million race, and the favorite, of course, Bernardini, owned by Sheikh Mohammed, the ruler of Dubai. confirmation of greatness? Is that about to occur right here? Or will he be taken down by a horse that comes from a completely different background as the royally bred Bernardini? Lava Man, absolutely modest, a rarity among his peers in this race, blue-collar connections, a self-made millionaire who's really commanding some respect for the little guy in this sport, but few could have projected his incredible journey here today. A modest racetrack at a Northern California fairground holds claim to something unexpected. A would-be Breeders' Cup champion once ran here. It's the beginning of a rare story in racing, ignited when a horse of mediocre breeding was noticed by a group of self-proclaimed regular guys.
My father and I were small-time, farmers, from Arizona, who liked the horses.
Steve Kenley, his father David, and his business partner Jason Wood claimed Lava Man, a 3-year-old gelding, in 2004 for $50,000.
I look at a lot of statistics when we claim horses, and he actually fit a profile.
In a claiming race, each horse is for sale at a specified price. Buyers put a claim on the horse before the race and take ownership after the race.
Like most claims, you just hope they're worth close to what you took them for. We've been part of a lot of claims that you take for 50 and are not worth 10.
Trainer Doug O'Neill started Lava Man in a smaller racing circuit where he ran successfully. But in early 2005, after a few losing races, adjustments were made.
We didn't really train him any differently, but I think the blinkers on and having him more involved early in the race, knowing that was something he likes.
I said, well, if we win this race, maybe we'll get to the Californian, which was like 3 weeks later. And I said, if we get that or run well there, maybe we get to the Gold Cup. And that was just a dream.
Lava Man recharged, and the dream of running in the 2005 Hollywood Gold Cup, a Grade 1 race, the highest level of racing, became a reality.
When he turned for home, I mean, it was like slow motion almost. You're watching the race, I was so nervous I couldn't even hold my binoculars.
I think him winning the 2005 Hollywood Gold Cup really solidified his talent and his specialness. And at that point, we started thinking big things.
Lava Man is suddenly 4 lengths in front, and forget about it. Lava Man suddenly shakes away from them, and look at Lava Man, and the winner is Lava Man.
In 2006, 5-year-old Lava Man is undefeated. The $50,000 claimer became the only horse to sweep the state's Big 3 Grade 1 handicaps in the same year. His earnings have reached $3.8 million. He is officially the most profitable claim ever.
What more can he do? He never does anything for us again. I mean, it's just been a tremendous rise. We're not the sheiks or the billionaires of the world. We're just we're your average guys. So they don't usually get horses like this.
Lava Man 5-1 currently. Of course, the clear favorite is Bernardini's. Let's go to the tail of the tape. They're ranked 1-2 in the world. Lava Man a couple of years older, certainly a late bloomer. Lifetime best buyer. The check actually goes to Lava Man's side. They've both been almost unbeatable. 2006, except for that first start with a jockey named Bailey aboard for Bernardini. But Lava Man, the question mark is outside of California. Ran once in New York, once in Florida, once in Japan, 0 for 3, and not really very competitive. So that's the question mark here.
That is the question mark. And I think all of his assets in California, which were speed and an early move off the turn to secure the win, are maybe liabilities here with a race loaded with speed and a longer stretch.
There's the call to post, and there is Lava Man. Easy to spot him on the track, and Doug O'Neill with Nakatani on board.
Brother Derek, you saw him here in the Kentucky Derby, probably the speediest horse in the race, might show the pace.
Alex Solis aboard for all 13 of his starts. The number 2 is Premium Tap, ridden by Edgar Prado.
You can expect Premium Tap to rally from off the place as he did in the Woodward, and his trainer John Kimmel is very confident the horse is going to run a big race here.
How will Bernardini respond? This is his first time against older horses when he's challenged, when he's battled, when he gets that look in the eye. How will he respond?
We're assuming he's going to be challenged and battled. I know I'm assuming that he is. That Tom Albertrani is not necessarily so sure. And he thinks this horse is just an absolute superstar, and we'll see.
We saw number 5, Lawyer Ron, galloping it off in the post parade. Number 6 there is
Perfect Drift.
Perfect Drift. The old man.
7-year-old gelding. Back again. A 5th different crack at this race. 5th different jockey. This time it's Garrett Gomez.
That's amazing. And there's Giacomo. He's pretty easy to spot with that gray color.
Mike Smith aboard. Again, the Derby winner at 50-1 last year. Much of a chance here. Flower Alley with John Velasquez with a longer shot. So they're on the track. The $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic powered by Dodge as darkness approaches rapidly here at Churchill Downs. A dramatic backdrop for a very rich race just ahead.
The best of the East, Bernardini tries to write a happy ending to his sensational 3-year-old season. While one-time claimer Lava Man looks to complete the trip from rags to ultimate riches. But don't count out Invasor just yet. Horse of the Year honors are at stake. It's the Breeders' Cup Classic, powered by Dodge. Next.
George Washington ran off in the post parade. A bit of an adventurous day already for him. His first time on dirt, first time running around left turns. It's going to be a lot of firsts for George Washington. A great miler, Nick, but an unusual decision here to run him.
Chris, it is an unusual decision to run this horse, but it is one that is underpinned by commercial considerations. If he wins or runs well here in the Classic, Coolmore, his massive stud operation, can stand him here in Kentucky, perhaps at their Ashford base, for any amount they want. If he loses, if he runs poorly, back to Ireland, reputation intact as the best European miler. In the paddock, he showed all his mercurial quirks. He refused to be stabled in box 4 to be saddled. Aidan O'Brien got 2 ponies, jammed him, hemmed him into a corner right in the far end of the saddling boxes, and then they were able to get their own way with George Washington, who is more used to getting his. Aidan O'Brien's handling of this horse, talented but fragile of the nervous system, has been the highlight of European racing for me. The man is quite simply a training maestro.
And the maestro says that George Washington is the best horse he's ever had, which is high praise indeed. But Jerry, as we take a look at the animation of this Breeders' Cup Classic powered by Dodge, 1.25 miles is a new distance for George Washington here. It'll be very familiar if you've seen the Derby, same exact setup.
Brother Derek in number 1, number 5, Lawyer Ron, Suave in number 12, all have speed. Even Lava Man in post position 8 has some speed, as well as Bernardini if he breaks well. When the gates open, who goes to the lead? Well, I feel as they go down the stretch the first time, Corey Nakatani on Lava Man has a decision to make. Does he let that horse go up with the leaders, or does he tuck back? I think Brother Derek will assume the lead on the inside, followed closely by Lawyer Ron on his hip. Suave, even from the outside, will be third, stalking him. Now, Lava Man, I think Corey's going to ease him back just a little bit so he can keep his eye on Bernardini on the rail. Bernardini will have that perfect trip tucked in the pocket as they go around the first turn. Not a lot of things will happen, not a lot of positions will change. But as they reach the half-mile post, I think Lawyer Ron will have dropped off, leaving Brother Derek still on the lead. Suave will assume the second position on the outside. And now Corey on Lava Man will put him out on his hip. Bernardini still in the pocket. And Invasor has moved up in a striking position. Now here's where it gets really rolling. They go around the turn, a lot of positions are changed. Brother Derek gets tired. Lava Man will take the lead, turning for home. Bernardini hopefully will have wiggled his way out into a good position, and Invasor will be on his hip. Even Premium Tap will found his way up and behind the leaders, and possibly George Washington if he's handling the track. Now, if Bernardini has wiggled his way out by now, the race is a foregone conclusion. He'll be in the clear. But if not, Invasor might get a run on him and have a chance to open up enough length.
Now, what do you know? You've only won 5 Breeders' Cup Classics.
But if Bernardini doesn't wiggle out, I'm going to let you know in a few minutes what's going to happen later on.
Okay, so you're going to offer your prediction in a few minutes.
Yes.
A qualified prediction, and people are wondering, will it be a fight? Will it be another romp for Bernardini, the horse that skipped the Derby here, skipped the Belmont, won the Preakness, and maybe a last chance to watch him run here today. He's now even money as we kick it over to Kenny, Hank, and guests.
That's right, Chris. Well, besides the fact there were no fans in that audience, there were several things wrong with Jerry's analysis we'll get to presently. John McCrearick, the handicapping guru of Channel 4 London, who vowed never to return to North America, but we're glad he did come back. And it sounds like you're being provincial with your choice?
Well, I'm saying is America's got Larry Flint. We've got David Sullivan. He's the owner of David Jr., the king of porn over in Britain, and is written by Jamie Spencer, our former champion jockey. He recently got married to a woman called the Pouting Heiress.
We also have
and she demands diamonds every time he wins a Grade 1 race. So if David Jr. wins, there'll be no diamonds left in the South African mines, I'm sure.
How did you play it, though?
Well, I gone for David Jr. He's even money against George Washington in the match, but I must ask you, Hank, you need a psychiatrist. Another horse who needs a psychiatrist certainly is George Washington. He's really a temperamental creature, but he's taken the parade very well.
I would send George Washington to Delaware today. That's where he belongs. But I'll tell you, I'm going to give you a long shot to hit the board, Premium Tap. But, you know, sentimentally, I want to see Bernardini win, and I think if Bernardini gets the trip, there's no question that he will. And so I'm going for him and long shot, Premium Tap.
With all due respect to Bernardini,
I know.
With all due respect to Bernardini, a Latino friend came up and he said, Investor, and he wanted me to say, he is the best. And he is. Chris?
Nacho Libre. In your humble opinion, I love the Nacho Libre reference. There's Fernando Jara, the guy who won the Belmont and at 18 years old has a chance to win a $5 million race here. There's Albertrani ready for this race. He's always so relaxed and calm when others around him are not.
At least on the exterior, he seems to be relaxed and calm. I'm sure his nerves are churning right now. Something to keep in mind about Bernardini. We've seen him run on in the summer in the Jim Dandy and in the Travers on the front end. But think back to the Preakness when he was 4, 5, 6 lengths off the pace and rocketed around horses, so he can do it almost anyway.
The trip notes on his very first race, slow start, no response. Who would have thought then in January that he'd kind of be a super horse? And guys, look, the sun has just peeked through the clouds as it gets very near the horizon for sunset, just shining on Bernardini before the post time here.
Maybe that's an omen.
Then, of course, there's Lava Man. Lava Man expected by most to be the big rival to Bernardini here. We got Steve Kinley. Steve, are the nerves turning right now?
Very much so. Yeah, this is an exciting moment for us.
Now, how do you feel? The big matchup, it's been ballyhooed, it's been on posters, Bernardini versus Lava Man. How do you guys feel about taking him on?
I mean, that's a lot of fun, the challenge of 2 horses. Obviously, there's 13 horses here, and it's a horse race. That's why we're all here. Let's see what happens.
Can you give us a little insight into what Doug O'Neill told Corey Nakatani in the paddock?
Yeah, we talked about just taking the race to him early and seeing where everything falls into place for us. We expect inside horses to show speed, and hopefully we can fall right in behind them. If they're going too slow, we'll be in front.
All right, Steve. Don't do too much celebrating if you win. I know you guys can get a little raucous in there.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks so much, guys. Okay.
Training on the Polytrack at Keeneland down the road, and there is Kenny Mayne's favorite, Invasor in Uruguay. They have a racing community. It's not the highest profile South American racing community, but I'm told at a standstill in Montevideo and other places watching this race. Huh?
And supposedly his old connections from Uruguay are here today. They brought an entourage, so we might have a Canonero the second moment. That was the Venezuelan horse that won the Kentucky Derby with all the celebration after that one.
Giacomo, along with Invasor, would be candidates that would very much appreciate a hot pace up front. Giacomo had that pace in the Derby last year. He was able to run him down. Going to be a little bit tougher task today.
Does have a grade 2 stakes win this year, but again, he needs, as you said, a lot of things to happen to have another magical day here at Churchill Downs.
Yeah. Just goes to show you how tough this race is. I mean, you know, Giacomo here, he is a Kentucky Derby winner, and he comes here to the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's 20-1. And the horses that were 2nd, 3rd, and 5th in this race last year are back, and they're all big prices. This is a very, very tough race, especially this year with Bernardini, Lava Man, and others.
I guess the question is, what does Corey Nakatani do on Lava Man? I think a lot of that is going to be decided about what Patrick Valenzuela does on Lawyer Ron. If Pat doesn't go and challenge Brother Derek on the inside, I think definitely Corey goes up and goes heads up for the lead.
All right. Is Bernardini as good as some of the horsemen back there believe he is?
Jerry, have you made your pick officially?
Bernardini is going to find his way through, and he's going to win by many.
By many, not even a fight. When going away.
Some back there, I mean, guys like Todd Fletcher, people have said that he reminds them of Affirmed and of Seattle Slew, his grandfather.
I cannot tell a lie when it comes to George Washington. I don't understand why he's here. He's having a little trouble getting near the starting gate this first race on dirt. It isn't, he seems confused by what's going on.
Well, again, as Nick Luck pointed out, he is a horse that has been notorious for his occasionally stubborn temperament. And there is his trainer, Aidan O'Brien, who's watching. He knows it. He knows this is probably standard operating procedure for George Washington. Maybe a little more stubborn than usual.
Well, maybe it's a subplot for Bernardini to stand in the gate longer than normal.
And now they're grabbing his ear. Now that's something that assistant starters will do when they don't want to waste time.
Let's go to Patty Cooksey, who's on the track for a report.
Washington's being very stubborn, but they got the guys behind him and pushed him in. He's finally in. Bernardini standing really well. I asked Javier Castellano how he felt, and he gave me a thumbs up and a great big smile. So he's ready, and all these horses are standing on edge right now waiting for this big classic.
Into the Earthling starting gate. Horse of the Year honors at stake, the Breeders' Cup Classic to Trevor Denman.
Indeed, Horse of the Year on the line now as the last one to load for the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic, powered by Dodge. Goes up to the outside gate at Sun King. The gate's closed. They're all set. There's the roar from the Churchill Downs crowd as the Breeders' Cup Classic field set on their way, and Lawyer Ron in the white in the middle immediately sprints to the lead. Lava Man is right there. Bernardini came away beautiful, and Brother Derek's taken a strong hold down at the rail. Alongside of him comes Premium Tap. There couldn't be much more speed on early here. On the outside, here's Flower Alley keeping them on as Bernardini's settled down in the 6th spot now, been followed by George Washington to the rail, 6 off the leaders. Invasur is racing alongside of Suave. They're a good 8 lengths off the lead now. Then back to Sun King. Along the inside of those two, we have David Jr. scraping the paint. Then back to Perfect Drift, and Giacomo is the trailer. Giacomo 15 off the leader. Onto the backstretch they go, and Brother Derek virtually sprinting out here. He's setting up fast pace, a length and a half to Lawyer Ron. Lava Man is in 3rd. Down at the rail, Premium Tap in the gold colors. Bernardini is back in 5th now, and Bernardini might be being asked to pick it up from here. Bernardini is 6 lengths off the leader, is going to have to go wide now. George Washington is coming through inside of him, then David Jr. Invasor tries to get up closer. He's 7 off the leaders, then Suave, Sun King. Behind that, Perfect Drift, and Giacomo continues to trail. Less than a half mile to go. Brother Derek is the leader. There's Lawyer Ron chasing him in 2nd. Now Bernardini has suddenly kicked it in. It looked like he might be battling, but Bernardini with a magnificent rush on the outside in the white sleeves, and Bernardini strikes the front in the classic. Brother Derek running a huge one to his inside. In behind those two now, Invasor's coming on gamely as well down the center. Bernardini, Invasor's coming with a good run down the center of the track. Brother Derek tries to battle back along the inside, but Invasor, Bernardini, Invasor and Bernardini in a thriller, but Invasor's got his measure. And Invasor, the Argentinian bred, Uruguayan raced, Invasor has won the classic. 2nd was Bernardini. Premium Tap running on 3rd. Giacomo came from dead last to finish 4th, just ahead of Brother Derek.
A surprise, and there's going to be a humongous fiesta in Uruguay tonight. Indeed, Invasor is the best.
And their horse, trainer Karen McLaughlin, won the Belmont Stakes with Jazzle. Wins the Breeders' Cup Classic with Invasor, who is owned by Sheikh Hamdan Al Maktoum, the older brother of Sheikh Mohammed, the owner of Bernardini. The sibling rivalry here as brother beats brother on the wire.
An amazing job by Fernando Hera. This kid took all the pressure in the Belmont and rode a perfect race. He took all the pressure today and rode a perfect race again. And Bernardini had no excuse.
You say kid, he is 18 years old. He's by far the youngest rider to win a Breeders' Cup race.
And things did not go well for Invasor in his preparation for this race. He was pointed for the Jockey Club Gold Cup, developed a slight fever. There was going to be a showdown with Bernardini that day, but they had to back him out of that race. They came into this race off of a layoff that, frankly, it made Karen McLaughlin uncomfortable.
And you've got to give Karen a lot of credit because he trained this horse up to the race. Not an easy job.
He said he trained him harder because of the layoff, which he doesn't like to do, but apparently perfectly done.
He had fallen way out of his comfort zone. You're right. He had to adjust and figure out how to push the buttons of Invasor, and you can see
his wife Letty and his daughter Kim.
Huh? Yeah.
And again, to point out what Jerry said, no excuse at all for Bernardini. Trevor Denman picked up on it immediately as the horses went into the 2nd turn. He was being ridden along by Castellano, and he was in a full drive at the 3/8 pole. So you knew then it wasn't going to be the same kind of race for Bernardini that we'd been seeing.
But we wonder what Bernardini's reaction would be. In that situation, Randy, he had just run off and dominated races, didn't expect to see Invasor or anybody charging up to take it from him. Let's go to Janine with Tom Albertrani to explain. See if we can get Janine's mic to work. And you see Ian Vasseur headed back to the winner's circle. And now Albertrani is ready with Janine. I guess not. The difficulties of wireless microphones. It happens.
There may be some conversation in this race about whether Javier Castellano moved a little too early on Bernardini.
Well, he might.
He was in a full-fledged drive at the 3/8 pole with this horse.
He might have. I think that, you know, when you ride a horse that wins by this many lengths, this many times, you begin to think he's invincible, and maybe Javier thought that. I'm not going to kill him on it, but there's a possibility he did. I just thought he believed he would put the race away. Vasseur was just too good for him.
How about that? A disappointing performance for Lava Man, obviously. The horse that had won 7 consecutive races and was such a good storyline. Lava Man wasn't right up on the lead as he had been in his most recent races, and unfortunately nowhere around there at the finish.
Premium Tap runs third, and Giacomo, the Derby champ from last year, runs fourth. Let's try Janine again with Tom Albertrani. Janine?
Maybe third time's the charm. There we go. Tom, I was standing right here watching the race with Bernardini, and I could tell about 3/8 of a mile into the race, your expression changed. What were you seeing?
Well, it looked like he was struggling a little bit down the backside. Javier was asking him more than normal than his other races, but he kicked in and made a good run, but I think we just got beat by a better horse on the day today.
But it didn't look like the Bernardini we had seen before. I mean, the dominant, the powerful strides. Was it a matter of him maybe never being hooked or pressured before, or do you think that this just wasn't his A game today?
No, I think we got banged around a little bit early on in the early stages, but you know, he still came with his run, but I think Invasor had a lot more left than we did today.
So much hype coming into this race for you. This will most likely be Bernardini's last race. What's it like to come up second best today?
Well, there's no disgrace. You know, Invasor, he deserved it. He did everything right this year himself. So, you know, we had a great year with him, and unfortunately, we were second best today.
Yes, you did, and I know your wife Fonda had said she wanted him to win not just for you guys, but for the sport itself, for the public, because she wanted Bernardini to be a great champion. Well, let's get a report now and an update from Patty Cooksey out on the track.
Okay, I'm right here with Javier. He's explaining to him right now.
Okay, and he had a punch, and he, you know, in the end, top of this race, he brought up a little bit. Okay, thanks.
Javier, how you feeling? You feeling okay?
Feeling good.
Anything about Bernardini?
He run good race, second best today. He run huge race.
I know you're disappointed, but this is a great horse.
Yeah, I'm not disappointed, not at all. You can win all the races, but that's a good race for him.
All right, Javier, thanks a lot.
I'll show you the stewards room. There's been an objection. You saw hold all tickets. Brother Derek against Bernardini at the top of the stretch.
To add insult to injury, Bernardini's beaten as a heavy favorite, and now they're claiming foul against him. Brother Derek saying that there was some interference involved there. It does not involve Vasseur.
And the celebration right behind us in the Century 21 Winners Circle, the first South American bred to win the Classic here. And a year ago, this time, Vasseur's down here in Uruguay, knocking around. And who would have dreamed a year later here, winning a $5 million race?
Sheikh Mohammed sent a representative to Uruguay to look for an endurance horse. They weren't going down there to buy this horse, but he was the Uruguayan Triple Crown champion. And somebody told the bloodstock agent, the horse you need to be looking at is Vasseur. So he took a look at him, called Sheikh Hamdan, not Sheikh Mohammed, Sheikh Hamdan, and said, you need to buy this horse. And of course, money is no object, and that's exactly what they did.
Let's see if we can see what happened at the top of the stretch involving Bernardini and the objection filed by Brother Derek.
Well, Alex Solis on number 1 in the blue silks on Brother Derek is claiming that Javier Castellano came over on him and brushed him. It was, I think it's incidental contact. It was so slight, I can't possibly see how the stewards are going to disqualify Bernardini for that. It was for one jump. It was barely even a brush, very incidental.
And you know, all the talk was, is you get a look at the stewards taking a look at that right now, and again, it does not involve the winner, Vasseur, at all. Bernardini was going to be his coronation for Horse of the Year, the heavy favorite. Vasseur is now going to be the Horse of the Year.
In your estimation, I was going to ask you
I don't think there's any doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And as for Lava Man, they'll search for explanations in that camp as well, just never really contended.
But it's the same thing. Every time he leaves California, his assets become his liability. The speed is not as effective on here, and he can't blast off on the far turn and open up a bunch of lengths on the field like he does out there.
One of the least likely horses of the year, if Vasseur does in fact
Win horse of the year. I mean, what, you talk about an incredible journey. Lava Man's journey was incredible to get to this race, but Invasor to get to the winner's circle, to get to horse of the year status is mind-boggling.
Okay, he's only lost once in his life. That was in Dubai. They took him for the UAE Derby. Discreet Cat, owned by Sheikh Mohammed. We'll see him next year, hopefully.
That's official, by the way. Bernardini is second. Premium Tap third. Giacomo fourth.
There was a lot of sentiment for Sheikh Mohammed to run Discreet Cat in this race. He beat Invasor by 7 lengths in the Derby over there in Dubai earlier this year. How good is Discreet Cat? He's undefeated.
Well, we may see Discreet Cat. What, in the Dubai?
He will run one more time in the States before he goes over to the World Cup for next spring.
Let's talk about what perhaps lies ahead for Invasor. If he is the horse of the year from Uruguay. With their partying tonight, the gloom of Churchill Downs, a winner.
My life has really been a magic carpet ride. My first big safari was in Africa, dog sled racing in Alaska. I was inducted into the Underwater Hall of Fame. I've been a pioneer, and I think NetJets is too.
Minutes away from Sports Center, college football scores and the highlights, of course, and plenty more coverage from Churchill Downs on the Breeders' Cup recap. Take you, trainer Doug O'Neill, all access. Does not end happily for Lava Man's folks as he runs 7th here. Perfect drift in his 5th crack at the Breeders' Cup Classic is 8th. And Todd Pletcher does not hit the board here. No money for Pletcher and no wins. Our Dodge powerful performance. No-brainer.
Got to be in the set because he's the best. Tremendous burst to get by not only perfect drift, but to run down a very, very good horse in Bernardini.
And Fernando Jara becoming the youngest jockey ever to win a Breeders' Cup race, and not just any Breeders' Cup race, the $5 million Breeders' Cup Classic, richest race in North America. What a year for Jara.
On top of the Belmont.
Jazzle on the Belmont, this one.
And Fernando's agent is Randy Romero, the jockey that rode Personal Instant to victory here back in the 80s.
They need lights to light up the Century 21 winner's circle, and that's where Janine Edwards is.
I'm here with trainer Kieran McLaughlin. What an afternoon for you. First of all, you missed the Jockey Club Gold Cup with this horse. You had to train him into the race off a 90-day break. What adjustments did you have to make to have him primed for this race this afternoon?
We were lucky to be able to keep him pretty much on schedule. He missed 1 work and 1 race, but he stayed on schedule and worked very well each time. But he gets a lot out of his gallops, and we felt very good. He really has come on a lot in the last 90 days.
Just watching this replay, you were commending the ride by Fernando Jara. You and he, of course, teamed up to win the Belmont Stakes on Jazzle. Talk about the talent that this kid has and why you were so confident to put him on your best horses.
He's just a great young rider that's so cool, and he never gets nervous, and he rode a great race by saving so much ground. He was in the 2-path going around the first turn, breaking from the 11, so he did a great job. He's an excellent jockey, and we have a lot of things going on together. It just works out well.
Tell me what the support of the Maktoum family has meant to you and to your career. They, of course, gave you the Belmont Stakes win with Jazzle, and now this win here with this great horse, Invasor. They have really put your career, put you on the map, haven't they?
It's a great, they're the greatest owners in the world, and I'd like to say Namus and Shukran to Sheikh Hamdan in Dubai, and Sheikh Mohammed. I feel bad with second. We beat him, but they're great sportsmen and great owners, and I'm lucky to be part of the team, and all my family's here. My main 2 assistants flew in for the day, so it's a great team effort. I didn't do anything. It's a big team effort, and we're just lucky to be working for the greatest owners in the world.
What do you think this puts Invasor as far as year-end honors?
Well, for sure, he's the older horse of the year, and maybe the horse of the year, but he's a great horse to have in your stable, that's for sure.
Congratulations on a tremendous training job with Invasor, Kieran.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chris?
Janine, he's far, far too modest. It was tremendous, pushing all the right buttons off a long layoff. Invasor pays $15.40. Bernardini, the even money favorite, making it a $39.60 exact. What a swing of emotions for Kieran. Penny Hughes, almost an even money favorite in the sprint, runs last. Everything that could go wrong does go wrong, and then Invasor redeems everything in a couple of minutes here.
Boy, the swing of emotions in this sport are just unbelievable. As you see now the full order of finish. Brother Derek hanging on pretty nicely to finish 5th. George Washington finished ahead of Lava Man. If you had a horse for horse beforehand, a lot of us would have taken Lava Man. But George Washington ran a nice little race running on dirt for the first time. And as you see the remainder of the field, David Jr., the other European, did not fare so well in another disappointing performance for Flower Alex.
Talked about the happy connections for Invastor and the folks down in Uruguay. Another happy person is Julia Quattrocchi, who in a draw got Invastor and wins the Dodge Nitro, which has been pulled out on the track here. Let's get out of the winner's circle. There's a celebration. You can hear it. It's bilingual, and they're happy. Joe?
That's right. Indeed, it was framed as blue blood versus blue collar, but indeed we have some South American sizzle here in the winner's circle with Kentucky's #1 sports fan, Ashley Judd. But let's start off with Bill Ferris Jr., chairman of the Breeders' Cup.
Well, thanks a lot, Joe. Just can't say hearty enough congratulations to Rick Nichols and the Shadwell team. Sheikh Hamdan has done so much in this sport, and this is a huge win. And Kieran, congratulations, man. What a great victory. And the horse ran a big race. And Breeders' Cup powered by Dodge, big race.
Ashley, you get the big honors today.
I do. Sir, it's my absolute pleasure to present to you the Breeders' Cup Classic Trophy powered by Dodge. Congratulations to you, to Invasor, your wonderful trainer, Kieran. And Fernando, I want to hear all about your trip.
Sheikh Hamdan representing the Maktoum family along with Rick Nichols from Shadwell. How surprised were you by this outcome?
Well, at the end of the day, we are happy because as a family, we finished first and second. I had a really great time here, and I thank the trainer Kieran and the jockey and all the teams that did a very, very good job.
Rick, how proud of this trainer and jockey are you?
Well, very much. Not only Kieran and Fernando, but Neil and Trish and Artie. They all worked so hard, and I know if Sheikh Hamdan was here, he would want to thank him as well. And while I'm at it, thanks Sheikh Hamdan for letting us have this nice horse. Well done.
The 18-year-old Fernando Jara, come on in here for a moment. What a year you've had. Describe it for us. Bring us back to that moment of winning this Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, it was a special moment. I just try to keep the horse happy on all the trouble and wait till the last part when I have to make me move. I don't have trouble. Yeah.
Congratulations. The winning connections of Invasor. They said Bernardini was going to find his way through. Invasor found his way into the record books. He's the Breeders' Cup Classic champ.
All nationalities represented Uruguay, Panama with the jockey. So Dubai there. And Todd Pletcher, who came into this Breeders' Cup day with his 17 starters, 2 for 24 as far as the winning circle, will now go to 2 for 41. Does not get the win, but you know, his starters win $2.16 million. When is that a bad day, when you don't take home the big prize, Randy?
Well, I mean, you know he's disappointed. You know, he's probably bitterly disappointed, but I would say $2.16 million is a pretty nice consolation
But that's
prize.
what this day is all about. You don't have to win to make a lot of money, and the best effort brings you a lot of cash.
We started with you. It's almost dawn here at Churchill Downs. Now, as you can see, it is pitch black behind us, so we're going to join SportsCenter for an update on what's happened elsewhere in the sports world, but plenty more from Churchill Downs as we recap Breeders' Cup Day. We'll talk more about the Horse of the Year race, the surprise winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic, Invasor, all the way from Uruguay, plus the other 7 races. There was some tragedy here as well as plenty of jubilation, emotions running the gamut as you would expect at Breeders' Cup. Back for more very soon, but now back to SportsCenter and Michelle Bonner.